The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Crime and Policing Bill, second reading.
No.
No. Minister to move second reading, Secretary of State, Home Secretary Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the bill be now read a second time. This is a crime and policing bill to make our streets safer, to put neighbourhood policing back at the heart of communities after years of neglect, to give law enforcement the powers they need to protect the public and tackle the most serious violence, and to help communities take back their town centres from thieves or thugs, and to support this government's Safer Streets mission, a mission for the whole country to halve knife crime and violence against women and girls in a decade, and to rebuild confidence in policing and the criminal justice system by tackling the local crimes that undermine our communities most. Across our countries, we have strong communities, a British tradition of respect for the rule of law and respect for each other. A British policing tradition that goes back to Peel of policing by consent, the police embedded in communities, residents pulling together to prevent and tackle crime. And yet, in recent years, those traditions have become badly frayed. Too many town centres, neighbourhoods and public spaces plagued by antisocial behaviour. Shoplifting and street theft have soared, while neighbourhood police have been heavily cut back. And too many families forced to endure the agony of an empty chair at the dinner table night after night, having lost a loved one to knife crime. Yet it's easier than ever for children to get hold of lethal weapons online, and barely any penalties for gangs who recruit children into crime and get away with it. And too many women and girls still facing stalking, spiking, violence and abuse, feeling unsafe in the streets and their homes, even now, nearly 50 years on from the first Reclaim the Night marches in Leeds. And too many children still experiencing sexual abuse and exploitation, including grooming networks on the streets and online, with abuse online getting worse and worse. Yet child protection reforms we and others called for 10 years ago, still not in place. Trust in the police undermined by vetting failures and abuses of power, yet action promised several years ago to raise standards still not in place. And across the country, too many of us just hear the same thing, that people don't see the police on the streets anymore. They worry that respect for law and order has disappeared, and they fear that if something goes wrong, no one will come and nothing will be done. That is why it is time for change. That is why it is time for the measures we are setting out in this bill today, because safety and security are the bedrock of opportunity and the underpinning of every strong community. It's at the heart of our plan for change, the Safer Streets mission, because everyone has the right to live in freedom from fear. At the heart of the Labour government, I will give way to another member.
I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Lady for giving way. And she makes some very important points about neighbourhood policing. So does she therefore agree with me then that local police stations should be integral to this plan?
Well, local police stations are a matter for local forces, but they can be a central part of neighbourhood policing, which sadly has been heavily cut back in recent years. In fact, in many areas of the country, neighbourhood policing cut by a third or nearly a half. And at the heart of this Labour government's plan is rebuilding neighbourhood policing, a plan to put 13,000 more neighbourhood police and PCSOs back on the beat over the course of this Parliament, kick-started with £200 million of funding in the next financial year, and reversing the damage done under the last Conservative government through years of cuts to community police, half the number of PCSOs as there were 14 years ago, many thousands fewer neighbourhood police officers, and 54% of people saying they never see an officer on the beat. And that figure has doubled since 2010 as too many neighbourhood police have just disappeared. I'll give way to my honourable friend, and then I'll give way to the member opposite who signalled earlier.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. A report by Harlow Council in 2023 said less than half of residents in Harlow felt safe going outside after dark. Does she see the neighbourhood police guarantee being part of the way of solving this problem?
Secretary of State. Well, my honourable friend is right. Neighbourhood policing is crucial, and we have seen the neighbourhood policing teams decimated, often even those that were remaining being abstracted away or merged with other teams, something that's been deeply damaging. And that's why it's so crucial to get those neighbourhood police back on the streets, back into our town centres, back into our communities. I give way to the honourable member. I hope he'll apologise for the scale of cuts that his party's government brought in.
I thank the right honourable lady. You mentioned the 13,000 neighbourhood police. Obviously, 3,000 of those are going to be warranted officers, and I believe 3,000 of those are going to be operational police officers who are going to be brought back in from other places. Would the right honourable lady be able to tell us when police forces are going to find out what their share of those police forces will be, and also how those 3,000 that are currently in other roles will be reassigned, given that operational responsibilities are those of the Chief Constable and not the Home Secretary?
Secretary of State. So we have started with £200 million of funding for the next financial year, kick-starting the drive to put the 13,000 more neighbourhood police and PCSOs back on the beat. Already, the police forces have been working with the Home Office on plans, some ways to recruit new police officers, some to recruit new PCSOs, some to redeploy existing police officers, but then to backfill by recruiting other officers to take up their posts as well. So we will set out in due course the plans for the next financial year as part of that 200 million. But I have to tell the House that the cuts to neighbourhood policing over the last decade were even worse than we had thought. The previous Conservative government was so indifferent to neighbourhood policing that they didn't even keep a proper count of who was doing that work. They treated too often the neighbourhood police officers just the same as 999 response officers or local detective teams, and the Home Office guidance actually allowed forces to report some of their response officers as neighbourhood police instead. And they didn't have proper checks in place. So as a result, I can tell the House that hundreds and even thousands of officers and PCSOs were miscounted under the last government, and the Home Office and National Police Chiefs Council will later this month have to publish revised force-by-force figures so that communities properly can see what is happening in their area, because this government takes seriously the neighbourhood policing that must be that community-led policing in our towns and on our streets. I will give way on that point.
Thank the Home Secretary for giving way. It's courteous of her. But in terms of miscounting numbers, can I just drill down on the point that my honourable friend made earlier? Of the 13,000 new neighbourhood officers that the Home Secretary claims she is recruiting, can she comment that there will be 3,000 officers that will be diverted from an existing workforce? They're not new, are they? And can she also confirm that the police funding settlement that's been put down by the Home Secretary will actually lead to 1,873 officers being withdrawn?
Do you know, sadly, I just didn't hear that apology for the previous Conservative government's massive cuts to neighbourhood policing, including many towns and cities across their country, seeing their neighbourhood police slashed in half right across the country and communities badly let down. But I'm sure the next Conservative member to intervene will begin their question with a huge apology for the damage their party and their government did. I'm really pleased to hear the honourable member ready to give an apology for the deeply damaging legacy of his party in government.
I thank the Home Secretary for giving way. I think she should apologise for not answering the question. There were record levels of policing under the last government with the 20,000 extra police officers that were recruited. But I ask her again. She has said she is recruiting 13,000 new neighbourhood police officers. Can she confirm that 3,000 of those will be rediverted from extra officers? They're not new, are they?
Well, so still no apology for the deep damage that they have done. And let's be clear, they halved the number of PCSOs, halved them. They've cut the number of neighbourhood police officers, probably by more than 10,000. But do you know what? We can't even be precise because their measuring of neighbourhood police officers was so ropey and so all over the place, we can't even be certain what the precise cuts were. This government is committed to increasing neighbourhood policing and PCSOs by 13,000. And in the first year of that neighbourhood policing increase, that will be funded by £200 million. That £200 million for the first year, that is already delivering plans from police forces across the country, which we will set out in due course, both to increase recruitment of new police officers and to increase recruitment of PCSOs, and also to redeploy some police officers, but those posts then being backfilled by the recruitment of other new police officers and staff elsewhere to fill those posts, something which I think the members opposite should hugely welcome, because it means for the first time in years getting the police back on the streets, into our communities, onto our streets and into our neighbourhoods. I give way to the honourable member at the back.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. Antisocial behaviour is blighting communities in places like Windhill, Baildon, Knottingley and Denham as a direct result of the cuts made to neighbourhood policing by the party opposite. When I speak to local residents, they express concerns about the misuse of fireworks, drug dealing, fly tipping and dangerous use of e-bikes and scooters. So will the Secretary of State, as part of its Safer Streets mission, reassure me and my residents that these new neighbourhood police will tackle antisocial behaviour in communities like mine as a matter of urgency? Secretary of State.
Well, my honourable friend is exactly right, because we need the police back on the streets. And let's be honest, everyone can see it in their own communities. People know that the idea that honourable members opposite think somehow everything was hunky-dory at the end of their 14 years. Actually, communities across the country can see the reality. So yes, we need, as part of our neighbourhood policing guarantee, to get more boots on the beat, more town centre patrols, officers who know the community, trusted by the community, to go after local perpetrators, to prevent persistent crimes. And these aren't outlandish demands, this is just the basics. A return to the Peel principles that lie at the heart of British policing. The police are the public are the police, trusted officers in the community working to keep people safe. I will shortly. The bill gives those neighbourhood police more powers to tackle the local crimes that undermine and damage local communities: antisocial behaviour, street theft, shoplifting, harassment in our town centres. In too many areas, those are powers that were too often weakened in the past. I will in a second. Travelling around the country, I and many others will have heard the same story too many times. The shop owners who say thieves have become increasingly brazen, the crimes driven by organised gangs, and elderly shoppers who will say they just don't go into town anymore because they don't feel safe. Or people who've had their phones stolen in the streets, all the details of their lives whipped away from them. Residents driven mad by the soaring number of roaring off-road bikes and scooters ridden in an antisocial and intimidating way. And you know, in the 2 years before the election, shop theft went up by more than 60%. More than 60% in 2 years. Snatch theft, mainly mobile phone theft, went up by more than 50% in 2 years. More than 50%. Thousands of these crimes reported every single day, yet the police left with too few powers to act, and too often, after changes made by the previous Conservative government 10 years ago, left with weakened powers to tackle those antisocial behaviours and crimes. I'll give way to my honourable friend, and then I'll give way to the honourable member opposite.
Can I, my honourable friend for giving way, can I take this opportunity to welcome the introduction of a new offence for assaulting a shop worker? Yeah. I've been in shops in Worksop where I've seen shop workers absolutely fearful what's going to happen next, and I've seen food stolen underneath my eyes. And does the Minister agree with me that local shops must become no-go areas for lawbreakers?
Yeah. Secretary of State.
So my honourable friend is right, because this bill introduces stronger action on retail crime. And I want to thank Usdaw, the Co-op, the British Retail Consortium, the Association of Convenience Stores and more for their determined campaigning over many years to protect shop workers, because the very staff who kept our local communities going, staying open through the pandemic, but who in recent years have had to face a truly disgraceful escalation in threats, abuse and violence. This measure is something that our party has campaigned on for very many years, and through this bill we will introduce a specific offence of assaulting a retail worker, sending the message loud and clear that these disgraceful crimes must not be tolerated, because everyone has a right to feel safe at work. I give way to the honourable member.
I'm grateful to the Home Secretary. She's talked about neighbourhoods and she's talked about communities. One thing I haven't heard her talk about is the rural communities that I represent and the rural crime force. Could you say a little bit about what the bill's going to deliver when it comes to them? I'm very lucky to have Leicestershire. We have a rural crime team which has seen crime drop by 24% in their last report. But it has a massive impact on the fact of machinery being taken. Could you talk me through any measures that are being brought forward that will benefit my community?
The honourable member is exactly right to draw attention to this, because many of our rural communities are seeing sometimes different kinds of patterns of crime, but very often driven by organised gangs who think that somehow rural communities will be a soft touch, and where we've seen sometimes the GPS machinery for factories, where we do believe stronger action is needed, but where we are also working with the National Police Chiefs Council now on a new rural crime strategy that my Right Honourable friend, the Policing Minister, is working on, and I know she would be happy to follow up any specific issues that he wants to raise. So too often, crimes are dismissed as low-level, even though they leave residents in a living nightmare and corrode community life. So here are the things that this Labour government's crime and policing bill will change. We're introducing new respect orders the police and courts can use to ban repeat offenders from town centres, or to put new requirements on repeat perpetrators to prevent them causing havoc in the community, for example, requirements to take up drug or alcohol treatment. Currently, the police can't immediately seize bikes or vehicles that are being used in a dangerous, intimidating or antisocial behaviour way. They just have to give a warning and then hope they catch the same person again. But that means it can be 2, 3, 4 endless strikes and the bike is still on the road. Frankly, one strike should be enough. If the police find you using a bike or a vehicle in a dangerous or antisocial way, this bill means they will be able to seize it straight away and get those dangerous, damaging bikes off the road. We'll give the police stronger powers too to tackle rising snatch theft, because all of us will know constituents, friends or family who've had their phone stolen, and then they can track it, maybe through Find My iPhone or through other similar services, yet when they tell the police where their phone is, nothing is done. So we'll give the police new powers. Where they have electronic evidence from tracking technology on the location of stolen goods, to be able to enter and search premises without waiting for warrants to be put in place. And alongside that, ministers are working now with tech companies and with the police to pursue stronger action to design out and disincentivise phone theft, so we can go after the criminal gangs who are making people's lives a misery stealing phones on the street. And we will also take stronger action on shoplifting, because 10 years ago the previous Conservative government introduced a new £200 rule, categorising shop theft below that as low value and sending a signal that has shaped the police response ever since, that that kind of crime should not be taken seriously. It became a Tory shoplifters' charter, a signal to thieves and gangs across the country that they could operate with impunity, wandering from shop to shop, stealing away because nothing would be done. But that kind of crime spreads, creates a sense of lawlessness and huge anger and frustration among the law-abiding majority who see criminals getting away with it and respect for the law hollowed out. So yes, this government will finally end the damaging £200 rule.
Thank you, Secretary of State. Will you also agree it's not just the shoplifting, it's the fear that is then put into our communities of those shop workers, but also particularly our local corner shops, our local accessible shops are there for elderly people that can't always get out to the big supermarkets or people that have difficulty, and that has put a fear of plight on them as well.
My honourable friend is right, because it's the fact of the crime, the disrespect, but also the sense of fear that it can create and the huge frustration for shop workers about the crimes that they see. But, you know, I'm glad to see there's some signs on the benches opposite of a change in heart. Members recognising how damaging their approach to town centre crime has been, the Shadow Home Secretary has written on Facebook, and I quote, "The police must have," and he puts this in capital letters, "zero tolerance to shoplifting and phone theft in Croydon, otherwise it will escalate. Stealing even less than £200 is illegal. So the police must focus ruthlessly on catching criminals and pursue every line of inquiry." Well, who'd have thought it? If that's what the right honourable gentleman now believes, why on earth didn't he take the opportunity in the 2 years that he was the policing minister to scrap the £200 threshold, which sent all the wrong signals across the police? Of course, we do know what part of his remedy, of course, to the disappearance of neighbourhood police and the soaring levels of town centre crime. He said, "Or the wider public do have the powers of citizens' arrest. And where it's safe to do so, I would encourage that to be used, including potentially a physical challenge, otherwise it will just escalate." So we'll put aside the intriguing suggestion that perhaps the Shadow Home Secretary wanders round with handcuffs in his pocket. I wonder if maybe he just misunderstood the Peel principle that the police are the public and the public are the police. What they meant was neighbourhood police in the community, not leaving the community to pick up arms because the neighbourhood police had gone. And as for reform, looks like they're too busy dealing with their own internal antisocial behaviour to even show up. So yes, this government will be tough on crime and tough on the causes of crime, something that hasn't happened for far too long. Alongside the action on community crimes, Madam Deputy Speaker, the bill also introduces much stronger measures on some of the most serious crimes of all, including the knife crime that is destroying young lives, teenagers and young people who don't get to achieve their ambitions or fulfil their dreams, and parents and families left bereft. I will give way first and now.
I thank the Home Secretary for giving way. Last year, only 4 in 10 knife possessions actually resulted in any formal criminal justice outcome. Does the Home Secretary agree that by increasing police powers to seize, retain and destroy knives, which may be legally owned but which may be used in committing a crime, will actually reduce in the number of people carrying knives?
Our friend makes a really important point. We need to both prevent young people especially getting access to these dangerous weapons in the first place, but also make sure that there are proper interventions, including referrals to youth offending teams, and we don't simply have a system that shrugs its shoulder when young people are caught carrying knives. Knife-enabled offences recorded by the police rose by 9% in the 2 years up to the summer last year. And many people in this House will know the story of Ronan Kander. And Ronan was just 16 when he was stabbed to death with a ninja sword just yards from his home. He was killed by 2 other teenagers who'd bought not just the sword, but more than 20 other lethal weapons online with no questions asked and no proper checks. And it's because of the tireless campaigning by Ronan's mum Pooja that we've already launched plans to ban ninja swords following the implementation of the zombie knife ban this summer, and we commissioned Commander Stephen Clayman to do an end-to-end review of knife sales published a few weeks ago, which is driving some of the new measures we're introducing as part of this bill. The bill I will give way to my honourable friend, then I will give way to the honourable member, but let me just make a couple of other points first, and then I will come to them. The bill increases from 6 months to 2 years imprisonment the maximum penalties for offences relating to the sale and possession of offensive weapons. But following the claim and review, we will also bring forward amendments to the bill in this House to introduce stricter age verification checks with a stringent two-step age verification system for online knife sales, so customers have to submit photo ID at the point of purchase and again on delivery, and it will be a legal requirement to hand a package containing a knife to the buyer alone. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Could I thank the Home Secretary wholeheartedly for her work on this very important matter. In my constituency, 13-year-old Ollie Stevens was attacked and brutally murdered by 2 other boys. They had seen something like hundreds of images of knives online on 11 different social media platforms, and I warmly welcome in particular the consultation that she's announced to look into the potential penalties for tech executives who fail to act responsibly in this very important area.
My honourable friend raises a really important point, and he has raised the terrible case of the killing of Ollie Stevens with me before, and I know how incredibly devastating that has been for the whole community as well. And he is right that the online systems made it far too easy for young people to be able to get hold of lethal weapons, and also the content that too many of our young people are seeing online. And it's why the measures as part of the Online Safety Act that will strengthen the requirements on tech companies around material visible to children next summer, expected later this summer, will be important as well. But he's also right that we are introducing measures. We will bring forward amendments during the course of the bill to give effect to our manifesto commitment to introduce personal liability measures for senior managers of online platforms that fail to take action on illegal content concerning knives and offensive weapons, and will introduce a requirement for sellers to notify bulk or suspicious sales of knives to the police, because we've seen cases where effectively young people were able to become effectively arms traders, buying huge numbers of illegal weapons that should not have been sold to them, and then distribute them in the community as well. I will give way to the honourable member.
I thank the Secretary of State, and knife crime is a grave issue that I'm very welcome for any measures that can help to reduce that. I have the debate next Thursday on knife crime, and I would hope to see good representation from both sides of the House in debating how we can reduce the number of children and young people that are involved in knife crime, both as victim and perpetrator. The question I would like to ask, though, is with regards to knife sales online. 52% of fatal stabbings involve a kitchen knife. Only 3.6% are involved a zombie knife. I appreciate that there are measures in place to reduce the ability of people to obtain kitchen knives online, but everybody has a drawer full of knives at home. How would we take measures to reduce that?
Of course, the honourable member makes a really important point. We know that there is an issue about young people being able to get some of these really lethal weapons, because it becomes part of what they want to do. It part of the search for status is to carry particular kinds of weapons. But he's of course right that people can get access to dangerous knives in different ways, and we need stronger prevention across the board. It's why the Young Futures programme that we are working on is particularly important. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
The government's commitment to introducing a Young Futures programme to prevent young people from being drawn into crime is welcome, especially as youth services and hubs were hollowed out under the Conservatives. But does the Home Secretary agree that prevention must be at the centre of the mission to tackle knife crime in our communities and our country?
Yeah. My honourable friend is right, and in order to tackle this really devastating crime, we have to address the prevention online, prevention in the community, access to weapons, also the response when young people are found carrying knives, and then the wider punishment and response as part of the youth justice system and the interventions to turn things around too, and also to tackle some of the criminal gangs who are drawing young people into crime crime and violence in the first place, including drawing young people into county lines, including drawing young people into drug running and into the kinds of criminal activity that leads to violence, to the carrying of knives and to dangerous crimes later on. And that's why it's so important that the bill will also introduce for the first time a specific offence of child criminal exploitation, because gangs should never be able to get away with exploiting young people in that way. I will give way.
On the point raised by the member opposite of kitchen knives, which are the main weapon that are used, will the Home Secretary look at the issue of pointed kitchen knives, which is what causes so many deaths? Both the existing knives can be blunted and rounded off if there are incentives to do that, and also that manufacturers can be persuaded, as some do, to sell knives with rounded points.
Well, my friend makes a really kind of interesting point, and this is something that has been raised with us as part of the coalition against knife crime that we have brought together, bringing together campaigning families, campaigning networks and organisations. They have raised this, and as a result, that issue is being looked at further as well. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are a range of measures, both in the bill, on the face of the bill, and also that will be brought forward as amendments, which together, these measures make up Ronan's law. And Pooja, Ronan's mother, has said, and I quote, "I wish this was done years ago, and my son would be with me today." So we are taking action in memory of Ronan, but also as a tribute to Pooja and all Ronan's family who have campaigned so hard to keep other children safe. The bill also brings in stronger measures to tackle violence against women and girls, the abuse and exploitation of children. And this, according to the Crime Survey for England and Wales, 1 in 4 women has experienced domestic abuse, 1 in 4 has suffered sexual assault, 1 in 5 has been stalked. These are the most traumatic and appalling crimes. It is high time we treated this as the national emergency it so clearly is. Decade after decade, we have said the warm words in this House, and yet too little has changed. It is imperative, not just through this bill, but across the board. This is part of our ambition to halve violence against women and girls within a decade, an integral part of the Safer Streets mission, because no one should live in fear. I give way to the honourable member.
Home Secretary for giving me the chance to just make a point for the record. We're very pleased, Home Secretary, those of us who represent Northern Ireland, to know there'll be, I think it's 51 clauses that will affect Northern Ireland through a consent motion. I think it's important that we recognise the benefits that will have, not just for here but for Northern Ireland as well. Can the Minister perhaps just confirm there may be 1 or 2 other ones we would like to see but aren't there perhaps? Has the Minister had an opportunity, so the Home Secretary had an opportunity to speak to the Minister, relevant Minister, Police and Justice Minister in Northern Ireland, to understand what we would like to have, which isn't maybe just there now, but which we would like to see for the future? Thank you so much.
We have had discussions with Northern Ireland ministers, and very happy for those discussions to continue. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very conscious of the time, and I know how many people want to speak. So if I can, I will now make progress through the remaining measures, because we do have, as part of the legislation, measures that will better protect people from stalking, making stalking protection orders more widely available, introducing a new criminal offence of administering a harmful substance, including by spiking. Measures that I know my honourable friend, the member for Rotherham, has long campaigned for around strengthening the management of offenders in the community, to introduce enhanced notification requirements for sexual offenders, for registered sexual offenders, and a bar on changing their names where there is a risk of sexual harm, and stronger measures to protect our children, one of the most fundamental responsibilities of all. This bill will create a new duty to report child sexual abuse, backed up by criminal sanctions for those who seek to cover up abuse by preventing or deterring someone carrying out the duty, something the independent inquiry on child sexual abuse recommended, something the Prime Minister and I both called for over a decade ago. He will also make grooming an aggravating factor in the sentencing of child sexual offences, because these are some of the most vile and damaging of crimes, and it will introduce new criminal offences to combat the use of artificial intelligence technology in the making and sharing of child sexual abuse, and stronger action against those who organise grooming online, where the scale of abuse and crime is increasing steeply. If I may, Mr Deputy Speaker, I will give way one last time.
I thank the Minister greatly for doing that. I recognise what's happening in clauses 45 to 54 about mandatory duty in England to report child sexual abuse. And I'd wondered if I might draw the Minister's attention, particularly the Secretary of State's attention, that there are exceptions dating back to 1603 under canon law for confessions relating to treason. There's also precedent in Section 38B of the Terrorism Act of 2000 relating to terrorism, which cover those faith leaders. But I wondered if the Minister might meet with me to discuss how we might help the various churches and faith leaders and volunteers in England to make sure that they do mandatorily report when they come across this stuff in confession.
The Policing Minister is happy to meet the Honourable Member to discuss the detail of this. I think it's imperative that all institutions, all organisations across communities take responsibility for tackling these appalling and damaging crimes. And then alongside those measures, we're also brings in measures around national security, including introducing a new youth diversion order to help managing the increasing number of young people who are being investigated or arrested for terrorism-related activity, where the counter-terror police have said that their caseload of young people has trebled in the space of just 3 years, and more action is needed. There are further measures, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm sure we will discuss in committee and later in this debate, around strengthening standards in policing, ensuring that the chief officers and local policing boards have the right to appeal the result of misconduct boards to the police appeal tribunals, to make sure that those who are not fit to serve can be removed from policing, but also the standards of police officers who do an incredible job across the country can be maintained. And on accountability, we will bring forward amendments to establish a presumption that firearms officers who are charged with offences relating to and committed during their duties will have their anonymity preserved during the court process, so we can maintain the confidence of firearms officers in the work that they do, as well as the confidence of communities. Madam Deputy Speaker, safety from harm is not a privilege, it's a fundamental right that should be afforded to everyone, no matter their circumstances. No one should be left to live in fear because of crime and antisocial behaviour in their communities. Under this government, Safer Streets is a mission for us all to draw our communities together, put police back on the beat, introduce the respect orders, the action on off-road bikes, shoplifting, street theft, stalking, spiking, grooming and child abuse, on knife sales, terrorism and serious crime, stronger action against criminals, stronger support for victims, restoring respect for the rule of law and police to our streets, ultimately to build a better, fairer Britain founded on safety and security for all. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Before I call the Shadow Secretary of State, because there are many people wishing to contribute, when I get to backbenchers only have a time limit of 5 minutes to begin with. I call the Shadow Secretary of State, Chris Philp.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me start by paying tribute to the brave police officers up and down the country who on a daily basis put themselves in the line of danger to protect us and to protect our constituencies. Every morning when an officer puts on his or her uniform, they don't know what they might encounter during their working day. They don't know if they might be attacked. Yet they take that risk to protect us. And I'm sure the whole House will want to join with me in expressing our thanks and gratitude to the work those brave men and women do on our behalf every single day. And I remember, as Police Minister a year or two ago, being moved at the National Police Memorial Service, which that year was held, I think, in Cardiff. marking the memory of those officers who had lost their lives in the line of duty. I remember meeting the families of those officers whose lives had been devastated by their wife or husband or son or daughter or father or mother who had lost their lives. And I'm sure all of us have come across cases like this in our own constituency. I'm thinking particularly now of Sergeant Matt Ratner, who lost his life in the Croydon custody centre a few years ago, and his memorial I attended. And of course all of us will be thinking of PC Keith Palmer, who lost his life not far from here, protecting us in Parliament. We owe them all a debt of gratitude. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to just start by addressing one or two of the broader points which the Home Secretary raised in her speech before turning to the substance of the bill. And the first point I would like to pick up on is the question of police officer numbers, which she spoke about quite extensively. Picking out, I noticed, a particular subset of police officers, and I wondered why it was she kept picking on this one particular subset of police officer numbers, and I think I know why. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's because police officer numbers in total last March the 31st, stood at a record ever number. 149,000, one second, I'll give way in a minute, 149,679. That is more police officers than we have ever had at any point in our country's history. Now, what an appealing choice. Of course, I'll give way.
Thank the Shadow Minister for giving way. He's making an important point. Does he accept that between 2010 and 2024, the population of the UK increased, but also the nature of crime and complexity of crime increased? I often meet police officers in my constituency and across Greater Manchester who are stressed out, who are working very long hours and often covering for other officers. So does he accept that the argument that he's making is slightly flawed because the population has increased, complexity of crime has increased, and the amount of time officers spend on tackling crime has also changed?
Well, as I said, record ever numbers of police officers. But actually, probably the relevant, if the Honourable Gentleman wants to measure police officer numbers against demand, one of the relevant metrics to consider, of course, I'm just going to answer the question, if I may. One of the relevant metrics to consider is the overall volume of crime that the police have to investigate. That might be the number one looks at in deciding if police numbers need to go up. I'm just going to actually make the point first, if I may. Now, according to the Crime Survey of England and Wales, which according to the ONS is the only statistically meaningful measure of crime, between 2010 and 2024, just to pick a couple of arbitrary dates at random, overall crime fell from 9.5 million incidents to 4.7, a reduction of 51%. So, over that period of time, we saw a 51% reduction in overall crime, but an increase in the number of police officers to that record number. Those are the facts. I give way.
I thank the Shadow Minister for giving way. Does the Shadow Minister recognise that sexual violence went up by 300% reported crime under his government? And also, when he talks about police numbers, would he like to mention how many police officers left because of the conditions in the police force and through mental health and physical health issues?
Attrition in the police force is something we need to take very seriously. Every year, I'm trying to recall the numbers, but from memory, each year approximately 3% of police officers, 3 to 4%, leave owing to retirement, and a further approximately 3 to 3.5% leave before their retirement age. Now, a 3% non-retirement rate of leaving is much lower, of course, than most professions, but I'm sure we'd all like it to be lower. And the last government started doing work on mental health support for police officers, which I'm sure the current government will continue. But let me now just say a word about the future, because having hit record ever police officer numbers, I'm rather anxious to make sure, I'm just going to make some progress and I will give way. I'm rather anxious to make sure those record ever numbers are maintained. Now, the funding settlement announced by the Home Secretary for the police, and the Police Minister in fact, a few weeks ago, increased by £1.089 billion. They made a big play of that number. But when you go through the funding pressures which police forces across England and Wales face, and you add them all up, including, of course, the £230 million extra police forces have to pay for national insurance. The funding pressures don't add up to 1.089 billion. They add up to 1.205 billion. The funding pressures this coming financial year, which starts in just a few weeks' time, are about £116 million more than the funding increase. There is a gap. And the consequence of that gap is that police forces across England and Wales, the 43 forces, may have to cut 1,800 officers in order to make that funding shortfall up. Now, the gentleman is showing extreme enthusiasm, which I feel should be rewarded.
I thank the Shadow Home Secretary for giving way. He made play of the numbers 2010 and 2024. As a former local government councillor, I can tell him that the ward that I represented in 2010 had a full-time police officer and 2 full-time PCSOs. When his government left office in June 2024, it had 1 part-time PCSO and was a third larger. Would he care to apologise to the public of Hartlepool for that disgraceful record?
Well, look, I think I will not be apologising for delivering record-ever police numbers. I think if his local force was not deploying those officers in the best way, he should be taking that up, obviously, with his local police and crime commissioner. Now, I think in light of the number of speakers wanting to speak, I probably ought to get on to the bill in front of us. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, when I picked up this bill, I must confess I experienced a frisson of excitement. I thought, well, the Home Secretary has been in opposition for 14 years. Not quite long enough, but there we are, 14 years. And I thought during that 14-year period, she must have come up with lots and lots of good new ideas. And I picked up the bill, excited to find out what new things might be contained in it. But as I read it, as I turned the pages and scrutinised its contents, this sort of strange feeling of familiarity came over me, a sense almost of déjà vu. Quite a few measures in this bill I'd seen somewhere before. In the criminal justice bill, mostly, introduced by the last government. Now, in the government's press release, which they modestly issued a couple of weeks ago when this bill was introduced at first reading, the government highlighted approximately 35, in fact exactly 35 headline measures. And I went through checking those measures to see how many of them had been copied and pasted from the previous government. And the answer is about 23 of them. So this is a bill, apparently 2/3 of which has been copied and pasted from the previous government. Now, I know the Home Secretary works closely with the Chancellor of the Exchequer and views her as something of a role model, but emulating her copy and pasting maybe isn't the best thing to copy. All of these new offences, you know, the spiking offence, for example, the intimate image offence, the duty to report, the new criminal offence of possessing a bladed article with intent, the maximum penalty for selling dangerous weapons to under 18s. These are all good measures introduced by the last government. And of course, and would by now have been legislated for, were it not for the unfortunate early general election. So I congratulate her. It was unfortunate. So I congratulate her for using the Control-C, Control-V function on her Home Office computer and emulating so many of the measures in the previous bill. Happy to give way.
Is he aware he sounds increasingly like he's saying that on the powers of the police, on the measures in this legislation, on the numbers of police officers and on resources, that voters got it wrong? And that sounds incredibly insulting to the public, and an apology would frankly be better. And is he aware that in Southwark we have fewer officers at the point of the last election, which he says came too soon? It didn't come soon enough for my electors, who still have fewer police in 25 than they had in 2010.
Question of the Metropolitan Police. The Metropolitan Police as a whole does in fact have record officer numbers as well, but they could have had about an extra 1,500 officers had their Police and Crime Commissioner, Sadiq Khan, bothered recruiting them. In fact, Sadiq Khan was the only Police and Crime Commissioner in the country to miss his recruitment target. I give way.
I thank the Right Honourable Member for giving way. Will he agree with me that, unlike some of the police and crime commissioners representing honourable members across the House, we actually have a record of Conservative police and crime commissioners who, in the case of Alison Hernandez in Devon and Cornwall, has seen the reopening of 14 police front desks across Devon and Cornwall, and perhaps they might like to take some lessons from that.
Well, she's quite right. Conservative police and crime commissioners do tend to have much better track records on keeping police stations open and on delivering lower crime figures. Now, I would like to just ask the Home Secretary some questions. Maybe the Police Minister will reply to these at the end, because there are some measures that were in the previous government's criminal justice bill that have disappeared in the new ones. And I'd just be interested, quite genuinely interested, just to hear what the government's thinking is. Now, one of the areas that is conspicuously missing are the measures on nuisance begging. Now, the intention of the last government was to repeal, using a statutory instrument, the Vagrancy Act 1824, once there were new replacement measures on the statute books. And those new replacement measures were contained in the old bill. I see that the new bill this government has tabled doesn't have those nuisance begging measures. So could the Police Minister, either by intervention now or perhaps in her winding up, just tell the House what the government's plans are in relation to repealing or not the 1824 Act, and what their plans are around nuisance begging? Because were they to repeal that Act using a statutory instrument without putting any new measures in place, there would obviously be a lacuna, a gap in the criminal law, and I think the whole House would appreciate an update on that. Secondly, there was a measure in the previous government's criminal justice bill to compel perpetrators who had just been convicted of a criminal offence to appear in the dock for sentencing, and there was a power to use reasonable force to do that. There had been some very distressing cases where someone had been convicted and then refused to appear in the dock to face justice. That measure, so far as I can see, is not in the new bill, and I would appreciate knowing the government's thinking on that. My third question, in terms of omissions that I've noticed so far, relates to the new offence of assaulting an emergency worker, which was also announced by the previous government, I might add. Now, the criminal behaviour order for those people who assault a shop worker is welcome, but the previous bill, the previous version, had, as announced, had a measure that said if someone repeatedly assaulted a retail worker, I think it was 3 times or more, then they would be subject to electronic monitoring, a tag. And I don't see that particular provision in this version. Again, I would be interested in hearing the Police Minister's view on that. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me just turn now to a matter which the Home Secretary made a great deal of in her speech, and that is the change made in 2014 around shop theft less than £200. Now, listening to the Home Secretary and the government communications around this, you would think it had ceased to be a criminal offence in 2014. That is, of course, not the case. Shoplifting goods of any value, including under £200, was and always has been a criminal offence subject to Section 1 of the Theft Act 1968. The change made in 2014, I was going to develop a point, and then I'll be happy to take interventions, particularly from the Home Secretary. The change made in 2014 changed it from being an either-way offence to a summary-only offence. So either way means it can be tried in the Magistrates' Court or the Crown Court. Either way means magistrates only. It was still a criminal offence, and people could still be convicted of up to now a year in prison for committing it. It certainly wasn't decriminalised, and the government's own impact assessment says that about 90% of the convictions or the charges for shoplifting were under £200 and tried in the Magistrates' Court. So if it was ineffective, why were 90% of charges under £200? Now, she claims this will herald some sort of extraordinary change in the way shoplifting is treated. But I would respectfully refer the Home Secretary to her Economic Note 1007, page 28, paragraph 144, which I'm sure members here have all read. And in that paragraph, it says that the central scenario in the government's impact assessment says that the number of charges with this change will remain constant. The government's own impact assessment says there will be no change in the number of charges as a result of this alteration. So when the Home Secretary points to this as some kind of silver bullet. I'm afraid to say her own impact assessment says something very, very different indeed. Now, there is actually a potentially adverse consequence of this, and this is quite a serious point, and I would just ask the Home Secretary to think about this, genuinely quite carefully, because what's going to happen when this offence is made either way rather than summary only is lots of people who are charged will elect to have a Crown Court jury trial. Now, that will have a couple of instead of a magistrates' court trial. Now, a magistrates' court trial generally gets heard for a not guilty plea in a matter of 6 or 8 weeks. It's relatively quick. A Crown Court jury trial could be a year and a half to be heard. So the first thing I would just caution is that instead of these not guilty, I'm making quite a serious point, it would just be good to think about this. Instead of these cases being heard in the magistrates' court in 6 to 8 weeks, there could be a circa 1.5 year delay, which I'm sure isn't the government's intention, but that is what will happen if this change is made. The second adverse consequence is that if lots of these shoplifting cases, currently heard in the magistrates' court, end up in the Crown Court before a jury, very valuable and scarce Crown Court jury trial time, which should be used for serious cases like rape and murder, GBH, all of those very serious offences, instead of that valuable and scarce court time being used for those more serious offences, it'll get taken up with this. So, look, I understand she wants to send a signal, I really do, but I would just ask the government just to reflect carefully on the potential unintended consequence that this change may have. I'm making this as a serious point, and I would really ask the government to give it consideration, because it may end up having the opposite effect to that which they intend. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are one or two things which I would like to further just talk about that the Home Secretary raised. And the first of those is knife crime. There are some measures in this bill designed to address knife crime, which we will support. And I'm sure all of us here would want to fight the scourge of knife crime. It's responsible for about 1/3 of all homicides. And I'm sure almost all of us will have encountered a constituency case. I'll never forget attending the funeral of 15-year-old Iain Andam in Croydon, who was murdered on the morning of September the 27th, 2023, at 8:30 a.m. on Wellesley Road in central Croydon by a 17-year-old perpetrator with a knife. And seeing the grief her parents suffered and her little brother Corby is something I will never forget. So I'm sure we're all going to want to fight knife crime for that reason. So in addition to the measures in this bill, which we will support, I'd be grateful if the Police Minister would confirm that the hotspot patrolling in areas where knife crime is a problem that was started in the last government will be continued and the funding will continue. I think that really could make an important difference. But it's also, I think, important that stop and search powers are used. Now, in my view, taking knives off the street is the most important thing. In London, stop and search takes about, or in the past, took about 400 knives a month off the streets. Knives that could have been used to kill someone like Iain. I'm concerned that stop and search is going down for misplaced concerns about community tension. So I would encourage the government to get police forces to use more stop and search and to perhaps amend legislation, including Pace Code A, to make the use of stop and search easier. I spoke to a police officer in Croydon just last Sunday about stop and search, and he said he felt that they're worried about misconduct proceedings if they use the power of stop and search. So I would like to make it easier for police officers to use those powers to protect the public. I'd like to hear the government's views on that, but this is an area where we are minded to table amendments to give the police more confidence to use those stop and search powers to save lives like Iain's. Now, I also, when Police Minister about a year ago, provided some funding to invest in exploring new technology to scan for knives at a distance, so a distance of maybe sort of 10 metres, not very far, which would mean people walking down the streets in areas where knife crime is a problem could be scanned, and if they held a knife, had a knife concealed on their person, it would be identified. Now, that technology about a year ago was emerging. I put the money behind it to try and explore, to basically develop it to the point that it could be deployed. And I was told by the company doing that, and by Home Office officials, that by about the spring of this year, spring 2025, a version of that technology would be available that could be used experimentally on the street. So I'd be really grateful to know, maybe in an intervention now, if the Police Minister could, whether that work has been carried forward and if that scanning technology is ready to deploy, because it really could, I think, help take knives off our streets and save lives. I mean, I'd be happy to take an intervention now, or perhaps later. No, she'll come back later. OK. Well, of course.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend. It does seem to me that the good work that the government's doing in this bill by criminalising the possession of knives with intent is going to be undermined if you have to wait for somebody actually to take out the knife and commit an attack before you can discover whether or not they've got a knife. So surely, if there's a separate offence arising from mere possession, it's particularly important, as my right honourable friend says, to take measures which will enable you to discover that someone possesses that knife before they've had a chance to do harm with it.
Yes. My right honourable friend is absolutely right. If we're going to prosecute these offences and put more potential perpetrators in prison and critically protect the public, we do need to detect more knives that are being routinely carried on our city streets, and that does mean more stop and search, and it does mean the use of knife scanning technology of the kind I just described to identify those knives before they're used. My right honourable friend puts it very, very powerfully indeed. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, other areas where the opposition may be minded to move amendments would include an amendment setting up a statutory national inquiry into rape gangs. Now, for some reason, the government have only set up local inquiries in 5 areas. Some local authorities are refusing to hold inquiries, which I think is scandalous. We know about 50 towns are affected, so having inquiries into just 5 of those towns is not good enough. I will just in a second on this point. Moreover, these local inquiries don't have the statutory powers arising under the Inquiries Act 2005 to compel witnesses to give evidence. The chairs of the local inquiry in Manchester resigned last year because even today, public authorities were covering this up. We need a national statutory inquiry, and we intend to try and amend this bill to do that if the government won't agree to one. We need to get to the truth. Local councils, local councillors, the police, the CPS were all involved to a greater or lesser extent in ignoring or even covering up these terrible offences. We need to get to the truth.
Thank you very much for giving way. We as a government are taking very seriously the culture of child grooming and gangs, but in the previous role, when you were Minister in charge of crime and policy...
Please be seated. I wasn't. You said you. Intervention, short and sharp.
During the previous role of Minister Policy and Policing, the Honourable Member attended 352 meetings. Could you please explain why not one single one of those was on child grooming?
Well, of course, as you will know, that falls into the portfolio of the Safeguarding Minister, who, during our time in office, had dozens and dozens of meetings on that topic, as she will, of course, know. I did have multiple meetings, of course, on Operation Soteria, which is designed to combat rape and serious sexual assault. Now, I think Madam Deputy Speaker is keen to move on to backbench speeches since there is so much interest in this bill. So I will just ask the Police Minister, when she winds up this debate, to update the House on the use of technology to catch perpetrators, particularly... Yes.
I'd like to thank the Shadow Home Secretary for giving way. And actually, I think there's a lot in this bill which is not mentioned, which is really good, particularly around tackling violence against women and girls, some of the legislation around stalking, and some of that work which was actually carried on cross-party over the last few years, whether it's increasing the age of consent from marriage from 16 to 18, whether it's tackling some of the forced marriage issues, whether it's hymenoplasty and validity testing, which I helped put through in the last Parliament. But would my right honourable friend just work with me perhaps on looking at how we can perhaps try and convince the government to look at introducing legislation around first cousin marriage and looking around some of those really serious issues and how we can include in this legislation some of the sexual offences which relate to that as well.
Well, I thank my honourable friend, and I do support what he has proposed around first cousin marriage. The health implications of first cousin marriage are deeply, deeply alarming. I do support his proposal, and I think it is something we could look to take forward in this bill and put to a test in a vote of the House. Now, I really must conclude. My last question for the Police Minister in winding up is for an update on the use of technology to combat crime, particularly the use of retrospective facial recognition and live facial recognition, which enables the police to catch criminals who would otherwise not be caught. As she knows, it's something I support strongly, and I would gladly support her if this is work she wants to continue. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm glad... I've got to finish now. I'm glad to see so many familiar clauses in this bill. We broadly support the intent of this bill, but of course what really matters is delivery. It's making sure that those record-ever police numbers are catching criminals and are increasing the conviction rate. Those police numbers and the results they deliver are the yardstick by which this government will be measured. But I look forward to scrutinising this bill as it passes through the House and putting down constructive amendments during its various stages.
5-minute time limit. Select Committee Chair Andy Slaughter.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I can't possibly do justice to the many needed and well-crafted measures in this bill in the few minutes I have, so I will just talk about the effect on the justice system and a couple of specific concerns of my own. The bill introduces a number of new criminal offences and makes changes to existing offences. I've counted 27 new offences. The bill is being considered at a time where there is significant uncertainty as to how the criminal justice system will operate in the future. There are two reasons for that. The first is that the criminal justice system is in a very bad way. Last summer, prisons reached bursting point and emergency measures were needed to ensure that convicted offenders could not be sent to prison rather than released. In December, it was announced that the Crown Court backlog had reached a record level of 73,105 cases. This is despite the previous government setting a target of reducing it to 53,000 cases by now. In response to each of these crises, the government has commissioned wide-ranging reviews of the criminal courts, chaired by Sir Brian Levison, and on sentencing, chaired by David Gore. Both of these reviews are likely to have a significant effect on the justice measures in this bill. So the new criminal offences in this bill will need to come into effect when the criminal justice system is in a state of flux. Parliament will be asked to consider whether, whatever proposals the government decides to take forward from the reviews. However, legislating to create a number of new offences at this particular point in time makes it difficult for anyone to know what the effect of the new offences will be. This is the problem. These are both problems that have been left to the present government by the previous government, but it's a difficult matter that needs to be addressed as both are going on at the same time. Can I briefly turn to knife crime, which I raised in my earlier intervention? Between April 2023 and March 2024, 262 people were killed by sharp instruments. Home Office statistics can identify the type of sharp instrument in 169 of those cases, with 165 of those being knives. With the type of knife has been identified, 109 were kitchen knives. In other words, 2/3 of the identified knives used to kill people in that year were kitchen knives. So there's now a growing campaign to phase out kitchen knives with pointed tips as an everyday household item and introduce kitchen knives with rounded tips. Pointed knives are much more likely to pierce vital organs and sever arteries, and these injuries far more likely to be fatal. Of course, there are millions of pointed knives in drawers all over the country. The Safer Knives Group, which I'm a member, is supporting a pilot scheme to convert pointed kitchen knives into safer, rounded tip knives. The government can encourage manufacturers to replace pointed knives with rounded knives and discourage the sale of pointed knives by creating a price differential. They can support the launch of a knife modification scheme to change pointed knives to rounded knives. And finally, they can collect more data on the types of knives used in any knife-related crime. This is now happening for homicides, but we ought to extend this. Not all of this requires, I'm pleased to say, legislation. It doesn't need to add to the weight of this bill, but they are all matters that need consideration. I'm grateful for the indication the Home Secretary gave earlier. Finally, I'd just like to speak about something which I think should be in the bill, which is not, and that is about the law as it applies to gypsy and traveller communities who face many inequalities and prejudice. Those seemingly sanctioned by the previous government by the inclusion of Part 4 of the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Act in 2022. This legislation gave police extra powers to ban gypsies and travellers from an area for 12 months, along with arrests, fines and even seizing their homes. A High Court ruling in 2024 determined that these powers were incompatible with the European Convention on Human Rights, and so this bill is the first vehicle to rectify this injustice. I would ask them, the Minister, perhaps when winding up, if she could give an indication about whether the government is going to attend to this matter. It clearly has to, because of the determination of the High Court, and therefore the sooner it is done, the better. The future of a very vulnerable and very discriminated against community depends on this, and I hope that this government, as in so many other ways, will correct the faults of its predecessor.
For the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Lisa Smart.
Very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. There are elements of this bill that we Liberal Democrats welcome. There are some we wouldn't be spending this much parliamentary time on, and some we raise a wary Liberal eyebrow at while we dust off the well-worn reasons why civil liberties really do matter to all of us. The biggest area of disappointment for us, though, are the missed opportunities, some of the topics not covered and the chances not taken. We welcome the opportunity to scrutinise the bill as it works its way through committee stage and beyond. We'll be pushing the government to go further in some areas, suggesting that it maybe should take itself off for a little lie down in a nice quiet room, as it seems to have got itself a little overwrought when it comes to some others. The key things Lib Dems will be pushing for will be a serious commitment to restoring proper community policing, as without that, it simply won't deliver the frontline policing that my constituency of Hazel Grove and communities across the country need and deserve. We all agree that everyone should feel safe in their own home and in their own neighbourhood. Yet, after years of Conservative mismanagement, that is not the reality in too many of our communities. The previous government gutted neighbourhood policing, slashing over 4,500 police community support officers since 2015. It should come as no surprise that 6,000 cases are closed every day without a suspect even being identified, or that just 6% of reported crimes result in a charge. I will give way.
Thank the Honourable Member for giving way, and I think it's really important that we reflect on the impact of that underinvestment in neighbourhood policing, specifically the cultural feeling of insecurity, the way that people feel that the crime will not be responded to, and that has pervaded every society, especially I hear it on the doorsteps every time I go out. That is going to take a long time for us to get back from.
Honourable Member for his intervention, and completely agree with him that crime stats are really important, but the way that people feel about crime also hugely important for all of our communities. And it's felt really acutely in constituencies like mine in Hazel Grove, and we've got towns and villages like Marple and Romley, with shop workers reporting that they're facing a real surge in shop theft, and many telling me that they've got no expectation that the police will respond. We've had incidents where even charity shops have been burgled, and these organisations just can't afford to absorb the losses. Another persistent concern raised by my constituents is the blight of illegal off-road bikes, and I know that's felt in all of our constituencies. From Offerton to High Lane, residents feel intimidated by this antisocial and often dangerous behaviour. Now, local officers tell me that they don't lack the powers to act, but they lack the tools, the resources and the capacity to enforce existing laws. And so we'll be scrutinising the government's proposals here, especially as they relate to under 18s. The new government must return to the neighbourhood policing model with bobbies on the beat who are visible, trusted and properly resourced. And any element of this bill that does that will receive Lib Dem support. So what else, Madam Deputy Speaker, do we support in this bill? Well, Part 4 of the bill deals with the criminal exploitation of children and others, and it is welcome. And Part 5 seeks to update the law around sexual offences too. They'll of course need close scrutiny to make them as effective as they can be, but they have Lib Dem support. If this were a Lib Dem bill, we wouldn't be talking quite as much about criminalising those who climb on specific war memorials. And we'd be protecting the important right to protest rather than making it harder for this right to be exercised. And we're surprised and more than a little bit disappointed that there's no mention in the bill of bringing in domestic abuse aggregated offences. And I thank my honourable friend, the member for Eastbourne, for all the work he's done in this area. We all agree that domestic abuse devastates lives, and the criminal justice system must properly recognise its severity. Too many abusers escape appropriate justice because domestic abuse is prosecuted under general offences like common assault or GBH, and that fails to capture the full nature of the crime. We urge the government to back this change, ensuring victims and survivors receive the protections they need and deserve, and I'm sure my honourable friend, the member for Eastbourne, will have much more to say on this in due course. I will give way.
I just want to be, apologies, to go back to be very clear about what she just said a moment ago. Is she saying that she does not think, or she does think, that climbing on and desecrating our war memorials is an acceptable behaviour, and that she would be, and that she'd be very happy for that to carry on? Because that seems to be what she's saying. But to me, that sounds. I mean, I'm sure that's not the case, but I'd love to hear her clarification.
It's always a genuine pleasure to be intervened on by the honourable gentleman, and I'm very grateful that he rose to his feet. What I said was that if it were a Lib Dem bill, which I look forward to moving in the fullness of time, we would not be spending as much time talking about this as a criminal act. There are so many priorities for this government, and I will talk about a number of things that we are disappointed not to see in here at the expense of one of the 340 pages of the bill talking about the issue the honourable gentleman raises. One of them, Madam Deputy Speaker, which we wait with bated breath for the new government to crack down on the water companies that pollute our rivers with impunity. Nowhere is this clearer than in my community, because as well as sewage being dumped into our rivers, part of the Chadkirk Country Estate, which is a beloved green space in my constituency, was turned into a sewage swamp after heavy rainfall in the new year. The field beside Otterspool Road, which the council planned to transform into a well-kept community meadow, was flooded with raw sewage. And the current laws allows the water companies to get away with this, and that is why Liberal Democrats will continue to push to make sewage dumping a specific criminal offence, so that these executives can be held accountable for the damage they do to our communities. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government's failure to make reference to rural crime, even once in this bill, is unacceptable. And I heard the Home Secretary's response to the honourable member who's no longer there to his intervention, and it is indeed welcome that a rural crime strategy is on the way, but we as Lib Dems will be pushing for that to be made a commitment in this bill. Rural crime is not an inconvenience, it is a growing crisis. The NFU has reported the cost of rural crime has soared to over £52 million in 2023, with organised gangs targeting farm machinery, vehicles and GPS equipment. And yet less than 1% of police officers are in dedicated rural crime teams. And I heard this exactly for myself, Madam Deputy Speaker, when I met with about a dozen or so of my local farmers on Far Benfield Farm on Cowley Brow last week. I heard very clearly the impact that organised fly tipping, organised equipment theft has on these farming families. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill has a gap where any discussion of legislating for or regulation of live facial recognition should be. The Liberal Democrats have been clear. This technology is a threat to privacy, it's discriminatory and does not make our streets safer. The previous government pushed ahead with its use despite serious concerns from human rights organisations, legal experts and even their own independent biometrics commissioner. The police should be focusing on evidence-based crime prevention, not rolling out flawed and biased surveillance technology. Any use of it by the police must be transparent, unbiased and regulated. We can see police forces coming up with their own rules within which to operate. It is long past time for the government to set the framework. It would be a pleasure to give way.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way. Look, the system currently being used is not biased. It's been tested by the National Physical Laboratory, and the bias problems which existed 7 or 8 years ago have now been resolved. She says it's unregulated. It's not unregulated. There was a Supreme Court case which set out the parameters, and that is now enshrined in authorised professional practice, which is National College of Policing guidance.
I don't recall hearing a question from the Shadow Home Secretary, but the point that he made, I'm sure he would welcome then it being further clarified through this legislation. It is not mentioned, and I agreed with the point that he made from the dispatch box earlier, it is not mentioned in this bill, and I'm sure we would both welcome scrutinising from perhaps different starting points, ending up somewhere that our police forces can feel confident that they know exactly what the rules are and exactly how to make best use of any new technology that's coming through. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Government and this bill has the potential to deliver real change, but only if the Government listens. This means a return to proper neighbourhood policing. It means giving rural police the resources they so desperately need, and it also means protecting civil liberties. It's time for this Government to show that it's serious about preventing crime and enabling our police to act when crime has been committed. All of our communities across the whole country deserve nothing less.
Time limit of 5 minutes. Shaun Davies.
There are many areas where the British people have had to put up with decline and decay over the last 14 years, but the breakdown of law and order might be the most profound. Victims felt unprotected, criminals went unpunished, and crimes simply went unchecked. Meanwhile, the law-abiding majority looked on in horror, police officers felt frustrated and without the tools to act. So I'm delighted to be supporting this bill that starts to turn the tables on 14 years of neglect. I welcome the Government's plans to introduce 13,000 extra neighbourhood police officers and put a named police officer in every community. To introduce respect orders and real punishments for the so-called low-level crime, such as antisocial behaviour and off-road bikes, that have plagued communities thanks to Tory amnesty. To protect retail workers, including scrapping the Tory shoplifters charter that's decriminalised theft under £200. I remember speaking to shop workers in my constituency in Telford during the general election who talked about the yobs walking into the shop, nicking items off the shelves and walking straight out because they knew the police would take no action. To create a duty to report child sexual abuse and increase sentencing for the monsters who organise child grooming. To crack down on knife crime, on selling weapons to under 18s, and give power to seize and destroy bladed articles, and so much more, all within months of this Home Secretary taking office. But I urge the Government to go further, to strengthen neighbourhood policing, which is at the heart of its mission to take back our streets. Increasing powers for police officers to tackle antisocial behaviour is among the most important measures in this bill. But we mustn't stop there. There are CSOs, there are local authority enforcement officers who do vital work in supporting the police and being friendly faces in our communities, and they too should be given the powers to deal with these low-level antisocial behaviour and also the yobs on our streets. We can also make our streets safer by introducing standalone deportation orders for foreign national offenders who endanger public safety. This Government has deported over 3,000 criminals since taking office, but often after several thousands of pounds have been spent in the criminal justice system. I also welcome Clause 105, which requires registered sex offenders to notify the authorities if they change their names. Again, it's about helping the public feel safe and secure. They'll know that someone convicted of sex offences isn't hiding amongst them, and victims will know that they aren't somewhere repeating their crimes, going undetected because of this ridiculous legal loophole. When we were elected, we were promised our constituents that we would help them take back control of their streets. The first priority of any government is to keep its citizens safe, at home, at the border and around the world. And for the last 14 years, it has been a source of national shame that we didn't do that. There's a lot of work to do to restore public trust, but with this bill, we will make vital first steps towards protecting victims, punishing criminals and preventing crime. And let me just finish on this note. The Shadow Home Secretary said that there was an unnecessary or regrettable general election. In my constituents, In my constituency of Telford, they voted for change, and I urge the government to get on with it.
Sir Duncan Smith.
Speaker, I'm going to be as brief as possible because I know others want to get in. Can I first of all start by a general point, which is I sat here long enough, not today, of course, but over the years. Every government comes in with a criminal justice bill, and then a year later another, and a year later another, and then the next government comes in and starts with a criminal justice bill. So I'm not going to get into political knockabout on this, because the reality is, you know, for those who've been here long enough, we've always got another reason why we need another criminal justice bill, and this goes on. So I want to be a little more rational about this if I can, to say, if passing laws did the job of ending crime, then we'd have long ago managed it. It's how we deal with the things that get behind the crime. The Centre for Social Justice quite recently published a really, really good report called The Lost Boys. And it's about the generation of, particularly since post-COVID, of young boys that have become dysfunctional with serious mental health problems, who often end up on the street, being sucked into gangs. And it is the attitude and the behaviour of those boys which gives rise to the violence and subsequent murders that take place on the street. Putting a knife into someone's hand doesn't make them a murderer. Putting a knife into someone's hands who has already been broken in the wrong attitude, that is where murder comes from and where the violence comes from. And I recommend to the government to get that report and read it, because it's staggering reading for us all. These young boys are becoming men, and they're going to live in and out of prisons. Violence will be a part of their lives, and drug taking and drug abuse and abuse to women. It is boys and men that make up the crime. Young women and girls as a tiny proportion of criminals. It's men where the problem lies, and boys who start that. So that is critical to get ahead of this. If we want to solve knife crime, it's in the heads and the brains of those young boys and subsequently men where the crime is committed. The knife is only the final act in all of that. So when I say that those who recommended the rounding of the blades, maybe, but I have to tell you, a young guy will just go and grind that rounded point to a sharp point and get on with it if that's what they want to do. You know, they will do nothing to allow them to get in their way of that. And I simply make that as an observation. I also recommend to the government assault on retail workers. That's absolutely right. But I do say to her, I have struggled endlessly with police to get them onto the streets to arrest people who are shoplifting. They're not shoplifting for a sandwich. They're stripping stores of thousands of pounds of goods. It's a serious offence of antisocial behaviour, and anything more they can do to crack down on that is the first crime that most of our constituents notice and fear exactly. They threaten those in the shops and the people serving them, so it really is important we get on top of that. I want to also, though, come round to one question. I had an amendment in the previous criminal justice bill on cycling. Actually, I had two amendments. But one was on cycling and the danger of dangerous cycling at the moment. And an observation when the Minister gets up to, is that gone? I've been talking to the Transport Office as well about it. We need to sort out the e-bikes and also the dangerous, very fast bikes and cyclists on the road who commit offences. Well, I'll very quickly give way here.
Very briefly, it would also help if it were made mandatory for all cyclists to have a bell so they could at least warn pedestrians of their approach.
Well, I take that into consideration. The main point I was making was we have had death. We have had deaths on the street where cyclists cannot be prosecuted for having killed someone. We are still using a piece of legislation from the mid-19th century, which was offensive and wild carriage driving, which is not acceptable, but it hardly ever commits anybody and convicts them either. So I encourage the government to please look again at dangerous cycling, where people genuinely abuse the Road Traffic Act and nothing ever seems to be done to them, particularly now on e-bikes, which are very dangerous, and they use the pathways, even if they're not committing a criminal offence. In the sense of it, they are causing major danger, and ASB, antisocial behaviour, is a big thing our constituents notice, and they feel very threatened by people who ride them down on the pavements. It may seem small, but it's not. I do want to end by congratulating the government on bringing in an offence of cuckooing. She knows that I introduced an amendment into the last criminal justice bill, and I'm really, really pleased to say that the government has picked it up and put it into this bill. There are really big issues about people who feel threatened, brutal individuals that take over their houses, they commit criminal offence from them, and then in the end some of them get arrested themselves having had no control over that house. Many of them have mental health problems, many of them are stuck in back rooms and abuse themselves. And having an offence of this allows the police, I said this all along, if they have a suspicion that that is taking place, they can move into the house and they can deal with it straight away. And I congratulate the government on that. The previous government took my amendment, so hopefully this is something we can all join forces on. There is one question, though, that I have to ask the Minister when she gets up. Offenders often use coercion and grooming and manipulation. And I would just simply ask her, if in the bill it says an absence of consent, does she think that an absence of consent will alone be good enough to be able to convict people who have carried out coercion, grooming and manipulation? It's the thing that I'm slightly concerned about. I raise that with her and I hope she can deal with it at the end. But at the end of it all, criminal justice bill is a good thing. Thank you.
Yeah.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a huge bill with over 300 pages of measures. But today I want to focus on the extra powers to the police protests, particularly relating to clauses 86 and 95, where civil liberties organisations such as Liberty, Amnesty and Big Brother Watch, as well as the trade unions, have raised loud alarm bells. But I also want to take this opportunity to recognise more broadly the dangerous direction of travel of the increasing criminalisation of legitimate and peaceful protests in this country, which, as many here today will recognise, is being mirrored around the world. In recent years, we've seen the introduction of a vast swathe of anti-protest measures, including new police powers that have been used increasingly to clamp down on freedom of assembly and expression. And these are being extended yet again in the bill we're debating today. The Tories' controversial Police Crime Sentencing and Court Act 2022, the Public Order Act 2023 and the Serious Disruption Regulations Act of 2023 all brought in wide-ranging new powers. These include allowing the police to impose conditions on any protest which is deemed to be disruptive or cause serious annoyance to the local community, and bringing in sentences of up to 10 years in prison for damaging memorials such as statues. For those of us who fought those measures tooth and nail, we've now seen our fears realised, with clampdowns on the right to peacefully protest. Last month we saw the aggressive policing of the national Palestine protests lead to the arrest of an estimated 77 protesters, with even members of this House being called in for police questioning, as well as an 87-year-old Holocaust survivor who was carrying flowers to lay for the dead children of Gaza. We cannot underestimate the chilling impact that this heavy-handed policing of peaceful protests will have on our basic rights and freedoms. From striking workers to the national Palestine demos to the farmers' protests, huge demonstrations and protests are becoming more commonplace right across the political spectrum, as people across the country and beyond feel they are losing their voices in the workplaces and the political sphere. And instead of continuing down this dangerous road, we should be taking the opportunity that this bill presents to roll back on some of these powers, defend our civil liberties and restore our proud traditions of freedom of speech, expression and assembly. In this country, we have and I'm not taking any intervention, sorry, we have a proud tradition of standing up for what we believe in. But this has increasingly come under threat, and the measures in this bill continue this trajectory. I hope the Minister and Government will take these points on board and consider amendments at committee stage to roll back on some of the existing draconian anti-protest legislation
and restore our civil liberties, moves that I am sure we can find common ground on across this House. Lastly, I want to turn to the impact that some of the provisions in the bill will have on further criminalising Roma and traveller communities, and the impact that certain clauses will have on GRT communities like those living in the Tara Park site in my Liverpool Riverside constituency. In particular, I want to raise concerns around Part 1, Clause 3 of this bill that extends police dispersal powers that, as the travel movement have raised, risks leading to even more heavy-handed policing of Gypsy, Roma and traveller communities. As with the anti-protest legislation in this bill, we must see these measures within the broader context of the increasing criminalisation of these already marginalised communities. As such, I hope the Government will go back to the drawing board and consider using this bill to repeal Section 60C to 60E of the Public Order Act. This bill is the first under Labour of its kind for a generation. Let's use it as an opportunity to protect our most marginalised communities and defend civil liberties.
Rebecca Hall. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak on the Crime and Policing Bill before us today. Firstly, I would like to thank Surrey Police for all they do to keep us safe in Reigate and Banstead. I welcome much of what is in this bill and I won't repeat what has already been said. Instead, I will focus my remarks on what I believe is required to tackle the scourge of commercial sexual exploitation in this country. It's very easy for people to think that sexual exploitation doesn't affect them and doesn't happen in their neighbourhood, but it is more common than many realise, happening behind closed doors on very normal, everyday streets. Sexual exploitation, often of young women, is an awful crime that destroys lives before they've barely had a chance to begin. Exploited repeatedly, day in and day out, these young people are treated as merchandise with the sole purpose of turning a profit for pimps and traffickers. It is therefore incumbent upon us to break the business model, and that starts with outlawing advertising of individuals for prostitution. Classified ad sites like Viva Street are rife with it. They are the Etsy of sexual exploitation, fueling sex trafficking by providing a convenient, centralised platform for sex buyers to access what they want in their local area. Buying sexual services can be as easy as ordering a pizza. Although prostitution is legal, pimping, which is the provision of a prostitute to perform a sex act with a customer for gain, is not. And there are often telltale signs on the adverts, like the same phone number being used for multiple ads, that these women are not acting freely and willingly. They are under the control of a pimp who is profiting from their exploitation. Not enough is being done by these sites to weed out these adverts. They've had years to get to grip with it, but they still haven't. But we here must take some responsibility too, because, Madam Deputy Speaker, you'll no doubt be staggered to hear that such advertising of prostitution is entirely legal. This is because legislation has not kept pace with technology. Advertising prostitution in a phone box is illegal under Section 46 of the Criminal Justice and Police Act 2001. Yet, when the same thing is online, it is not. This is utterly absurd. In 2023, the Home Affairs Committee cited evidence in its report on human trafficking that 75% of victims of trafficking for sexual exploitation are advertised online. The cross-party group concluded websites advertising prostitution significantly facilitate trafficking for sexual exploitation. I would strongly urge ministers to take this opportunity to close this loophole. And we have a similar issue with the regulation of online pornography compared to offline pornography. Our current laws haven't been updated quick enough to recognise the huge shift online and the need to apply the same standards across the board. A survey done by the Children's Commissioner in November 2022 found that 1 in 10 children had seen pornography by the age of 9, with half having seen it before they turned 13. And the impact of this travesty can be clearly seen, with 47% of young people between the ages of 16 and 21 stating that girls expect sex to involve aggression. Huge damage is being done to young women and men from this damaging content. It is normalising and sexualising the choking and strangling of women during sex, which is important to note is illegal in offline pornography, but not online. And although not illegal per se, degrading acts like spitting on women are commonplace in online porn. So is it any wonder that we're seeing such disdain for and poor treatment of girls in our society?
If we're serious about tackling this issue and halving violence against women and girls, we have to crack down on online porn and ensure it is regulated to the same standards as that which it is offline. Madam Deputy Speaker, the independent pornography review led by Baroness Burton has recommended that there be a parity of regulation between online and offline pornography, which I very much welcome. The main statutory regulator of offline pornography is the British Board of Film Classification. It is responsible for classifying pornographic content before it can be published and ensuring it does not contain illegal content. Any such offline illegal content cannot be sold or supplied in the UK, and the same rule should apply to that online. This simple change could be transformational if effectively executed and properly enforced, although I do recognise the technical and practical challenge of trying to regulate the World Wide Web. I thank the Secretary of State today for listening to my two asks, and I look forward to hearing from her whether she is receptive to accepting amendments to ban online prostitution adverts and to bring the regulation of online pornography in line with that for offline. Thank you.
Jonathan Hinder.
Yeah, thank you. Madam Deputy Speaker, when I was serving as a police officer, the demands on policing were changing rapidly, and they continue to do so. It was during my time in the police service that we saw big increases in the reporting of domestic violence and sexual offences. Neighbourhood policing was decimated as the police scrambled to keep up with the huge increase in the reporting of these high-harm, previously hidden offences, which are now, thankfully, no longer tolerated in our society. But it was at just that time that the Conservatives were busy slashing police budgets. Not only did the policing workforce shrink by 20,000 officers across the country, as members across this House will be very familiar with, but less talked about, but just as important, our already ancient technology systems fell further behind the criminals we seek to catch. The Police National Computer, the database which holds arrest and conviction data for offenders across this country, well, that celebrated its 50th birthday last year. The call handling system used by my old force, the country's biggest, it was 40 years old last year. So I welcome this government's focus on policing, which is so vital to creating a fairer country where everyone feels safe and secure in their local community. This bill signals our commitment to rebuild neighbourhood policing, but also to modernise our police service, to provide the tools required to keep up with changing crime patterns. Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the modernisation of our criminal law in this bill, finally taking stalking seriously, making it easier to tackle spiking and common sense powers to go after the thieves using tracking data. I also welcome the focus on shoplifting and antisocial behaviour in our town centres, with the introduction of new respect orders for persistent offenders promised in our election manifesto. Every frontline police officer knows that a huge proportion of crime is committed by a tiny proportion of the population. And it's through a relentless focus on those individuals that we can make small towns like those I represent, Nelson, Colne, Clitheroe and Barnoldswick, safe and welcoming for the law-abiding public once again. Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope this bill is the start of a debate about what we want our police to do and where other services are better placed to act. We need our officers to have the backing of this place to tackle both the high harm offences, serious violence, domestic violence and sexual offences, but also the common lower level crimes that blight our communities. If everything is a priority, then nothing is. If we can be clear-eyed about where the police should focus their time and efforts, then we can set them up to succeed. And we can rebuild the public's confidence that the police can keep them safe. Thank you.
Josh Babarinde.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to use my time in this debate to talk about domestic abuse. My family and I, my mum and I, know all too well what domestic abuse looks like. But I'm sorry to say that the law does not go far enough to recognise this crime. That is because currently there is no specific offence of domestic abuse in the law, and that's leaving many survivors without the respect and without the protection that they deserve. Instead, many domestic abusers are convicted of things like ABH, GBH, assault, battery, which don't reflect the full gravity of the crime. One could be convicted of ABH for domestic abuse. You could also be convicted of ABH for a brawl in a pub with a stranger who you've not met before. The Domestic Abuse Act of 2021 did go some way to recognise domestic abuse in the law. It defined it formally. It created a number of offences like coercive and controlling behaviour, but still no specific offence of domestic abuse. And that's leading to all sorts of problems. If we take the government's early release scheme, which it had to implement in light of the state that the last government left our prisons in, where many people were let out early, to the tune of 3,000 people, the government made a commitment to try to exclude domestic abusers from being released early. But it was not possible to comprehensively do that, in the words of the Justice Secretary, because you can only exclude someone from such a scheme on the basis of the offence that they have committed and nothing else. Well, there is no offence of domestic abuse in the law, which meant that many domestic abusers, people who were convicted of ABH, say, were released early. One survivor who was affected by that situation was Elizabeth Hudson. Elizabeth's abuser, her ex-husband, held a knife to her throat, among many other terrible incidents at home. He was convicted of actual bodily harm, and he qualified for early release under the SDS 40 scheme. Were we to create a specific offence of domestic abuse, we could exclude those people from such a scheme. Specifically, if we created an offence of domestic abuse aggravated, GBH, ABH, assault, battery, criminal damage, whatever it may be, in exactly the same way that we do racially and religiously aggravated hate crimes, we would be able to protect survivors in this way. But another advantage of being able to recognise domestic abuse in this way, that this legislation, in all of its 106,220 words, doesn't yet, is we could properly cohort these individuals. I asked the Ministry of Justice how many domestic abusers are in prison at the moment and what is their reoffending rate. Very simple, very basic. The response was, it is not possible to robustly calculate the number of domestic abusers in prison or their reoffending rate. This is because these crimes are recorded under the specific offences for which they are prosecuted, i.e. there is no specific offence of domestic abuse to convict these people of. And so it's in light of these challenges that the likes of Refuge, Mankind, Women's Aid, and many more organisations, and whether it's lawyers or academics, survivors themselves, are backing my proposals to create a set of domestic abuse aggravated offences in the law. And I also extend my thanks to those members on the benches opposite who have privately written to me to express their support for the proposals that I am championing and for proposals that I hope the government will accept in its crime and policing bill throughout the passage of this piece of legislation. We need to ensure that we properly respect and protect survivors in Eastbourne and beyond, and I hope that members across this House will work with me. My door is always open to help make that a reality. Thank you.
Lee Barron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Our communities deserve to feel safe on our streets, in our homes and in our shops. And whilst I'm referring to shops, I think it's only right we should place on record the tireless campaigning that the Usdaw Trade Union has done to get a specific offence for an assault on shop workers. It just shows the best of our movement. The profile, perception and presence of the police needs to be restored. We need police on our streets. They need to have the power to do their jobs, and people need to feel safe again. In Corby, our police station was closed down in 2017. So the perception was that the police were gone, the presence disappearing, because all people did was drove through what used to be their police station, and the profile that went with that, where it's something formerly open, now all of a sudden it was shut. Our dedicated response unit was also moved out at the same time, and all we had left was a police hub on the upper floor of a public building that was sometimes open only 2 days a week. We had people on bail being told to take selfies and send them to a number so that they could demonstrate that they were proving the conditions of their bail. That's not good enough for the people of Corby and East Northants. Many have lost faith. Why? Because for over a decade they've been let down. They call 999 and no one shows up. They report a crime and nothing happens. They see criminals getting away with it again and again. Because here's the truth. When you cut policing, crime goes up and everybody pays the price. Thousands of officers ripped off our streets, closing down police stations, cutting PCSOs, and left entire towns without proper policing. That ain't good enough for the people of Corby and East Northants. People feel like the system has given up. They don't feel safe in their communities. What this bill does is it toughens up policing, so crime has real consequences again. This bill gives police stronger powers to tackle antisocial behaviour by introducing respect orders. This bill also threatens existing antisocial powers, as well as removing the need for the police to issue a warning before seizing vehicles being used antisocially. This bill is a key part of delivering this government's Safer Streets mission. Alongside this, the government will recruit 13,000 extra neighbourhood police officers, making sure every community has a neighbourhood officer. Also, the 2025-26 final police funding settlement provides funding of up to £19.6 billion for policing in England and Wales. That funding includes £193 million to Northamptonshire forces. That's an increase of over £11 million. As I said before, it's about profile, perception and presence. That's why I'm not only urging members to back this bill, but why I'm also leading the campaign to bring back a police station and a dedicated response unit to Corby. The government has made sure that the money is there to use, and there is consensus in the constituency for its need. We've got the businesses lined up in order to support us. We have massive support in the constituency who have signed a petition now for the return of their dedicated policing, dedicated response unit and its police station. With this government, with this bill, with the funding they've provided, now it's time for us to deliver.
Allister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There's much that's good and necessary in this crime and policing bill, and I do welcome the fact that 51 of its 137 clauses will apply to Northern Ireland. I have some disappointment about some of the clauses which are excluded from Northern Ireland. One in particular is Clause 90, which relates to the desecration of war memorials. We have had a spate of such incidents in Northern Ireland, and therefore I am disappointed that that particular clause doesn't apply. In relation to the all-important matter of child sexual abuse, Part 5 applies with the exception of Clause 36. And I do ask the Minister to look at why Clause 36 is not being applied to Northern Ireland, because without it, applying the rest is quite incongruous. In Clause 37, etc., we rightly make it illegal to have a paedophile manual to describe how to make child sex abuse images, yet Clause 36, which makes it an offence to possess a child sexual abuse image generator, does not apply to Northern Ireland. How could that be right? If we're going to... there's a logic which is absent there. It must apply if the rest of the part is to apply. So I trust that is an oversight that will be rectified. Could I then say that in Clause 123, subclause 3, we have hidden away something which will be of particular interest to many in Northern Ireland. For the first time, this clause will make it an offence to put on a lamppost or have a banner which glorifies a prescribed organisation. That's a good thing. That's necessary. Man, I do welcome the fact that that is the intent, because when we go to the explanatory notes, it tells us that that is exactly the purpose of this. It would, for example, enable the seizure of a flag or a poster which arouses reasonable suspicion the individual who displayed it was a member or supporter of a prescribed organisation. So that's good. But that then focuses attention on the disparity of the failure of this bill to deal with the inadequacy of the offensive glorification of terrorism, which is too limp and largely unused. So we now arrive at a situation where you couldn't legally put a banner up that says, to use the Republican mantra, up the Ra, which means up the IRA, that organisation that murdered thousands of our citizens. You couldn't, under this bill, put that up on a lamppost as a banner, and that's good. But you can say it under glorification of terrorism. So that hideous, horrible Republican mantra, up the Ra, which is a chorus from a Republican song which glorifies terrorism, which says things like, lyrics like, the Brits will never leave until they're blown away. Up the, up the Ra, SAM missiles in the sky. That's a glorification of terrorism. Of course it is. But yet, under our legislation, that is not defined as glorification of terrorism, because you have to be advocating that which would emulate and encourage others to engage in terrorism. Some might think it does. But if you take what's in 123 and make the offence that which promotes the interests of a prescribed organisation, then you have done the right thing. But you need to transfer it across into the glorification of terrorism. Why should it be right to be illegal to have a banner that says up the Ra, but to address thousands of kids through a song, as happens every August in Northern Ireland, and sing up the Ra? That needs to be reconciled and dealt with.
Dr. Lauren Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in debate's incredibly important bill. Like many of my constituents, I welcome the measures this government is taking to tackle serious crime and antisocial behaviour to make our streets safer. And I'd like to pay tribute to the police, another public service that has been undervalued and underfunded for well over a decade. They put their lives on the line to keep us safe and uphold the law. Now, many measures in this bill will directly impact them and my constituents, many of which have been brought to me through casework. Now, when I knocked on the doors in my constituency in Growsham, they told me about the nuisance off-road bikes that blighted our streets, often our green public spaces, our parks, and intimidating the public. Often these bikes and owners were known to the police, but they lacked the powers to do anything but give them a simple warning. Now I'm pleased to see that this bill proposes to seize those vehicles that are being used antisocially. The other issue that I heard most often on the doorstep was fly tipping. That disrespectful fly tipping that is widely used by so many organised criminals. Now, a few years ago, Gresham Borough Council started a fly tipping enforcement team, and they investigated many, took many to court, and including, so 3 years on, 386 community protection warnings. We've put people in prison, including another 50 fly tipping fines. I mean, this is incredible, and this is what should be happening across the country. And I am grateful that the bill is looking to strengthen some of those antisocial behavioural powers on fly tipping. Incredibly welcome. As a new MP, I hold many surgeries, like many in this room. and I have been shocked at the terrible experiences that some of my constituents have had to face. And I would like to pay tribute to them for having the courage to come forward and tell their stories. I've heard women changing their lives, their life routine, for fear of attack, dealing with stalking from an ex-partner. So I welcome the strengthening of the stalking protection orders. I've heard from a retired paramedic, Peter Sheehan, who was assaulted violently after he simply asked people in his woodland to stop their dogs tearing up the forest floor. Simple request. After being violently assaulted and 3 years of legal issues, the man who seriously assaulted him was sentenced to 2 years, suspended sentence, and fined £750. The impact on Peter, who already suffers PTSD from his work as a paramedic, was significant. And yet they've still not received the money. We must let people who have experienced crime see the justice they deserve. That trust in the criminal justice system must be restored, as well as the faith in knowing that if you call the police, they will come. There are consequences, and this is the first step in this bill that will back people and not criminals. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I call Wendy Morton.
Deputy Speaker, and there's much that I welcome in this bill today because, of course, it was announced by the last government. But I do think that this government needs to go further, and we will push them on this. But a major part of this bill is to focus more heavily on neighbourhood policing, and this is commendable. And I've always been an advocate in this chamber for greater levels of neighbourhood policing on our streets and more visible policing within our communities. Now, let me start by paying tribute to my own neighbourhood policing teams in Aldridge Brownhills, who serve my own local community day in, day out. They are truly locally based officers who care about our local community, and I thank them for all that they do on our behalf. But sadly, my neighbourhood policing team will soon find themselves without a permanent dedicated home. Of course, because of the Labour West Midlands Police and Crime Commissioner, who's decided to sell off the family silver right across the West Midlands, and as well as selling off the police station in Aldridge in my patch, he's also selling our next nearest police station in Sutton Coldfield. He's already sacrificed the next nearest one in King's Standing, and it's going to become a Domino's pizza. Now, the government wants more police officers, great, but in the West Midlands, their own Police and Crime Commissioner doesn't want to house them. It's unacceptable that police stations across the West Midlands are slowly being phased out, diminishing the role of neighbourhood policing. And all this at a time when more power is sucked towards central Birmingham and the PCCHQ at Lloyd House, which benefited, I'm not going to because of time, from a staggering £33 million of upgraded decoration as a result of local communities losing their local police stations in phase 1 of the closure programme, including the former Brownhills police station. Surely this isn't right. At the same time, I'd also draw the Minister's attention to several written parliamentary questions which I've asked, which I don't believe I've received a full answer to, Madam Deputy Speaker. In particular, I draw attention to my question concerning the funding of the proposed 13,000 new neighbourhood police officers. Whilst, as stated, these are welcome, today the government has not fully said how they will be funded after the first year, so I'll be grateful for some clarity on that. It's imperative that there is certainty that these are fully funded new officers which will be added to base budgets for future years and not a one-off government expenditure, after which who picks up the tab? The local taxpayer, of course. This would be come through an increase in the precept. There is also similar questions to ask of the government with regards to their decision to fund national insurance increases. Once again, the government have been circumspect in their response to my questions in Westminster Hall and through written parliamentary questions. It's very important that the Minister comes clean today and clarifies that the grant given to police authorities to cover the Chancellor's job tax is not just a one-off grant, but is being added to their base budgets. Because as the Minister is very aware, if this is not the case, then it will be yet another stealth tax by the back door by this government, punishing our constituents. But before I conclude, there is so much I would like to talk about in this bill. I want to touch briefly on knife crime, because this is an area I do welcome the government's commitment on and to halving knife crime, and it comes on the back of a series of measures passed by the last Conservative government. Sadly, Madam Deputy Speaker, in 2017, my constituent, James Brindley, lost his life to knife crime in Aldridge. And since then, his parents have dedicated their lives to help eradicate the scourge of knife crime, and they have established the James Brindley Foundation to help educate young people across the borough of Walsall to turn their backs on carrying a knife. And I was really proud back in August 2022 to be present at the unveiling of a number of knife bins across the borough, funded through the foundation with help from local businesses and sponsors. They have a simple ask, and I will be a little bit cheeky, Madam Deputy Speaker, and press the Minister on it today, which is, can she work with her colleagues in the Department for Education to see whether knife crime prevention could be considered for inclusion on the national curriculum? My constituents demand safety, and that is why the last Conservative government fully funded 20,000 new police officers. We welcome 13,000 new police officers, but they want them to be fully funded. They want them to be housed in the neighbourhood. This bill fails to give all of the guarantees that I'm looking for. On that basis, I hope, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister can provide me with some clarity when she sums up at the end of the debate. Thank you.
Before I call the next speaker, can I just point out to members that we have got a very oversubscribed debate, so it's unlikely that everybody will get in to speak. But I am bringing in a 4-minute time limit with immediate effect, just to try and get more people in. I call David Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There is much within the bill that will bring significant positive changes to communities like mine in Hemel Hempstead, where crime and particularly antisocial behaviour continues to be a major issue. Under consecutive Conservative governments, criminals got an easy ride. They left a great mess, and this bill helps to fix that. Madam Deputy Speaker, I could speak at great length of the many sections of the bill, but I want to focus on 2 sections that are almost always at the top of my postbag in Hemel Hempstead: antisocial behaviour and the epidemic of shoplifting we currently face. I recently met a couple called Gary and Margaret, not their real names, whose case shocked me. For 2 years, Gary and Margaret have been harassed, including verbal abuse, trespassing, the damaging of their property, by an offender who lives on their street. The family feels unsafe and isolated, with the harassment worsening the mental health of their 8-year-old son, who suffers from severe anxiety and is too scared to play outside. They inform me that they have been in constant communication with both the council and the police, but have faced rejection from the local council's antisocial behaviour department, which stated that they would not intervene due to the low-level nature of the antisocial behaviour. It is not just antisocial behaviour affecting people in Hemel Hempstead. We also face an epidemic of violence against retail staff, which other members have spoken to. I previously met with local employees from the Co-op in Queen Square in Adderfield, and I've also met with the post office in the same square. I was grateful to the Co-op for the time that they took me to show their store, including their CCTV room. But when I got there, I was shocked by what I saw: an entire table of CD after CD, each containing evidence of shoplifting in their store, with many people brazenly walking out the shop, not even attempting to conceal their theft. And what is more disturbing is what one of the store employees told me. A shoplifter had been caught. The store had managed to get the police and the criminal justice system to take this to court. That brave employee had been to court to testify against the shoplifter, and unfortunately the case was thrown out and the perpetrator let off and able to walk free. And even more shockingly, she had to sit on the same bus home as the person she had just given evidence against. Now, thankfully, provisions in this bill will make a difference to Gary, her and others who have been victims of crime and antisocial behaviour. Firstly, Part 1, Clause 1 will give the police and local authorities what they need, the respect orders. And I have, in the past, asked for Hemel Hempstead to be considered for a respect order, and I hope the Minister will forgive me making another pitch for that today. It disgusts me that hard-working people in Hemel Hempstead pay for their shopping whilst others are simply able to storm out without paying. And it disgusts me that people in my constituency have to put up with antisocial behaviour on an almost daily basis, and yet the perpetrators walk away with impunity. I've been out with the police for ride-alongs, the purpose of which to see firsthand the challenges the police are facing. I've had meetings with Police Federation reps, so I'm well aware of the extra equipment and support that they need. I will continue to do everything I can to support those brave police officers facing antisocial behaviour, and I am very strongly in favour of this bill, which I believe will give the police extra powers to do more to crack down on these jobs. Now, there's much I would like to say, but much like our police force under George Osborne and Theresa May, I've had to subject my speech to brutal cuts, so I will finish that.
I call Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There's much in the bill we debate today with which my party agrees. In fact, many of the provisions were written by my party in government, so it's strange to hear the more partisan remarks from the Home Secretary earlier in the debate. After decades in which crime was falling, that happy trend has sadly begun to reverse. The Home Secretary noted that overall crime increased by 12% in the last year, but didn't admit it's still far lower than when Labour were last in office. But there is obviously much to be done. The sentencing guidelines published last week explicitly instruct judges that a pre-sentence report will normally be considered necessary if a perpetrator of a crime is from an ethnic minority, cultural minority, faith minority or from a faith minority community, female, transgender or a drug addict, or a victim of modern slavery, trafficking or exploitation. These guidelines are clear. Minorities should receive lesser punishment than white people, especially white men. The provisions about slavery, trafficking and exploitation are an invitation for lawyers to help illegal immigrants to escape the reach of law. This is not the first official direction to tell judges to put identity politics before the once sacred principle of equality before the law. Last July, the Judicial College Equal Treatment Bench Book said, in order to treat some persons equally, we must treat them differently. Putting this principle into practice, the Bench Book warns, for example, that the family impact of custodial sentences is particularly acute for black mothers because black families are more likely to have lone parents. And similar attitudes exist in policing. The Police Race Action Plan, published by the College of Policing, promised to stop the over-policing of black communities and complained that such communities are over-policed but under-protected. The action plan noted that black people are more likely than white people to be murdered and to be victims of knife crime, but it failed to add that black people are more likely to commit these crimes too.
Can I just take this opportunity to remind the honourable gentleman that we are talking about the second reading of the Crime and Policing Bill and the contents of therein.
Indeed, and I find it baffling that we're debating the future of the criminal justice system and not talking about the erosion of the principle of equality before the law. Disparities in policing and criminal justice do exist. Yep.
I will remind the honourable gentleman again that in order to speak in this debate, you do need to stay in scope of the content of the bill within front of us. Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was going to turn to some specific measures in relation to police reform and the bill. According to the government's impact assessment, the bill will provide an additional 13 to 55 prison places, and yet the government expects to see 5,000 additional crimes recorded by the police annually, resulting in 400 prosecutions and 300 convictions per year. Those numbers do not add up unless the government intends to continue its policy of releasing prisoners early. Passing legislation is not a substitute for genuine and sophisticated police and criminal justice reform, and I want to make some suggestions to the government. One, we should abolish the National Police Chiefs Council, which represents centralised, unaccountable power, and transfer its functions to more accountable entities. The College of Policing should be directed by the Home Secretary to ensure forces focus more clearly on crime fighting. We need to reduce the size of the Met in London with its national responsibilities transferred to the Crime Agency. The government needs to give police chiefs the ability to clear out failing officers and recruit talent from all walks of life. In the Met, there should be fewer Deputy Assistant Commissioners and fewer Commanders. Training needs to be professionalised and better recorded, and workforce planning improved. There should be better use of productivity, improving technology, streamlined processes from arrest to prosecution, and we need to reform the police grant to make sure forces focus on strategic threats. New technologies mean fraud, identity theft, and cybercrimes will present a huge challenge. We can no longer affect police forces to recruit generalist officers hoping they can all offer the perfect blend of leadership, empathy, strength, and investigatory skill. We need instead greater specialisation. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I said, it seems crazy we're debating this bill without debating whether we remain equal before the law. There is much to be welcomed in the bill, but I do hope we will see far greater energy in the undeniably tough job of police reform.
I call Sarah Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The unfortunate situation is that crime in Hinder and Haslingden is currently out of control. Robbery has skyrocketed in my constituency by 75% in the past year, far worse than the already shocking 17% increase that we've seen across Lancashire. Shoplifting has soared by 70%, again, significantly worse than the 23% rise across the county. These numbers aren't just statistics. They represent victims, business owners whose livelihoods are threatened, families who feel unsafe, and communities torn apart by lawlessness. Indeed, just last week, there were around 10 break-ins to local businesses in Accrington. Almost half of my constituents, that is 44%, will experience violent crime. That is unacceptable. And I'm speaking here today because I refuse to accept it any longer. Just over this weekend, sadly, an awful video has been circulating on social media of yet another terrible incident of violent crime in Hinder. This government's crime and policing bill is the biggest crackdown on crime in decades. We are taking back our town centres from thugs and thieves and restoring respect for law and order, giving our communities and police the tools that they need to fight back. Because for too long, the crimes that have made Accrington's town centre almost lawless, the so-called low-level offences, have been ignored. And when shoplifting, antisocial behaviour and street crime go unpunished, our high streets suffer, our economy declines, and our community starts to lose hope. Accrington was once a thriving hub, but it's been neglected for too long, and these new powers for the police are key to turning this around. This bill delivers real action. The police will no longer need a warrant to search premises when stolen goods are electronically tracked. There'll be no more safe havens for criminals. The respect orders will clamp down on public drinking and drug taking, ensuring our streets are no longer places of disorder. The officers will have the power to seize nuisance vehicles, just like the off-road bikes I saw just on Friday, tearing up our parks in Rishton. They'll be taken now on the spot. And crucially, the days of treating thefts under £200 with effective immunity are over. Stealing is stealing, and criminals will be held to account. It is also welcomed that the government listened to the campaign by Usdaw and shop workers to introduce a new offence of assaulting a shop worker in this vital bill. And the Labour government are not just tough on crime, but they are investing in solutions. I welcome the 13,000 new police officers to ensure that every community has their named officer as part of the government's £200 million investment. This will deliver a 6.6% funding uplift in Lancashire. Madam Deputy Speaker, enough is enough. The people of Hinder and Haslingden deserve safe streets, a thriving town centre and the right to live without fear. This bill delivers that, and I am proud to support it. Thank you.
I call Luke Taylor.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Crime and policing in London is at a crisis point. Figures show that government funding for the Met Police has reduced by more than £1 billion in real terms since 2010. These cuts have meant that we don't just need more bobbies back, we need more beats. Parks police no longer patrol, and now we see the prospect of safer schools officers across London being moved out of schools where they would be working with young people at risk of gangs or county lines to backfill neighbourhood policing teams. Community policing is in tatters. Officer numbers are insufficient, and PCSO numbers in London have fallen by more than 3,000 in the last 15 years, from 4,247 in 2008 to just 1,215 in 2023. That means almost 3 out of every 4 officers have been lost in that time. While we Liberal Democrats broadly welcome many aspects of this bill, we are fundamentally concerned that without sufficient officers on the ground, community policing will continue to suffer. Over the years, successive Labour and Conservative governments have introduced their own versions of the crime and policing bill. Despite this, London still recorded over 15,000 knife crime incidents, nearly 500,000 thefts, and more than 24,000 cases of sexual violence just last year.
It is simply common sense that if we want to get a grip on these awful incidents, which undermine the very fabric of a trusting society, we have to restore community policing. For Londoners, this means sorting out recruitment in the Met across the whole of London, ending the practice of abstracting police officers from outer boroughs to assist inner ones, and instead focus on recruiting more officers to be visible, engaged and dedicated to protecting the communities they serve. I cannot see the many welcome parts of this bill being effectively implemented in my constituency and across London if that is not the case. This bill, as it has been presented, should go further and faster in restoring proper community policing, reforming stalking laws to support victims and implementing a meaningful public health approach to knife crime, both of which I've spoken about a number of times in this House and had very positive responses from the Minister upon. But there is one particular aspect that I would like to raise here today to finish on. I'm encouraged to see that assaults against retail workers are to be treated as the grave crimes they are, but these provisions should go further to protect tradespeople from harm wherever they work. Tool theft is a devastating crime that cost tradespeople millions last year. Research from NFU Mutual shows that 1 in 3 tradespeople now live in constant fear of violent thieves. Some have been brutally attacked with crowbars and other weapons just for trying to protect their tools from being ripped right out of their vans. At a rally to stop tool theft organised by Trades United in Parliament Square last month, I spoke to many tradespeople who have suffered thefts and attacks and heard how they would not now leave their vehicles out of eyeshot for fear of becoming victims. We've seen discussions of better measures from vehicle manufacturers to reduce thefts, like better locks and keyless system security. However, the descriptions of having the tops of vans literally cut off to steal the tools from inside means that these measures can only go so far to stop these thefts. These attacks on tradespeople is more than just theft. It's an assault on their hard-earned work and livelihoods. It's time to acknowledge the escalating danger that tradespeople face and to provide stronger legal safeguards to protect their livelihoods and well-being. And I hope the Government will take note of that at committee stage of this bill. Thank you.
Yeah. Tonya Antoniazzi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know this Labour Government has made the unprecedented commitment to halve violence against women and girls in a decade. And I know my colleagues on the front bench take this extremely seriously, and I agree with them that it is going to require a transformative approach. I welcome the measures in this bill to tackle intimate image abuse, stalking, spiking and the sexual exploitation of children. They mark the beginning of the Government's work to make good on their ambition by giving victims the protections they deserve and truly need. In that spirit, I believe this bill presents an opportunity for this House to tackle commercial sexual exploitation, a key form and engine of violence against women and girls, in giving victims of the sex trade the measures and protections that they need, and I intend to be laying the appropriate amendments to reflect this. The majority of people exploited through the sex trade are women and girls, while the overwhelming majority of people who pay to sexually exploit them are men. Extensive evidence shows that most women exploited through this insidious trade were highly vulnerable before their involvement and suffer acute harms as a result, including the disproportionate risk of violence. Now, I am aware that the Policing Minister, my right honourable friend in the former Parliament, in her chairship of the Home Affairs Select Committee, has done some excellent work in this area. And the demand for sexual exploitation is not being deterred, sadly, and victims themselves face a threat of criminal sanctions. This bill provides an opportunity to change that, to end the impunity for punters who pay to abuse women, take concrete action against pimping websites, and remove the threat of criminal sanctions from victims to offer those vulnerable women the support they need. This bill does so much for victims of crime and abuse and evidence of the Government treating violence against women and girls as the emergency it is. And it is my view that by strengthening the response to commercial sexual exploitation, we can make significant headway in halving violence against women and girls. Now, speaking of highly vulnerable women, whose plight drives much of the work that I do, I'd also like to mention abortion. The law underpinning abortion dates to 1861, before women even had the right to vote. Under this cruel and outdated law, around 100 women have been investigated by the police in the last 5 years alone. Another woman is set to go on trial in April this year. The women caught up in this law are highly vulnerable and often desperate, yet they are subject to the same laws that also apply to violent partners who use physical abuse, coercion or poisoning to end a pregnancy without consent. The law should also be a tool to protect these women, not to punish them for the effects of the abuse they have suffered. While Westminster voted to repeal the laws criminalised women in Northern Ireland in 2019, they remain in place in England and Wales. There should be a parity in the law across the United Kingdom so that my constituents have the same right as my colleagues' constituents in Northern Ireland. Abortion, Madam Deputy Speaker, remains a free vote issue, and I recognise that any changes to the law in this area must be led by the backbenchers. My right honourable friend, the Policing Minister, was committed to this change before the election this year. With colleagues across the House supporting her amendment to remove women from the criminal law, I hope that this bill will provide us with the same opportunity to revisit this issue in the same collegiate way. Thank you.
Call Gideon Amos.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome many of the measures in this bill, including particularly on knife crime and on protecting shop workers who all too often bear the brunt of antisocial behaviour. But one of the biggest deterrents, of course, of crime is the certainty of being caught. And so reductions in police numbers nationally are as wrong as they are locally. And locally in Avon and Somerset, the outgoing former Conservative Police and Crime Commissioner cut PCSOs by a further 80 last year, as well as closing our Taunton police station. That's a 28% massive reduction. So I welcome many of the measures. I welcome in Clause 4 the provisions about public space protection orders, which I'll come on to. I welcome the commitment to 13,000 extra officers of various kinds. But worrying for me is the fact that constituents have come to see me whose relatives are serving police officers, where where civilians have been replaced by officers in uniform at desks doing the same civilian jobs, just so that it can be claimed that police numbers have increased. And I hope the Minister will make sure that doesn't continue to occur with this new recruitment, which is very welcome. Because unless, obviously, those officers are seen in our communities, they're on the streets, they're not going to reassure, they're not going to deter, and they're not going to catch the criminals that we need them to catch. Last autumn, Madam Deputy Speaker, I was contacted by businesses at Castle Green in Taunton who are at their wits' end from the antisocial behaviour in the historic centre of our county town. I contacted the Chief Constable straight away. I'm really grateful to the Avon and Somerset officers for the efforts they put in, as I am to the Chamber of Commerce in Taunton, who've raised the general issue of town centre crime and convened the Safer Streets Forum I attended last week. But it's clear that we need to deter that antisocial behaviour and crime where it's taking place, and that's proven by our Lib Dem Taunton Town Council just appointed a street marshal on duty in our town centre. I spent the afternoon with Nick last Friday. He's doing excellent work, covering a huge range of work, from people climbing all over the rooftops to actually retrieving a huge volume, thousands of pounds worth of stock, returned to the shop simply by asking the person responsible to hand it over. I think he must have been quite persuasive in asking him to do that. But really massive congratulations to Nick, our street marshal. But when I returned to Castle Green with him, it's clear that the antisocial behaviour problems there have become really intractable. And I'm suggesting, therefore, that working with Somerset Council, we need a public space protection order. And I hope that will have the government's support for its enforcement. Too many of our great community events are affected by and marred by the antisocial few, and we need to tackle that. We need this key public space, our superb independent market, our famous Castle Hotel, the Scheduled Ancient Monument, which is the castle itself, and the Museum of Somerset within, where soon you'll be able to see the Chew Valley hoard of silver coins from the Norman Conquest. I can't use those coins to pay for the enforcement of the Public Space Protection Order, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I hope, therefore, that we'll have government support so that we can ensure that those key public spaces aren't subject to conquest by those who would disobey the law and wreak havoc amongst local people, damage livelihoods and tarnish the generally superb reputation of our county town. Thank you.
I call Chris MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I promised my constituents more police officers in Stockton, Billingham and Norton, and we're delivering on that. I promised a crackdown on antisocial behaviour on the high streets. We're delivering on that. I promised a named police officer in every neighbourhood. We're delivering on that. This is a serious government rolling up its sleeves and getting on with delivering on the issues that matter most to the people of Teesside. I visited corner shops picking up the pieces after being attacked by balaclava-clad thugs. I've spoken with unions and retail workers about the devastating impact of shoplifting, theft and assaults on shop workers. Our high streets should be thriving, but too often they're overshadowed by antisocial behaviour that keeps families away. Crime erodes confidence in our communities, leaving people feeling unsafe in their neighbourhoods and making it harder for businesses to thrive. And nowhere is this more obvious than in the illegal use of off-road bikes. For too long, these bikes have been a menace, marauding through estates, intimidating residents, and used by criminals to evade police. People have had enough. I promise to come down hard on crime, increase police numbers, and make our high streets and communities safe, and that's exactly what we're doing. With £2.4 million invested in neighbourhood policing, Cleveland Police, under our Labour Police and Crime Commissioner Matt Story, is delivering on that promise with 40 new officers on our streets, increasing the visible police presence in our communities, and using new tactics to stop crime in its tracks, deploying police drones to track off-road bikes in real time. If criminals think they can evade justice, they're wrong. These bikes will be tracked, seized and taken off our streets. Yes, happy to give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. He's giving an excellent speech about the challenges we face on Teesside. And just today, I heard from James in Easterside, who said that in 2 hours there wasn't 15 minutes where an illegal off-road bike, quad or e-scooter didn't pass. So does he agree with me that we need to seize these bikes, crush these bikes and make our streets safe again?
I thank my honourable friend, and I'm sure James in Easterside will be pleased to learn that Cleveland Police have already seized 359 of these vehicles linked to crime and dangerous driving since January alone. And it's already making a much bigger difference. Crime across Cleveland is now at its lowest level in 5 years, and more than 9% reduction, meaning 6,000 fewer victims of crime. This is what a proactive Police and Crime Commissioner, a Labour Member of Parliament and a Labour government working together looks like. We're putting police back in the hearts of our communities, ensuring they have the powers and the backing of a justice system that actually works. Introducing respect orders to tackle the worst antisocial behaviour offenders and stamp out issues such as public drinking and drug use that ensure our town centres are free from harm and nuisance. New offences such as child criminal exploitation and cuckooing will crack down on drug dealing. We'll protect our high streets by ending the effective immunity for anyone caught shoplifting of goods below £200 and introducing a new criminal offence to better protect retail workers from assault. Stockton, Billingham and Norton deserve safer streets, and we're delivering. It should be clear to my residents that this government and me as their MP are on the side of law and order. Though we're seeing green shoots of progress, there's still much more to do to reclaim our streets and town centres. The job isn't done yet, but we're making real progress. Together we'll take back our streets and ensure our towns are a place of pride.
Monica Harding. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today's legislation contains provisions I welcome to address some of the behaviours which plague my constituents in East and Walton and which were allowed to flourish under the previous Conservative government. My constituents will welcome a serious and renewed focus on combating shoplifting and antisocial behaviour. But the Conservative decimated our police community support officers. In Surrey, they fell by 29% between 2015 and 22, and they eroded the close relationship between police and the communities they serve. Ultimately, the provisions in this bill are intended to make places like East and Walton safer must be backed by genuine and sustained commitment to community policing and by giving officers the time and resources to build trust and understanding with those they exist to protect. In the last 12 months, the arrests made by Surrey Police for shop thefts have more than doubled. This is not merely a case of officers solving a higher percentage of crimes. In fact, the number of thefts detected by police also more than doubled. Surging levels of shoplifting are utterly corrosive for high streets in places like Esher and Walton. They impose costs on retailers, and they undercut the faith residents have in law enforcement and the ability of politics to get things done. So I hope the government will pursue this with urgency. The same is true when antisocial behaviour is not dealt with. I've received far too many emails and letters from constituents struggling with the conduct of neighbours. In these cases, the actions of a few can impose severe strains on so many. As one constituent wrote to me, there is an issue of fairness. Ordinary people come for a quiet life, have work to do, and have been left exhausted by noise, disruptions, and even threatening behaviours coming from a small group. And I recognise that this bill accordingly highlights housing providers as relevant agencies with a role to play in tackling antisocial behaviour. At the same time, when people feel threatened, there is no substitute for recognisable neighbourhood policing with deep links to the community. So can the Minister assure this House, particularly considering the criminal sanctions attached to breaches of the Respect Order, that community police will receive funding in line with the vital role they have to play in ensuring the government's new orders do not become meaningless? Finally, may I also address the support and protection of police officers? The police deserve protection from abuse. The Public Order Act of 1986 was enhanced in 1998 to allow racially and religiously motivated abusive language or behaviour when directed towards emergency workers to be treated as an aggravating factor. However, a loophole currently exists in the legislation such that if this particular form of abuse occurs when both parties are in the perpetrator's private dwellings, it is not treated as an aggravating factor. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is wrong. It leaves a mistaken impression that there are some circumstances in which racial abuse of emergency workers is acceptable and fails to deter this behaviour. Will the Minister therefore commit to re-examining this and exploring the possibility of finally removing this anomaly? Thank you.
Yeah.
I call Matt Bishop.
Thank you, Speaker. I've said before across the House, I used to be a police officer and worked for 3 forces across England and Wales. This has given me a strong understanding of the challenges faced by both officers and the public in tackling crime. It's partly due to this experience that I fully support the bill and the government's commitment to making our community safer. In my constituency of the Forest of Dean, crime and antisocial behaviour have a direct impact on families, businesses and communities. It's crucial that our police forces have the right powers, support and resources to tackle these issues effectively. The bill empowers our officers, giving them the tools and confidence that they need to make swift decisions and restore public trust, something I wish I had more of when I was serving. The bill also addresses persistent antisocial behaviour with the introduction of the Respect Order, which will help restore order and send a strong message to offenders. It strengthens measures against theft, allowing police to enter properties without a warrant to search for stolen goods that have trackers on them. Another key aspect of the bill is its focus on domestic abuse. In Gloucestershire as a whole, a third of all arrests made in January were related to domestic abuse. I think we'll all agree that this is unacceptable. The bill includes crucial provisions to support victims and improve the management of such offenders, which is vital for both victims and law enforcement of all sides. Another important factor to me is that the bill focuses on tackling child sexual abuse, introducing the mandatory duty to report, ensuring that no case is overlooked. Having worked in the police but also in schools, I also know firsthand how important it is to act quickly when it comes to protecting children from sexual exploitation. Another mantra of mine, which I hope is part of this bill, is that prevention is always better than detection. And that's in any crime, but especially true of this hideous one of child sexual exploitation. The duty to report will help ensure children are less vulnerable moving forward. Finally, I urge all members to support the bill. It will not only empower our police, but it will support victims. It will take strong action against those who endanger our constituents' safety, and that of our children. And finally, it will drive real change in our streets.
I call Jim Shannon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to speak in this debate. First of all, can I thank all of the right honourable members for their contributions. On the whole, the bill tonight is to be welcomed. There are a number of clauses which are already in place in Northern Ireland, such as the offensive weapons penalty, the other issues which have been moved or are in the process of being moved by the Northern Ireland Executive. In my intervention on the Home Secretary, I welcome this because there's 51 clauses for Northern Ireland that come out of this here. They need a consent motion, but it's good news because it's the sort of stuff we want to have in Northern Ireland as well. And the Home Secretary very kindly said to myself in the intervention that the things that are outstanding, she will, through the Minister and the Assembly, take that further. So that's good news. There are other measures which I agree with and some which I don't believe go far enough, but I should do and must do. When we look at the section on policing and investigation, I think of the absolutely heartbreaking interview carried out by David Amos's daughter in relation to the refusal to carry out a public inquiry into the murder of her father by an ISIS supporter. David Amos was my friend, and he's a friend to many in this House, and we are the poor for his passing. Decision not to carry out the inquiry is, with all due respect, I believe, the wrong decision. And I do hope that this bill, and perhaps the clauses regarding the investigation in Part 13, may lead to further powers being available for the families to seek an investigation into why the police cease their investigations. David Amos's family deserve this inquiry. This House deserves that inquiry. I'll leave it at that. I welcome the shoplifting legislation. I very much welcome the knife crime, which has been a scourge right across this great nation, and the need to have that legislation has been set in place in this House by the government in place. The tightening of the child sexual legislation is something that I wish was not necessary, but certainly is. Between 2022 and 2023, recorded crimes relating to child pornography were up by 40.6%. Those are shocking figures. As a father and a grandfather, these statistics upset me. As a parliamentarian, these statistics galvanise me to ensure that we shut down this horrific industry and that we jail all of those who are involved between sharing videos or producing them. None of them are victimless crimes, and we must take strides to address this. And subsequently, I welcome these clauses. No bill can ever be perfect, and there are amendments to be made. However, what is clear is that currently our system allows too many criminals to slip through loopholes, and police need greater power of investigation and drug testing as well. However, it must also be noted that security must be balanced and does not impinge on the rights that are existing for British citizens. The right to protest, Madam Deputy, is a vital mechanism for freedom of speech, but it must be a safe protest. As one who has protested for nearly probably all my life, we lived in a nation and a country where protesting became the name of the game. Always peaceful protests, I have to say. I'll underline that very, very quickly. But a balance must be struck, and I look forward to the Minister outlining how we can protect our freedoms within this bill, the right to have a religious belief, the right to express that in a balanced way and not be persecuted or discriminated for that reason. Something which is clear to me is also we need protection for our service personnel, including to provide support for vexatious allegations which we are seeing in Northern Ireland at this time. We cannot recruit personnel into the services of the police or the armed forces when they know they will be abandoned and hung out to dry at the first hint of an allegation. This must be strengthened in the bill. It's one of the things I've looked forward to trying to do something with. There's much in the bill tonight that we should welcome, and the Secretary of State, the Home Secretary, is definitely, and government I believe is definitely on the right road, and that means in Northern Ireland we can also see the difference, and that this bill before us tonight, and that is really good news for everyone in this great United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Thanks so much.
I call Sam Carling.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I enormously welcome this bill. There is so much in here that will make a real positive difference for my constituents in North West Cambridgeshire. Due to time constraints, I'm going to have to skip through a lot of the praise I had for the bill and move straight to an area where I'd like to perhaps have a conversation and a dialogue with the Minister about what we can do, and that's the area of mandatory reporting. I enormously welcome that this bill will finally introduce a statutory duty to report possible sexual abuse of children when those who have had responsibility for children are made aware of it. It's been a long road. In March 2018, the previous Conservative government said that the case for mandatory reporting had not currently been made and that it was a policy they would not introduce. The independent inquiry into child sexual abuse, chaired by Alexis Day, showed how misjudged that position was. I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way and also for supporting my debate last week onto Professor Jay's recommendations for the Church of England. Would he agree with me that it's critical that alongside implementing those recommendations from government, other faith organisations need to look to implement those recommendations as well?
I absolutely agree with him, and I thank him for that intervention. This has to be something we move towards as a society to really make sure that children are protected. When it comes to the detail of this legislation, I'm not fully sure that it delivers, as currently drafted, on the government's pledge to implement the ICSA recommendations. That's mainly because it doesn't create criminal sanctions, on my reading, for non-compliance, which was a key part of the 13th ICSA recommendation. The only consequences spelled out in the bill for failure to report are that someone could be referred to their professional regulator, where relevant, or the Disclosure and Barring Service, which, to quote the bill's explanatory notes, will consider their suitability to continue working in regulated activity with children. That is all really positive, but I just think we have to go a little bit further. As currently drafted, is this enough to tackle the chronic underreporting of sexual abuse identified by the Jay inquiry? The new offence of stopping someone else from reporting it is very, very welcome and should stop, for example, managers pressuring people working under them, but I don't think it will cover cases in religious groups. By way of example, I'd like to speak about a religious organisation which I was raised in, which is the Jehovah's Witnesses. Most people know very little about them, but they're a very insular religious community with a deep distrust in many cases of secular authorities. Much of that comes from the fundamental nature of some of their beliefs. Witnesses have a mindset where their first port of call for any issues with another member of the faith is their local congregation's body of religious elders, who are men, always men, appointed from within their ranks. The organisation denies that it stops these elders from referring allegations of sexual abuse to police, but numbers speak louder than words. Almost 10 years ago, the Jehovah's Witnesses were one of the case studies examined by an Australian Royal Commission into institutional responses to child sexual abuse. The Commission found that in Australia alone, allegations had been documented by religious elders against 1,006 individuals, and not a single one was reported to police. In the UK, elders will sometimes say it's a victim's absolute right to go to the police, which is often the organisation's response to criticism in this area. But behind the scenes, they will heavily discourage it, telling victims that publicity would bring reproach on God's name. And I think this secretive attitude is best exemplified by a speech given by a member of the religion's governing body recently, where he said, and I quote, "Suppose that someone is convicted and put in jail, or someone is found guilty by men, as Jesus was. It doesn't mean that he's guilty in the sight of God." End quote. Now, I should flag that that wasn't specifically referring to child sexual abuse, but that attitude is completely pervasive. And I describe this example to highlight just how critical it is that the duty to report is backed up by criminal consequences for ignoring it, because some of these organisations will do anything to avoid compliance. And so I'd like to ask the Minister, first of all, if she'd be willing to meet with me to discuss this issue in more depth and how we can address it. I'd also appreciate if the Minister could comment on the scope of individuals the bill places under a duty to report. I'm not convinced at the moment that many religious leaders, who often hold very significant power and influence, as I've outlined in that one example already, are included. And this goes back to the ICSA report, which recommends that the duty to report should fall onto anyone who works in regulated activities, but also onto anyone in a position of trust over a child, as defined by the Sexual Offences Act 2003. On my reading, this bill does the former but not the latter, as currently drafted. And I think addressing this by using both criteria could significantly strengthen the legislation. But may I finish, Madam Deputy Speaker, by again welcoming this bill. It contains very powerful provisions to progress measures in the manifesto we on these benches stood on, to make our streets safer and tackle crime, and I look forward to voting for it this evening.
I call Tristan Osborne.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today to support this bill, which will provide the necessary tools to restore public confidence in law and order. As a former warranted police officer, Council Portfolio for Enforcement and Chair of the Medway Community Safety Partnership, I have been working within my community, with our community, to challenge many of the issues which this bill will today counter. And can I thank Kent Police and Council staff for all the work that they do, every single weekend, every single day, every hour, helping and supporting our residents. This bill, however, doesn't come without context. And for over a decade, the previous government chipped away at our criminal justice system. They cut police funding. We all remember the Police Federation Cuts Have Consequences campaign. They slashed officer numbers before then recruiting them to lower levels per capita. They slashed PCSO numbers and they weakened council enforcement teams. Court delays skyrocketed. Probation was privatised, then publicised, then privatised. Legal aid was gutted. Prisons were left full. These reckless acts have fuelled antisocial behaviour and shattered public confidence in law enforcement. It is absolutely happy to give way.
Thank my honourable friend for giving way. Given what he is saying, would he share my shock that Cumbria Police didn't hand out a single penalty notice for disorder in 2023? And that's down from 1,000 being issued in 2010. And does he share my enthusiasm for the measures in this bill to bring forward respect orders?
Can I thank my honourable friend, and I could not concur more, that police funding and police officer numbers have resulted in fewer fines being issued for many types of crime, and in fact the new provisions in this bill will actually give police more powers to challenge around specifically nuisance biking and other fines. So this bill is absolutely necessary and absolutely the first step. I'm happy to give way to my honourable member. Yeah.
Thank the honourable member for giving way. On Saturday I visited quite a few retailers in Wokingham. There was no police presence in the town at all, despite crime occurring hourly in our in all of our shops. There is always somebody who is doing shoplifting. Thames Valley Police only have 198 police officers per 100,000, well below the national average of 245. Would you agree that's not enough?
Can I thank the honourable member? And I would agree that insufficient police numbers in recent years have resulted in cases as you've just raised, where we had a shoplifters charter under the last government where there was a set amount allowed. I also want to thank my honourable friends from Tipton and Wednesbury for her Westminster Hall debate last week, and my honourable member, the honourable friend for North Durham as well, for his rule bill, which looked specifically at the next issue I wish to raise around nuisance biking. Reckless bikers and boy racers who tear through our streets and churn up our parks have significantly worsened in previous years. And under the previous government, the weak Section 59s allowed these bikers to effectively get away with it with a slap on the wrist. So I welcome the measures in this bill which will immediately seize these vehicles, and it will send a message that if you are caught with this vehicle, you will lose that asset immediately. These are powers my police have recently called for when I went on a Kent Police operation in November and witnessed the cat-and-mouse tactics of perpetrators and the resources simply needed to impose these extremely weak penalties. Secondly, knife crime has surged since 2010, disproportionately affecting younger people. This bill gives police new stop-and-search powers in high-crime areas, and this will allow law enforcement to be much more proactive in intercepting potential threats. And I welcome this measure specifically in areas of high knife crime in my urban centres in Chatham and Aylesford. Thirdly, the digital age has produced new avenues for crime, and as has been mentioned by many colleagues here around child sexual exploitation and the exploitation and violence against women, this bill will give more powers to challenge stalkers and more powers to strengthen against child sexual exploitation. As a former teacher, I had to look at safeguarding cases on a weekly basis which involved online activity, and I can say that without these additional powers, it becomes increasingly difficult to catch those malign influences which are harming our very young people. I believe this bill also empowers the police to take greater transparency and accountability. It improves police training, focuses on issues around de-escalation techniques and mental health awareness. It equips officers with the necessary skills to handle a wide range of situations with sensitivity and professionalism. We know they do this every single day, but we know that the diversity of issues that they are challenged with every day requires new training as well. And just lastly, supporting and tackling against domestic violence, so eloquently raised by my colleagues this afternoon. We know that domestic violence is so often a hidden crime, with victims feeling trapped and powerless to escape their circumstances. This bill strengthens the legal framework for protecting these victims by providing new provisions for protective orders, including the ability to ban perpetrators from returning to a victim's home even before their trial. And it also mandates better support for victims, offering increased access to legal and social services. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is not just about laws. It's about lives, safer streets, protected communities and justice that truly serves the people. This crime and policing bill represents a forward-thinking, balanced approach to law and order and public safety. It provides our police with the powers they need to combat crime, support our justice system in delivering fair and effective sentences, promotes greater community engagement and ensures that, most importantly, the victims of crime and our communities receive the care and protection they deserve. Thank you.
I call Callum Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to add my support to the Government's crime and policing bill, which will certainly be welcomed by my urban and rural communities across the Buckingham and Bletchley constituency. Given the time constraints, I want to focus my own remarks on part 3 of the bill, which is relating to the protection of retail workers. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do admit a particular interest in Britain's 3.5 million retail workers, not least because my mum is one of them, having worked on the shop floor at Morrison's for over 20 years now. And during that time, she has very much seen it all, the good, the bad and the ugly. And during my own conversations with her, certainly over the last decade in particular, 2 themes have become much more prevalent. They've been raised already by honourable members from across the House. Firstly is the increasingly casual and habitual nature of shoplifting and other retail crime. British Retail Consortium data suggests that this is already costing businesses across the country over £2 billion a year. In the Thames Valley police area, retail crime rose by over a third in the period of April 2023 and February 2024. And indeed, just this year alone, the cooperative store in Winslow has faced 2 violent raids to remove its cash machine. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, this isn't just petty crime, it is too often organised, and it is this kind of emboldened criminality that must be stopped. Because such activity is not just a blot on a company's balance sheet. It punishes good faith customers and it demoralises the workers who take pride in the work that they do. So I also welcome the repeal of Section 176 of the Antisocial Behaviour, Crime and Policing Act 2014, which is finally calling time on Britain's open invitation to criminals to steal goods worth under £200. The second theme that I also want to touch on is the growing occurrence of abuse and the threat of violence faced by too many shop workers in their own workplace. Findings from the Usdaw Trade Union in 2024 of its own members revealed that over 2/3 of retail workers were verbally abused, almost half were threatened, and 1 in 5 have been physically assaulted while doing their jobs. This is clearly totally intolerable. Nobody in this country should be going to work fearing for their own physical safety. And I believe that we in this House, with our security guards and our armed police, have a particular duty to ensure that those who work in our shops feel just as safe as we do. Now, that is why the bill's introduction of I won't, just because there's so little time and too many people who wanted to talk. So that's why this bill's introduction of a new offence for assaulting retail workers is so important. And that's why I also welcome the respect orders in this bill, which will give the courts the powers to ban repeat offenders from retail premises. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a bill that does ultimately deliver for retail workers, and it ensures that we are giving them the respect and the dignity they deserve, and that's why I will be supporting this bill tonight.
I call Sarah Hall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I would like to begin by declaring an interest in this area. I am married to a serving Cheshire police officer, which I'm very proud about. Madam Deputy Speaker, in the year ending September 2024, there were 1 million incidents of antisocial behaviour, 490,000 shop theft offences and more than 55,000 knife or sharp incident offences. But these are not just numbers. These are real people, real businesses, real communities that were let down by the last government. In my constituency of Warrington South, Cheshire Police continue to go above and beyond. Day in, day out, they put themselves on the line to protect us, despite rising demand and the failure of the previous government to support them. And I want to thank them for their dedication, their service and their unwavering commitment to keeping my constituency, town and villages safe.
Hear, hear.
Cheshire is a force that has been leading the way in tackling some of the key issues that we are discussing in this important bill today. In February of this year, the force received praise for its performance following an inspection carried out by His Majesty's Inspectorate Constabulary and Fire and Rescue Services, which commended the force on its excellent performance in keeping people safe, reducing crime and giving victims an effective service. And I am in no doubt that this success is down to the leadership of Chief Constable Mark Roberts and the hard work of Cheshire Police officers, staff and volunteers. Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the tough new action against perpetrators of stalking. The bill contains a range of new measures to strengthen enforcement and better protect victims, such as making it easier for courts to issue stalking protection orders, introducing a new offence for spiking, and improving information sharing with victims. And I want to pay tribute to Cheshire Police's Detective Sergeant David Thomason for his many years of work in this area, including the creation of Cheshire's anti-stalking unit. This unit sees police, mental health professionals, outreach workers and victim advocates working together to protect victims of stalking and give them an enhanced level of support. They also work to tackle the behaviour of stalkers and the root causes of their offending. And DS Thomason has long been a leading advocate in this area, and I am delighted to see that with this bill, the government is giving stalking the attention it rightly deserves. Madam Deputy Speaker, the theme of this year's Stalking Awareness Week is health responses, spotting stalking. And like other forms of violence against women and girls, stalking is a public health issue and requires a whole system approach. Absolutely. Through training, guidance and improved referral pathways. The goal is to support the healthcare sector and ensure no victims of stalking fall through the gaps. So I would like to ask the Minister what action is being taken to ensure collaborative working with health colleagues to ensure that a whole system approach is delivered. Now, as a member of the Trade Union Store and as a Labour and Cooperative MP, I also welcome the introduction of a new offence of assault against assaulting a retail worker, giving workers in shops up and down the country the protection they need. This is an area I have long to campaign for, and I've spoken to many retail workers in my constituency, including at the local co-op store in Latchford. During my visit, I heard about the devastating impact assault and abuse has had on their lives. For too long, retail staff have been working in fear of the next incident of abuse, threat or violence, and this bill provides a great opportunity to make a real difference to the retail industry and workers' lives. Madam Deputy Speaker, this Labour government is delivering where the Conservatives failed. This is a bill that takes crime seriously, a bill to rebuild public confidence, a bill to make our streets safer, and a bill to give our police the power, support and resources they need to protect our communities.
I call Lindsay Farnsworth.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the 317 pages of this bill make satisfying reading for this former Crown Prosecutor. Satisfying because I know it's packed full of measures that will make the streets safer for my constituents. Madam Deputy Speaker, Amber Valley is a brilliant place to live, but sadly, it's not without incidents of antisocial behaviour, and this is an important issue to my constituents, which is why I'll focus what little time I have this evening on part one of the bill. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've heard the concerns of residents in our towns and villages about cars and off-road bikes being driven in an antisocial manner. I've listened to the frustrations of police officers explain to me that they're hamstrung as to do anything but issue warnings. The Labour-controlled Borough Council have made good use of the public space protection orders available to them, including issuing fines for car cruising across Amber Valley and to disperse troublemakers in Hinder Marketplace. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Crown and Policing Bill will now mean troublemakers can be dispersed for longer, and that the police will finally have power to immediately seize and crush the cars and the bikes, and giving residents confidence that the police will at long last have the tools they need to crack down on such antisocial behaviour. Antisocial behaviour comes in many forms, and it's often a legacy of Tory austerity. Youth provision has been drastically cut back by the Conservative-controlled Derbyshire County Council. Youth services play a crucial pillar in Amber Valley, linking young people with the wider community and the neighbourhood police, just like I saw recently at the railway carriage in Iainville. This environment helps to steer young people away from choosing crime. This Labour government understands that we need to give our young people chances. That's why, alongside this bill, we're also working at pace towards our opportunity mission, providing more apprenticeships and skilled jobs for our young people. We know, Madam Deputy Speaker, that antisocial behaviour is often at the hands of a small number of repeat offenders, young and older alike. Under this bill, individuals persistently causing antisocial behaviour can be made subject to a respect order without waiting for them to be convicted of a criminal offence, thus speeding up the response, not least because it avoids the huge backlogs in the Crown Courts that we've inherited from the Tories. Madam Deputy Speaker, we mustn't forget that people who repeatedly act in an antisocial manner often have underlying issues or trauma driving their behaviour. Whether it's alcohol awareness classes for those who persistently drink and are aggressive in our parks, or drug treatment orders for those stealing to fund their habit, these new tough orders will tackle the root causes of such behaviour. The 13,000 additional police officers are central to the Safer Streets mission, as are these orders, but the orders will only work if the resources are available to support offenders to deal with their issues and change their behaviour, and I would urge the government to ensure that such provision is in place. Antisocial behaviour is often described as low-level crime, but for the people who have to endure it, it doesn't feel like low-level. Madam Deputy Speaker, the people of Amber Valley can be confident that this government has acted on their concerns and the anti-social behaviour will be stopped. I wholeheartedly support this bill.
I call Iain.
Thank you. I want to speak today in full support of the Crime and Policing Bill. This is a crucial piece of legislation that will help deliver on this government's mission, Safer Streets. I was incredibly proud to stand on the platform of securing the safety of my constituents. It is the first responsibility of any government to keep its communities safe, whether on a national or international basis. Our communities deserve safety, security and respect. Too often, antisocial behaviour, violent crime and lawlessness undermine the very fabric of our society. I've seen this very recently in Wildwood and Highfields and Western Downs, in my own constituency of Stafford, Eccleshall and the Villages, where confidence in public services has been eroded due to instances of antisocial behaviour. This bill takes decisive action to restore public confidence in policing and protect the most vulnerable to crime. It strengthens police powers to tackle persistent offenders, reintroducing respect orders to perpetrators accountable and removing bureaucratic barriers that delay much-needed enforcement. Whether it's vandalism or the reckless use of vehicles, our response must be swift and effective. Furthermore, we can't discuss crime prevention without addressing our duty to young people. Too many of our youth are drawn into criminal activity, whether through exploitation, gang violence or knife crime. Often blame is put in the wrong place. We need to tackle the adults that exploit these young people. And this bill introduces tougher measures to combat criminal exploitation, ensuring those who manipulate and abuse young people face the full force of the law. At the same time, we must also invest in preventative measures. Education, youth services and intervention programmes that divert young people away from crime and towards opportunity. In my professional career, I work with children and young people, and I know how amazing they are when they're given a chance. This government will make sure that no children are left behind. Madam Deputy Speaker, another key pillar of this bill is community policing. Our police officers do an extraordinary job under immense pressure, yet public confidence has eroded. This bill equips our police with the tools that they need to greater powers to tackle serious crime, retail theft and violent offenders, whilst also ensuring robust accountability measures. By supporting our frontline officers, we send a clear message that law and order remain at the heart of our national priorities. I was particularly pleased to see the named police officer guarantee, as my constituents in rural villages and settlements often tell me they struggle to feel connected to the police, with long waits for their calls and a lack of oversight and regular patrols in their areas. That's why I recently asked the Home Office in oral questions if rural communities, like Turley in my constituency, would receive the named police officer guarantee. And I was delighted that the Minister confirmed this guarantee would be given to my rural constituents. This government is committed to delivering the safety for rural communities that we desperately need. This is a bill that protects victims, punishes criminals and strengthens the foundations of a safer society. It ensures that our high streets, our towns and villages and our homes are protected from those who seek to harm or exploit. I urge my colleagues to support it in delivering justice, security and respect for all.
I call Ruth Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm speaking today in support of this bill, not just because it's the biggest package of measures on crime and policing for decades, with 50 new laws to cut crime and make our streets safer, but because these new measures will tackle antisocial behaviour, shop theft and street crime head-on, giving the police and our communities new powers to take back town and city centres like Newport from thugs and thieves. These are great reasons to welcome this bill, but also because this bill contains some of my own work. Last year, I moved my first private member's bill through this House. It was called Community and Suspended Sentences Notification of Details Bill, and it sought to amend the 2020 Sentencing Code to create a duty on offenders to notify the responsible officer of any change of name or contact details if they are sentenced to a community order, a suspended sentence order, a youth rehabilitation order, or a referral order. Too often at the moment, these offenders have been able to change their names and slip under the radar to avoid scrutiny and potentially go on to re-offend again. But Chapter 4 of this bill means that my private member's bill has been noted and incorporated into legislation. And I'm so pleased this government is committed to utilising good ideas from all areas, including these backbenches. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't only wish to praise the elements of the bill that I contributed towards, but this is a bill that will seek to address some other very serious issues. I particularly welcome the introduction of respect orders to stamp out issues such as public drinking and drug use. And I know this will be particularly welcome in Cross Keys in my constituency, where residents' lives are blighted by this kind of antisocial behaviour right outside their homes and along the canal, a natural beauty spot which is also suffering from individuals drinking and taking drugs during the day in full view of passers-by. Another issue that affects my constituent is off-road biking, which is dangerous and causes a great deal of damage to our beautiful countryside. So I really welcome the new powers the police will have as a result of this bill to seize vehicles to stop off-road biking, and also the dangerous use of e-scooters on pavements. Removing the need for police to issue a warning before seizing off-road bikes and e-scooters is particularly welcome, and this is great news for the people of Argyll and those living near Mynydd Mine in my constituency. Madam Deputy Speaker, we must also mention the need to protect shop workers, because we know that shop staff are a particularly targeted and vulnerable group. In introducing this new offence of assaulting a retail worker, this government is showing it is serious about tackling issues in communities to take back our shops and streets by confronting head-on violence and antisocial behaviour. Madam Deputy Speaker, as co-chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Safeguarding in Faith Communities, I'm also very pleased to see a new duty in England for adults working in relevant activities to report instances of child sexual abuse, has already been mentioned. This government is working hard to implement the recommendations of the independent inquiry into child sexual abuse after years of inaction by the previous government. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm also pleased to see the new offence for spiking, which is predominantly an offence committed by men against women. Violence against women and girls is endemic in our society, and we need to take it seriously and tackle it directly, which I'm sad to say has not always been the case. There have been some solid campaigns like Stop Tops, but placing the emphasis on the potential victim cannot ultimately solve the issue. This new bill makes a difference, and I thank the front bench for their diligence in bringing this bill forward. Madam Deputy Speaker, I could go on, but I'm mindful of time and the need to get other speakers in. So I'll just close by welcoming this bill and urge all those involved to get it through the necessary stages and on the statute books as quickly as possible.
I call David Baines.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On Friday, I attended an event organised by Age UK Mid-Mersey at the Mansion House in Windle in my constituency, taking questions from service users and volunteers. It was no surprise to me that crime and policing, and specifically the threat of antisocial behaviour, was one of the questions raised by those present. Older people told me that they were scared to leave their homes, especially after dark. For their sake and for all of our communities, we need to take our streets back, and this bill is a step towards doing that. Madam Deputy Speaker, many of the welcome measures in this bill are aimed at tackling what for too long has been thought of by too many as low-level crime. Antisocial behaviour, whether it's public drinking, drug use, vandalism or off-road bikes touring up sports pitches and parks, is completely unacceptable. It blights our communities and it can ruin lives. People in St Helens North have great pride in where they live, but that's been tested too often by a mindless minority. In recent weeks in Blackbrook, I've had reports of some young people targeting buses and shops with objects, even causing some buses to be diverted. It's a minority. I know most young people will be just as appalled at this sort of behaviour as most people of any age, but it is totally unacceptable. The introduction of respect orders will help to address some of this by targeting repeat offenders and ensuring that they face real consequences. And restoring neighbourhood policing, most of all, will send the message that we will not stand for this. Another crime which for too long has been seen as low level and effectively decriminalised is shoplifting. My mum was a shop worker, working in what was then the Co-op on West End Road in Blackbrook in my constituency. She encountered shoplifting on a regular basis, and I'm sad to say much worse. My mum was assaulted at work, as were many other women that she worked with. When it comes to violence against shop workers, we need the police and businesses to take every possible step to protect workers and customers and punish those responsible. And I strongly welcome the proposals in this bill. Madam Deputy Speaker, people in St Helens North deserve and demand to feel safe. This bill contains many steps in the right direction to ensure that crime doesn't dictate the way we live our lives and that those responsible face the consequences of their irresponsible actions. Our police must have the resources and the powers to tackle antisocial behaviour and violent crime, both in prevention and in punishment. It's about protecting our communities, making sure they are places to live, work and raise a family in peace. That's all most of us want, and it is something that we need to deliver.
I call David Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to support this bill. And much of the crime and policing bill is fulfilling Labour's mission to make our streets safer by dealing with what's sometimes called low-level criminality, but what in reality are crimes that make people feel unsafe in their own community. Whether shoplifting, public drug and alcohol abuse, online harms or antisocial behaviour, law-breaking must always be dealt with and never ignored. So, I'd like to warmly acknowledge in particular the proposed changes to the law around retail crime. Law-breaking is sadly commonplace in retail. I remember how many years ago when I worked at a clothing shop in the centre of Glasgow as a student, I and my colleagues had to deal with threats, intimidation and even the prospect of being stabbed with needles. I've seen firsthand how this kind of intimidation can affect people in their working environment, and I went to the Co-op in Morpeth in North Northumberland, my constituency, recently, and I heard from USDAW colleagues and Co-op staff that the situation facing retail workers has only become worse, with workers at times facing industrial levels of shoplifting and threats of physical harm. That's why I welcome the removal of the Tories' de facto £200 floor on shoplifting prosecution, as well as the new offence of assaulting a retail worker. No one, as we've said in here, no one should have to fear for their safety in order to make a living. However, I'd welcome assurances from the Secretary of State and the Minister about some of the processes outlined by the new respect orders. The proposed bill defines antisocial behaviour as conduct that has caused or is likely to cause harassment, alarm or distress to any person. I ran a homelessness charity and I can envisage a possible scenario in which a tenant with the potential to be troublesome is issued with a respect order barring them from entering the tower block in which they live. They don't have alternative accommodation, so they enter the flat anyway. Upon doing so, they could be arrested, charged or put on trial and issued with a prison term. This hypothetical tenant may not be a saint, but this would be a surreal outcome in which a criminal is made out of someone who's simply trying to go home. So I'd appreciate some alleviation of my concerns on this matter. And sticking with antisocial behaviour, I also know from my time in homelessness that alongside law and order, we need other tools in our toolbox to help those with multiple and complex needs. A Northumbria University research report that I commissioned in 2022 demonstrated that 94% of those facing homelessness have experienced serious trauma during their lives. It's that trauma which is underlying the often chaotic and unpleasant behaviours that we can see in our towns and cities. Some of these who are causing misery to others are themselves deeply traumatised by the abuse, violence and neglect that they have experienced or continue to experience. We should remember that being homelessness itself is a trauma. We can most successfully address that behaviour by taking a trauma-informed approach and by offering appropriate support services. It's not about being soft. Crime is crime. But if we genuinely want to stop the cycle of offending, then we need to have multiple options at our disposal, including supportive options. When we witness antisocial behaviour, we should of course be firmly saying, you must not do that or there will be consequences. But we should also be asking, what happened to you that led you to this point in your life? So, even as we pursue a much needed focus on antisocial behaviour and crime, I would welcome clarification that traumatised people who are often stuck in a loop of failed systems will receive the support that they need. This bill will do a lot of good, and I'm sure that the Minister will be able to put to rest the concerns that I've expressed today.
I call Lizzie Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The measures in this crime and policing bill are very much needed by my constituents in Morecambe and Lunesdale. One of the first pieces of casework I dealt with as an MP was young children riding recklessly around on small motorbikes with no helmets. My constituent Helen was at her wit's end with the dreadful noise and the fear that one of the children or a passing pedestrian might get hurt. I recently asked for an update, and her husband Malcolm told me that whilst there has been some relief recently, they're concerned that the lighter nights will bring more problems. What frustrates them is the wait for a police response. Recently in Morecambe, we had a gang of lads causing havoc on the Branson estate. After reports of them threatening people and causing damage, the police gave chase and seized one of the bikes. Earlier that day, a town centre playground was taken over by people on bikes, with reports that they were being, quote, purposefully menacing, and that their bikes had damaged the grassy area near the playground. It was simply luck that no one was hurt. But in Morecambe, local organisations are coming together to tackle the menace of antisocial behaviour. The Safe Morecambe initiative, which brings together Morecambe Police, Morecambe Business Improvement District, the City Council, the Town Council and other key stakeholders, was formed in November last year. They collaborate to ensure a safe and welcoming environment for residents, businesses and visitors. I met one of their number, Tim Barbary, to discuss the coalition and will continue to support them, including support for the continuation of Operation Centurion, which I'm very glad to say the funding for which has continued. Our High Street in Morecambe has also been badly affected by theft. The Conservatives wrote a lot of this off as low level, but it's not low level. And in certain parts of Morecambe and some of my rural areas, they've suffered terribly with fly tipping. So I'm glad to see all of these issues covered in this crime and policing bill, and to see that the Labour government is focused on the issues that matter to my constituents. This bill will make it easier to seize those bikes and the scooters that are being used antisocially. It will see stronger action, in fact, on all types of antisocial behaviour. It will see statutory guidance on fly tipping, an extra 13,000 police officers on the ground. Finally, I'd like to flag the decimation of youth services under the last Conservative government, which has meant that so many young people, especially those struggling without strong family role models, they've been left to be sucked into the grip not only of antisocial behaviour, but also in many cases groomed into far more serious criminality. I've already expressed interest in my constituency becoming a pilot area for the National Youth Strategy Programme, as I believe that good youth services not only ensure that young people are able to reach their potential, but they also have a huge wider knock-on effect on our constituencies. So all in all, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very pleased to see that this Labour government is taking the concerns of my constituents in Morecambe and Lunesdale seriously.
taking strong action to tackle the blight of bikes and scooters being misused, taking theft on our high streets seriously again, getting tough on fly tippers, and also stamping down on the wider antisocial behaviour that we see in our constituencies. Thank you.
I call Pam Cox.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm really pleased to speak in support of the Government's Crime and Policing Bill, the most comprehensive package of such measures that we've seen for decades. As a member of the Justice Committee, I know that this will play a crucial part in tackling serious violence and high harm offences that have plagued our communities for far too long. I'll focus my contribution today, however, on knife crime. In my own constituency in Colchester, we've seen firsthand the impact of knife crime on our streets and the fear that local people fear because of it. However, we're also witnessing some remarkable local initiatives that are making a real difference in our fight against it. Last year, the Knife Angel, a 27-foot-tall sculpture made from over 100,000 seized knives, visited Colchester. It was a powerful symbol of our city's commitment to tackling knife crime. Standing underneath our iconic water tower, Jumbo, the Knife Angel serves as a poignant reminder of the lives lost and the urgent need for action. It brought our community together, fostered a shared determination to address this head-on. I'd also pay tribute to the Colchester Gazette for their own campaign that ran alongside this striking exhibit. I'd also want to pay tribute to the work of Essex Police in tackling knife crime. Their Violence and Vulnerability Unit brings together partners from across the county to do this. They use data evaluation, targeted interventions, communication campaigns to support young people to stay safe and to keep them away from the exploitation and vulnerabilities that can draw them into crime, as we've heard so many members talk about today. Finally, I'd like to highlight the incredible work of a man named Peter Dutch and the ALB group in Colchester. Now, the ALB stands for the Anti-Loo Roll Brigade, and on another occasion, I'll happily explain the story behind that name. They've been pivotal in recent months in diverting young people away from trouble and are building local alliances to provide counselling, youth projects and other positive alternatives to crime. So these local initiatives in Colchester really exemplify the kind of community-driven efforts that are essential for tackling knife crime. The Crime and Policing Bill will, however, provide the necessary national tools that we also need to amplify these efforts and make our streets safer. And I urge members across the House, although not so many across the House right now, to join me in supporting this bill. Thank you very much.
I call Lee Pitcher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Ensuring the safety and security of our communities is one of the most fundamental duties of government. When that duty is neglected, their consequences are real. They're widespread and they are deeply felt by everyone, especially those that are the most vulnerable in our society. In recent years, that neglect has reached the point where local authorities like Doncaster City Council have had to step in to take up the slack, and I want to take the opportunity today to recognise the work they've done, including funding additional police and expanding CCTV networks to support the police in their work. I know from doing walkarounds with the police, councillors and businesses in areas like Thorn, the impact rampant crime is having on our high streets and our town centres, how shop owners and workers feel under constant fear of attack. That is wrong. That is not good enough for the people of Thorn, that is not good enough for the people of Doncaster East, and that is definitely not good enough for the people of the Isle of Axone. So I am proud to be part of a government that will clean up our streets from the thieves and the thugs. I'm very glad to see that with this bill the government will take on antisocial behaviour seriously. It is too easy to write off antisocial behaviour as nuisance or annoyance, but it is very much more than that. Continuous antisocial behaviour can go on for months or even years, making people's lives miserable. It's been described to me at a recent surgery as a living torture. The introduction of respect orders is a welcome addition to the tools available to authorities to tackle persistent antisocial behaviour and to take strong preventative action. And I particularly welcome provisions in this bill that allow for the instant seizure of motorbikes without the need for previous warnings. Like many of my colleagues, I represent a rural area. I know from speaking to farmers in the Isle of Axholme how unsafe they can feel when they know that help is a long way off. And I've heard from farmers in Hatfield about the attacks on animals that they've suffered recently. The new powers in this bill to track stolen farm equipment will help to both deter criminals and to stop them in their tracks before they can profit from their crimes. And I ask the government to keep in mind, as this bill progresses through Parliament, how the ambitions of this bill will be successful in a rural context. Finally, fly tipping. Every part of my constituency suffers from fly tipping, often done by organised professional groups who are making money, who are passing themselves off as legitimate waste removal companies. They will only stop fly tipping when it stops being profitable for them. A boost to the use of powers to seize vehicles linked to fly tipping and to issue fixed penalty notice for fly tippers is a good step in the right direction and is certainly very welcome. At home, at work, at leisure, 24/7, my constituents in Doncaster East and the Isle of Axholme should feel safe and be safe. And for that reason, I hope every member of this House will join me in voting for this bill tonight.
I call Emily Darlington.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And first of all, can I pay tribute to all the amazing speeches we've had on this side of the House. You can see from how many of us are still here hours into the debate, in contrast to the opposite, how seriously this government and this party takes law and order. I absolutely agree with all the honourable members' speeches, but I want to focus my speech, because of time, on the issue of violence against women and girls. Women in Milton Keynes are scared. They're scared of going out, they're scared of going to the police, and they're scared of going home, which is still the most dangerous place for a woman. Violence against women and girls has slowly become consequence-free under the previous government. Under the Conservatives, only 2 to 4% of reported rape ever made it to trial. Convictions for domestic abuse were halved under the Conservative, and femicide, 95 of which, including 2 from my own constituency over Christmas, have continued to happen and not been taken seriously enough. I'm really proud of this bill's and this government's commitment to protect women and girls and have violence against women and girls. And I want to pay tribute to the Milton Keynes portion of Thames Valley Police, who have been central to ensuring that Milton Keynes becomes the first white ribbon city, despite their Conservative Police and Crime Commissioner. I want to talk about stalking and how important our measures on stalking are. And if I had time, I would share my own story of how I was stalked. But what I'm interested in hearing from the Minister is, while my stalking may have happened in person, more and more stalking is happening online. So how will this bill help to tackle that? Spiking, unfortunately, continues to rise, and just 2 weeks ago, a young woman in my constituency approached me after being spiked at a slug and lettuce on her 20th birthday. She ended up in hospital. We have talked a lot about measures to protect women from being spiked, but what are we doing to make sure that the availability of the drugs used in spiking are absolutely tackled? And finally, I want to talk about online. Those of you who are on the Science and Innovation and Tech Committee will have known the weak and, quite frankly, disappointing answers from the major social media firms when it came to this. They're using the umbrella of freedom of speech in order to allow these threats to women in online spaces to continue. They are also using that to spread pretty radical pornography, and I want to understand how this bill will fit with the government's cross-government plans to tackle violence against women and girls. And finally, in the last few seconds I have, I want to raise 2 things that are still on the statute books that I would like to see repealed in this bill. One, raised by my honourable friend before, from 1861, the Abortion Act, and finally the Vagrancy Act, both of which target the most vulnerable in our society and should be repealed. Thank you.
I call Danny Beales.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Crime and antisocial behaviour affect the whole community in which they take place. They erode social cohesion, trust, pride in place, driving people away from our town centres and making them feel insecure in their own streets, workplaces, or even their own home. I'm therefore pleased today to speak in support of the Crime and Policing Bill, the largest package of measures on crime and policing for decades. Crime and antisocial behaviour increased under the previous government, despite what the Shadow Minister said. The reality is known by my constituents. In the year ending September 2024, the Home Office recorded the highest ever increase in shoplifting offences. Usdaw found that 1 in 5 shoplifters have been physically assaulted in a year. Instances of theft from person increased 22%. In my own community of Uxbridge and South Ruislip, I've heard from many constituents worried about rising levels of crime, knife crime, shoplifting, burglary, phone and car theft, to name but a few. In the last weekend alone on Sunday, I had 21 constituents write to me to share their concerns about burglary in South Ruislip. This news is deeply distressing to my constituents, many of whom feel unsafe in their own homes and believe the police do not have the resources needed to protect them. This simply cannot go on. Increases in antisocial behaviour are a symptom of a society in distress, and far too often this was dismissed by the last government as low-level crime, unwilling and unable to act. Well, I welcome the measures in this bill to introduce respect orders on the worst offenders, banning persistent offenders from our town centres, and this is welcome news from many of my constituents who've contacted me about these activities in Uxbridge Town Centre and Useley High Street. Critically, this bill will also keep my constituents safe and protect them from armed burglary. It will create the new power for the police to seize, retain and destroy bladed articles, create a new criminal offence of possessing a bladed article with the intent to cause harm. It will also ban the possession and distribution of electronic devices which are far too often used in vehicle theft, and create a new targeted power for police to enter premises and search and seize electronically tracked stolen goods, from mobile phones to stolen vehicles, ending the terrible situation my constituents have reported, where they can track their stolen phone or electronic item, but the police are unable to go in and get the device. I hope too we will look at international vehicle crime and tougher measures at our ports to stop the rapid theft and removal from the country of stolen vehicles. As well as tougher laws, the police must also have the resources they need to apply these laws and a return to neighbourhood proactive policing. The government has increased police funding and to London police forces in the last year, which is incredibly welcome, but there remain significant pressures on London policing. And so whilst I welcome the uplift, I hope we can continue in this Parliament to increase the resources of the Metropolitan Police. Unfortunately, my predecessor, whilst Mayor of London, closed a number of police stations and police counters. I welcome the Mayor of London's commitment to keep Uxbridge Police Station open, and I hope we can work together to reopen the front counter and the custody suite. Madam Deputy Speaker, in summary, I strongly support this bill and the new measures and increased police powers, along with the uplift in police funding already agreed by this new government. These measures will help restore trust in the police, improve the safety of my constituents, and I wholeheartedly support them. Thank you.
I call Mary Ann Foy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill presents an opportunity to confront the challenges facing our communities, protect the most vulnerable and ensure that justice serves everyone. Now, I welcome the Government's commitment to tackling violence against women and girls, antisocial behaviour and halving knife crime. This is a positive step forward, strengthening protections for the public and addressing some of the damaging policies of the previous government. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I must therefore turn my attention to the impact of the Police, Crime, Sentencing and Courts Act 2022. In its rush to extend police powers, This legislation has had a devastating effect on gypsy and traveller communities. The Act introduced a new criminal offence related to trespass and granted sweeping powers to ban these communities from areas for up to 12 months, as well as powers to fine, arrest, imprison and seize homes of gypsies and travellers. Under these provisions, sanctions can be enforced based on damage, disruption or distress, often rooted in subjective perceptions of harm. And this means that entire communities could face eviction or banishment from areas with little regard for the cultural context or the lack of alternative places to settle. These measures are a grave injustice and an affront to the rights and the dignity of those who follow centuries-old ways of life. And it's concerning that, in the supposed pursuit of law and order, the previous government overlooked fundamental human rights protections. And I must stress that the impact of these measures is not theoretical, it is real and it's being lived. It's affecting families, children and entire communities. Human rights bodies have raised their concerns. The United Nations Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, in its formal recommendation, has called for the repeal of the provisions in question. And importantly, the High Court, in its ruling in 2024, found that certain provisions in the Act were incompatible with the European Convention on Human Rights. Madam Deputy Speaker, this Parliament has a duty to address these human rights violations and correct the injustices done. The Crime and Policing Bill offers us the opportunity to right the wrongs of the past, restore fairness and ensure laws that respect the rights of all people, regardless of their heritage or way of life. This bill could be the means by which we address the discrimination faced by gypsies and travellers. We need bold action to ensure that their traditions are protected. Madam Deputy Speaker, all people and all communities have the right to fair treatment. If we really want to stand for justice and human dignity, that must apply to all. So, as Chair of the APPG on Gypsy, Roma and Travellers, I urge the Government to undo the harm of the previous legislation. Let's stand for equality under the law and protection for all who live in the United Kingdom.
Tracy Gilbert.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I declare an interest as a member and former employee of Usdaw? Can I begin by welcoming the bill brought forward by the Government? I want to discuss three broad areas: anti-social behaviour, retail crime and measures to end commercial sexual exploitation. May I begin with anti-social behaviour, which I know is an increasing concern for my constituents in Edinburgh North and Leith. Over the past few months, constituents have relayed to me their concerns over a group of young people who have been dubbed the Baby Gang. Their name may seem non-threatening, but their actions are. Madam Deputy Speaker, the actions of the Baby Gang have alarmed my constituents and made them afraid. The tragedy is that many of these gang members are only in their mid-teens. During the general election campaign, constituents told me repeatedly how they are fed up of off-road bikes being used in parks and pavements. That is why I am so pleased to see that the bill will not only include provisions to tackle antisocial behaviour, but also the use of off-road motorbikes used in this manner. These issues are devolved to the Scottish Parliament, so I hope that the Scottish Government, although they're not here, will look closely at these measures. Turning to retail crime, I would like to congratulate the Government on the measures contained in this bill to tackle the unacceptable attacks and assaults on shop workers. The provisions in Part 3 of the bill replicate legislation that is already brought forward by a member of the Scottish Parliament, my colleague Daniel Johnston MSP, Securing the Protections of Workers Scotland Act in 2021. We are beginning to see the positive impact of this legislation and the effects the bill has had in shops and supermarkets across Scotland, which is evidenced in the data. In Asda's latest Freedom from Fear research, 77% of shop workers across the UK reported abuse, 53 reported being threatened, and 10% reported being assaulted. The data from Scotland is lower, demonstrating that within only a few years, the introduction of a specific crime is helping and creating a safer working environment for shop workers. I'm proud that this bill will extend this protection, because the protection of work should not be limited by postcodes. Madam Deputy Speaker, one final area that I would like to raise in this bill that has no specific measures is to reduce prostitution or sex trafficking. In 2023, the Home Affairs Select Committee found that legislation is needed in this area, as a report on the inquiry of human trafficking found that the collaboration between the National Crime Agency and the Home Office with pimping websites has produced no improvement from this evidence. I believe that the bill should go further in tackling this exploitation. This bill could afford the government the opportunity to take the actions required to reduce demand and tackle pimping websites. I'd be grateful to hear from the Minister whether the government would look favourably to amendments that seek to make him profiting from prostitution of another person a criminal offence. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill will go a long way in reducing crime, and I hope that when we next consider the bill in this place, it will contain measures that reduce the commercial exploitation of women.
I call Josh Fenton-Glynn.
Antisocial behaviour ruins lives. On Friday, I held an event at the Field Lane estate in Calder Valley, the first in a series of events across my constituency to listen to the community about antisocial behaviour, and their stories were heartbreaking. Families terrorised by problem residents, children scared to go to school, and residents fearing for their property and personal safety. All the while, people have no trust that making reports to the police will bring to an end the fear their families are facing. Sadly, this lack of trust has become all too common feature in communities since the last government, especially when they know that no matter how many reports they make or how much evidence they have, the police either won't turn up or will turn up late, and then they won't take people seriously, after the last government hollowed out our policing services. And yes, I will.
I thank the honourable friend for giving way. Does he not agree with me that it's vital for members from the opposition, from the previous government, to be here to listen to the testimony that we are speaking on behalf of our constituents about how the last government failed them on so many facets of tackling crime?
I absolutely agree the last government did fail people on tackling crime, particularly hollowing out police. Indeed, in West Yorkshire alone, within just 6 years of taking office, over 1,200 police officers had been let go, and 1,000 of those were in frontline roles, leaving the police numbers even more depleted than the numbers on the benches opposite. and when they rose back again, it just wasn't the same, because what they failed to recognise is that police are more than just a number on a spreadsheet. What they got rid of was 1,200 officers who knew their communities, who had a local intelligence and understanding of the local nuances and experience supporting those neighbourhoods. What we lost was the very heart of neighbourhood-based policing, the best tool to combat antisocial behaviour, and one of the best reassurances that evidence can have. This lack of local knowledge is why we've seen over 3,000 reports of antisocial behaviour in Calder Valley in 3 years, ruining lives. And the lack of trust in police afterwards is why I know that there are so many more incidents which simply go unreported. After 14 years of the last Conservative government allowing antisocial behaviour and other crime to grow unchecked, I'm proud that this Labour government is restoring respect to law and order, standing with and bringing communities and police together and closer together, with named officers in every community, backed by 200 million of funding to kick-start recruitment for the new neighbourhood police officers, and ending the impunity that criminals feel they can operate by giving officers stronger powers to tackle antisocial behaviour, violent crime and persistent offenders who are making people's lives a misery. Against this backdrop of a lack of trust by people in our police, service, which was allowed to fester over 14 years. This bill is an important step in the process of rebuilding trust and confidence, and why, on behalf of my constituents from Calder Valley, who've suffered because of antisocial behaviour, I'm backing the bill to take action today. Thank you.
Call Josh Simons.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In Ashton, Orrell, Plattbridge, Hindley and Hindley Green, one issue dominates life for so many: antisocial behaviour. For months, I've been promising my constituents the measures in this bill, and I want to thank the Home Office team for the hard work required to bring it to the House so quickly. To my mind, this bill is one of the strongest examples of this Labour government delivering for working people on the issues they care about. This bill takes tough action against serious crime, drugs, knife crime and terrorism, but I want to talk about a different, more everyday type of crime. Crimes that make life demoralising and sometimes frightening for so many people and shape how people feel about their town centre, their community and their security. Fly tipping in Bickershaw that makes parents stop their kids from playing outside. Teenagers throwing mud at cars in Hindley, groups intimidating people by the shops in Winstanley. Some of the toughest calls I've had in this job have been people ringing to tell me that thugs have destroyed a local sports club. Ashton Town, an arson attack. Hindley FC, Wigan Cosmos, St Jude's, pitches destroyed in minutes by vandals on dirt bikes. These clubs are great community assets, where kids that I represent learn to become Wigan warriors, or the elderly play walking football, places where people feel pride in their communities. I've supported fundraisers to help these clubs, working with local councillors and Warriors players to help St Jude's build a fence to keep the bikes out. But local residents shouldn't have to reach into their already stretched pockets. Our streets shouldn't feel so unsafe that people resort to self-protection. We are one of the world's largest economies and greatest democracies. That's why I welcome the measures in this bill, like new powers to seize bikes that wake people up at night, as they did me this Saturday. Every time one of these bikes tears past me in the town centre, I hold on to my kids that little bit tighter. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill matters because it's about standing up for the good, hard-working people who love their towns and want to feel pride in them again. It's about what it means to feel respect for those who you stand by and who you live near, and it shows that the Labour government will not tolerate those who make others' lives a misery. The respect orders in this bill, for example, are wisely named because vandalism, thuggery and mindless destruction are about a lack of respect for our public spaces and for each other. The bill empowers groups in society with restoring that respect. Police, councils, housing associations, asking them to say enough is enough and take control of their communities. But I want to make a wider point about respect in our society. So often when I'm travelling on the bus or the train, someone's playing videos loudly on their phone without headphones. This isn't illegal, but it is off-putting because it forces whatever that person's doing onto everyone else, as if they somehow own our shared public space. It demonstrates a lack of respect for our public realm and for those around us, because in the end, the strength of our communities and our country depends on the respect and even the love we have for each other. That is what resilience is in a community. And over the last 14 years, the Conservative government have allowed that respect to erode. Too many no longer trust the law will be upheld, equally and fairly applied to everyone, and that erodes trust in one another. That is why antisocial behaviour matters. It's about treating one another with a lack of respect, as if we don't care about the things we have in common. Only by rebuilding and reinvesting in our public realm, restoring the strength and integrity of institutions like the police, will we rebuild that respect and that trust. This bill takes a vital step. It shows that we stand with law-abiding, hard-working people. It sends a strong message to those who fail to recognise that responsible. Respect must return to our streets, and this bill will start to make that happen.
I call Jessica Turl.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to begin by expressing my thanks to my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, and the whole ministerial team for bringing forward this bill and making significant progress in our mission to make our streets safer. Now, there are three areas, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I want to cover where we promised change and we are delivering. The first is on antisocial behaviour, which we've heard much about across the House today, but it continues to blight my town centre. I hear time and time and again from constituents in Bournemouth West about how unsafe they feel. Antisocial behaviour is reportedly turning away potential retailers from setting up in the town centre. So it's not just a question of low-level inconvenience, it's a matter of people's everyday quality of life and the economic health of our towns. The rise in street crime, shoplifting and the persistent nuisance has made many people feel like they can't enjoy where they live in the way they used to. I've spoken to retail workers and bosses from the co-op and other retailers who have had to deal with the same people over and over again, coming into their stores and sweeping stock from the shelves and putting their staff at risk. Now, the Conservatives should be ashamed of this record. After 14 years, our communities have been left vulnerable. An epidemic of crime and antisocial behaviour has been ignored for far too long. So we are taking action the last government failed to, by removing that £200 shoplifting threshold, introducing those 13,000 neighbourhood police officers, increasing policing funding, including the 6.5% Dorset Police will receive, and introducing the respect orders that give police and local authorities new powers to tackle the worst offenders and prevent them from entering our towns and district centres. Like many, I also welcome the steps in this bill to immediately seize those awful off-road bikes and dangerous scooters that cause such a nuisance, and in particular in my constituency up the Kinston Road and up Leyburn Avenue. And at Bishop Oldham's Primary this morning, students told me that these nuisance bikes are destroying our woodland and our protected heathland in the constituency. Secondly, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill also addresses serious crime and violence like knife crime. Knife crime is something that we have seen far too often in Bournemouth. Just less than 2 weeks ago, there was a brutal double stabbing, which is part of a long line of horrific attacks, including 3 fatalities in the last 2 years. So I welcome the work this government is doing to prevent these kind of attacks with the creation of new offences. But I also want to put on record that despite the collaborative work of the police, the council and local charities, I also want to see a violence reduction unit in my local area. And it's not just about punishing offenders. The bill also provides much needed support for those who want to turn their lives around. And there's some amazing work happening in my constituency, particularly through Changes Are Made, providing positive outlets for young people. So I'd like to encourage the Home Secretary to look for opportunities to support activities like these and to collaborate with effective charities through the Young Futures programme. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's about time that we strengthen laws to protect women and girls. Just last week, I held an event to better understand women's perception of their own safety in the town centre and highlight the way that policing, the council, businesses and design can contribute to this end. So it's very welcome that we are creating new offences for spiking and stalking, and shameful that previous governments have failed to make these changes. So in closing, I'm proud of this bill, the direction the Labour government is taking. We are not just talking about crime, we are taking decisive action to reduce it. And so while it may be unrealistic to expect the party opposite would take responsibility and apologise for their failures, they would have to be in the chamber to do that. But perhaps they can join my constituents, who I know will welcome this bill and will want to see cross-party to support for these long overdue changes.
I call Colin Naismith.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to begin my remarks by reflecting on the non-attendance throughout this debate of Reform UK MPs. Now, it appears, Madam Deputy Speaker, that they spend more time these days litigating against each other than they do legislating in this place. Now, when I knock on doors or sit in my constituency surgery in Crewe and Nantwich, too often I meet people living in perpetual fear in their own community. Now, the one thing that those people all have in common is that they want to see neighbourhood policing restored, and I am proud that that is something that this government is committed to doing. Anybody with a set of eyes could see that neighbourhood policing was decimated under the previous government, despite what the Shadow Home Secretary said earlier. I won't give way, unfortunately. I'm conscious that people want to get in. Now, what they also tell me is that they want to feel like the police are equipped with the powers they need to grip the problems that leave them fearful on their streets or worse, in their homes. Rising antisocial behaviour has been a scourge on our streets, affecting my constituents, businesses, their livelihoods and even their health. Like the young woman who contacted me recently about the young males who make her and her children's lives a misery by bomb-knocking and kicking her door in the evenings, shouting "bitch" as they pass her home. Or my constituent Steve, who I spoke with at my constituency surgery over the weekend and whose family's lives are made a living hell by the small number of social housing tenants who their housing provider has so far failed to take any action to address. So that is why I fully support the respect orders contained within this bill, which will allow a number of agencies, including housing providers, to place restrictions on this kind of behaviour. Now, at this point, I declare an interest. I started my working life as a shop worker, first in Woolworths. Yes, I am old enough. And then in betting shops, a part of the retail sector which has never been a stranger, unfortunately, to violence and intimidation for workers. However, as I found out when I met with James, the manager of my local co-op store in Crewe, brazen crime and intimidation of shop workers has become commonplace in even our local convenience stores. Now, I believe that this bill will make a lasting difference to the lives of my constituents, from business owners to workers and decent, law-abiding people who just want to live in a community where they feel safe. These powers are ambitious, and we must ensure that they deliver real, lasting change for the people who need it most. Thank you.
Carl Adam Thompson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very proud today to speak in firm support of the Crime and Policing Bill. Crime, and especially day-to-day antisocial behaviour, feels to many of my Erewash constituents to have grown exponentially over recent years. It impacts every part of my constituency, from the town centres in Ilkeston and Long Eaton to the villages like Draycott and suburban areas like Cotmanay. This bill is about making people feel safe, so Erewash residents from Sawley to Shipley View can live their lives free from the fear of crime. As our local police forces were, under the previous government, gutted by austerity, so-called low-level offences like antisocial behaviour, shoplifting, even burglary were increasingly ignored and functionally decriminalised by the Conservative Party. Shoplifting, for example, Madam Deputy Speaker, is one of the crimes functionally decriminalised under the previous government's negligence. A government who set guidelines stating that shoplifting should not be dealt with if less than £200 worth of goods were stolen. While the major supermarkets and surviving high street chains might be able to stomach that volume, it's our small businesses that can't. How are these businesses meant to grow? How are investments meant to be made? Town centres meant to thrive? People meant to feel safe, Madam Deputy Speaker, when criminals and thieves were given impunity by the previous government through the Shoplifters Charter issued by them. The bill we debate today, Madam Deputy Speaker, repeals that Thieves' Charter, which will surely come as a relief to the business owners and the hard-working, law-abiding majority of people who make up both my constituents in Erewash and our country. Knife crime, Madam Deputy Speaker, has more than doubled in Derbyshire in the last decade. The recent horrific stabbing and subsequent death of a teenager in my constituency has given rise, rightly, to a lot of anger in my community, some of which was ended up directed at me, with people asking me bluntly, what am I going to do about it? Well, that, Madam Deputy Speaker, is why I'll be very, very proud to vote for a bill today that creates a new offence for the possession of a bladed item with the intent to cause harm. It gives our police the new, stronger powers that they need to seize, keep and destroy knives confiscated from private properties. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll come to violence against women and girls. In 2024, 13,000 stalking and harassment offences were recorded in Derbyshire, the highest in the East Midlands, along with more than 3,400 sexual offences. In that time, one of my great friends and constituents reported to the police that she had been followed and shouted at with sexual verbal abuse. This abuse happened in public, in broad daylight, on West Park in Long Eaton. It is this government's mission to halve violence against women and girls in a decade. And if we are to do that, Madam Deputy Speaker, our police will need the measures included in this bill. If we have entered now into the decade of national renewal that this government has promised, yes, we need to get the economy growing again. Yes, we need to get Britain building again. Yes, we need to get the NHS back on its feet. But we must also ensure that crime is punished and that the police are given the powers they need to properly enforce against offenders. We must take back our streets and excise the rot. If we can do this, Madam Deputy Speaker, restoring social order and respect for our communities, then we can fix broken Britain.
I call Alison Hume.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I warmly welcome the clauses of this landmark bill, which will give greater protection to victims of stalking and clarify what constitutes stalking, so the police have no excuse not to pursue incidents. That includes guidance to police about disclosing the identity of online stalkers to victims. 91% of stalking victims surveyed by the Susie Lamplugh Trust had suffered from mental health problems as a result of being stalked. Being stalked is also an indicator of being at high risk of domestic homicide. It's vital that victims feel safe to report what they are suffering, which is why I welcome the opening of the new purpose-built Asa House Centre for Victims of Rape and Sexual Assault in York and North Yorkshire. It's been designed in consultation with victims to provide a safe and supportive environment in which evidence can be collected and people can receive immediate health care and a medical examination if needed. According to Women's Aid, stalking by ex-partners accounts for the largest group of stalking victims, and with the vast majority of victims being women. As with domestic abuse in general, rates of prosecution and convictions are shockingly low. In the year to March 2024, North Yorkshire Police recorded 1,045 stalking offences, but only 75 resulted in a charge or summons. In just over half of the original cases, the victim chose not to pursue the case. Work by the Susie Lamplugh Trust helps explain why. It argues that victims have been let down at every stage by the police, the CPS and the courts. The Trust's super complaint against the police in 2022 found that they were not even identifying stalking cases, and even where they were, they often did not properly investigate. The Trust recommended that stalking protection orders should be applied for and put in place as early a stage as possible. Madam Deputy Speaker, after years of failure under the Tories, this bill cannot come soon enough for victims of stalking. New domestic abuse protection orders have been piloted with which victims can apply for themselves. Stalking victims also feel their lives are controlled by someone else, so giving them the chance to apply for a stalking protection order would hand back some power for them. I'm so pleased that the government is considering wider changes to stalking protection orders, and I would invite the Minister to comment on whether we will look at allowing victims to apply for them. To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, on behalf of my constituents in Scarborough and Whitby, I'm very proud to support this bill.
Brackenridge.
Speaker, I stand here firmly supporting the Crime and Policing Bill, the most substantial bill of this Parliament so far. It will make streets in Wolverhampton North East and across the country safer. Because, frankly, it is shocking that many of these laws aren't already in place. Just a glance on social media will show you doorbell footage where our streets have become a hunting ground for criminals. It's incredible that today that criminals can carry sophisticated car theft devices like signal jammers, keyless repeaters, signal amplifiers, and unless they are caught using them in the act, they can't be arrested. Well, that ends with this bill. Simply possessing these tools will be a criminal offence now. This is long overdue. Last year, more than 700,000 vehicles were broken into, 40% of them using these high-tech devices. Now, this bill will deliver around 50 new laws, finally cracking down on crime and antisocial behaviour. And again, some of these changes beg the question, why weren't these laws already in place? Violent attacks on shop workers will now be a standalone offence. Shoplifting, no longer dismissed as a low-value crime, with a £200 loophole fuelling an epidemic of theft. New powers will ensure repeat offenders are banned from retail areas more quickly and they will stay away. Illegal off-road bikes, immediate seizure, no more warnings, no more second chances. If you ride illegally, you will lose your bike. And instead of it being auctioned off and falling back into the hands of yobs, it will be crushed. Just last Friday, I went out on a walkabout with the neighbourhood police in Wensfield High Street. Wensfield is a safe area with lower crime than other high streets in Wolverhampton and Willenhall. And I was appalled, though, to hear from shop workers the brazen thefts that they endure. I spoke to a young lady, just turned 19, who is petrified every time it happens, and shop theft in her shop happens every day. Theft has become so normalised that staff are struggling to report every incident because they simply can't keep up. Usdaw, the Retail Workers' Union, has been calling for stronger protection for years, and they welcome this bill. They have said that tougher laws are needed to protect shop workers, and we welcome this legislation as a vital step in tackling retail violence. West Midlands Police now has 540 fewer officers than they did in 2010.
Will my honourable friend give way?
I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. As my neighbour in the West Midlands, she talks about 540 fewer officers being in our area between 2010 and 2024. I was also really concerned to see that we'd reached the highest level of knife crime in the country in our part of the West Midlands. Does she agree with me that since the Labour Party has been elected, we've started to bring that number of knife crime down? And does she welcome the fact that we're now on a trajectory to improve that situation?
Thank you. I certainly do support that. We are now no longer the knife crime capital of the world in the West Midlands, and it goes to show the effective work that the police have done in partnership with local authorities, the combined authority, the violence reduction units that we have, and a lot of very dedicated volunteers, and of course our fantastic schools in the West Midlands. So, when it comes to reversing the decimation of neighbourhood policing, I am delighted that Wensfield and Heathtown has recently received an extra police officer and PCSO, and Willenhall a new PCSO. But this is just the beginning. Labour are turning this round, and we will rebuild neighbourhood policing, because this is how you prevent crime before it happens. Good old-fashioned community intelligence and presence. This bill will make my constituents safer and make sure they feel safer. To the criminals who are getting away with stealing cars, intimidating shop staff or tearing up our green spaces with illegal bikes and terrorising our communities, enough is enough. And I wholeheartedly support this bill.
Jonathan Brash.
Deputy Speaker, perhaps the most pernicious effect of 14 years of Conservative government is the way that they systematically undermine security in every part of our society. Whether it was national security and the hollowing out of our armed forces, whether it was financial security with our economy crashed and wages stagnating, or whether it was security in our communities with town centres plagued with antisocial behaviour, off-road bikes terrorising estates and shoplifting out of control, which this bill seeks to deal with. And the consequence of that insecurity can be devastating. It breeds fear, anxiety and division. And it opens up a political space into which populists with no real answers can enter to further their own selfish ambitions. Although, speaking of populists with no answers, I would like to point out that Reform UK have not spent 1 second in this debate here today about antisocial behaviour in our communities. In Hartlepool for far too long, the entrance to our shopping centre, known locally as the Ramp on York Road, has been plagued by individuals who seek to intimidate and disrupt the daily lives of decent, hard-working people. I am fed up of hearing about families and pensioners who tell me they are too scared to walk through our town centre. Whatever the personal challenges of this small minority, they have no right to make the people of Hartlepool feel unsafe in their community. As chair of the Safer Hartlepool Partnership, I proposed a comprehensive action plan to help the police and council to implement. This plan includes a range of targeted interventions designed to tackle the issue head-on, which this bill enhances and extends. One key measure is the use of public space protection orders, which allow us to prohibit certain behaviours in and around a particular geographical area. This bill reinforces that tool by increasing the maximum fine for violating such an order from £100 to £500, ensuring stronger deterrence against antisocial behaviour. I'm also pushing for the greater use of enforcement powers, including dispersal orders, which this bill extends from 48 to 72 hours, and community safety accreditation schemes, which grant police enforcement powers to council, shopping centre and other security teams, helping to free up police resources, which this bill again extends and strengthens. The introduction of respect orders, a new civil behavioural order that allows courts to ban adult offenders from engaging in specific antisocial activities, will be a huge tool in Hartlepool. Breaching a respect order will be a criminal offence, enabling police to swiftly intervene and prevent further disruption. Importantly, these orders can also include positive requirements, compelling offenders to address the root causes of their behaviour, an approach particularly in communities that I represent, where drug-related issues are often at the heart of the problem. I further welcome this bill's actions on off-road bikes that terrorise so many communities in Hartlepool, and I know I've already spoken to the Minister about further powers that I would like to see included in this bill to enhance it. This bill also tackles the wider issues such as closure orders, shoplifting, fly tipping and child protection. They are not easy problems to fix, but with this bill we now have the toughest set of enforcement powers ever introduced by a government. It is our duty to ensure that we use them.
Deirdre Costigan.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the legacy of the Conservative government's 14 years in power is one of failure to keep us safe, felt every day in my constituency of Ealing Southall. On Guru Nanak Road, King Street and Western Road in Southall, drug dealing is a common sight that makes the area feel unsafe for everyone. The police don't have enough resources, so the Singh Sabha Gurdwara has had to employ their own patrols at a cost of thousands of pounds to keep their worshippers safe. Hanwell Clock Tower has become a magnet for street drinkers. The police try to move them on, but they just don't have the powers under the weak laws the Conservatives left us with. In West Ealing, drug dealers openly ply their trade, even sitting in residents' front porches when they're out, while the police can't do much about it. And across London, it's not safe to take a phone call on the street, or you're liable to have your phone snatched. On top of this, fly tipping increased by 1/3 under the previous government, making local neighbourhoods feel neglected and unloved. Of course, the drug dealers, phone thieves and street drinkers moved in. Under the last Labour government, there used to be 6 police and community support officers for every single ward in Ealing Southall. But the Conservatives cut £1 billion from policing in London. So we're lucky to have a couple of local officers per ward, and they aren't dedicated like they used to be. They get pulled to Brent or Harrow or central London. And under the previous Labour government, police had stronger powers too. The Conservatives actually reduced police powers. Now, Labour has already started the work to bring back neighbourhood policing and to recruit 13,000 new officers with £320 million extra funding for police in London, and will be making sure that police officers get back out on the streets instead of doing admin work like they were doing under the previous government. Today's bill will give these new officers the tough powers they need to tackle antisocial behaviour and crime, with 50 new laws to make our streets safer. Our new respect orders will mean that the police can stop street drinkers congregating at Hanwell Clock Tower, and they can stop drug dealers from coming into West Ealing and Southall. If people break respect orders, the police will now be able to arrest them immediately and take them to court, where they can face up to 2 years in prison. Police will be able to drug test more people on arrest, and respect orders will require that drinkers and drug users access rehab services to break the cycle of dependency. The bill will also give police the power to search a property without a warrant where they have evidence there's a stolen electronic device inside. Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I had my own phone stolen a while back. I could see it was in East London on the internet, but the police couldn't do anything about it. This law will now mean police can use Find My Phone apps to go after phone thieves and get stolen property back. And I'm delighted, as part of this bill, that the Secretary of State will be issuing statutory guidance to local councils to help ensure a more consistent approach to fly tipping. Ealing Council is the #1 council in the borough, in the country rather, when it comes to issuing fixed penalty notices against fly tippers. But council needs help to do more. Under the Conservatives, fly tipping was allowed to spiral. It was seen as a low-level crime. But it blights communities, and I know this Labour government is looking at further steps we can take to punish fly tippers and to reduce waste in the first place. Madam Deputy Speaker, after 14 years of Conservatives leaving local people in Ealing Southall to put up with open drug taking, street drinking and snatch thefts, today Labour is giving the police back the power and the resources to take the tough action needed to make our streets safe again.
Steve Yem.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill will be very much welcomed back in my constituency of Mansfield, with this government introducing 50 new laws today that will help cut crime and make the streets safer in my area. And this includes measures to tackle antisocial behaviour, stop theft, particularly in shops, and street crime head-on, giving the police and our communities new powers to take back town centres from thugs and thieves, tackling knife crime, violence against women and girls, cybercrime, child sexual abuse and terrorism. And that said, there is one issue in particular that this bill deals with that I am particularly pleased to see. Illegal off-road bikes and e-scooters are a significant concern to many in my Mansfield constituency, and antisocial behaviour connected to their inappropriate use is raised with me time and time again on the doorstep, during the election campaign, and now in my casework inbox. And if I can, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to share one such example of a constituent who recently contacted me on this issue, who said, "Only yesterday, while out with my husband doing grandparent school duties, we were yet again placed in a serious and dangerous situation. Several youths appeared out of nowhere, wearing balaclavas, weaving around our vehicle before racing off in different directions. The silence of them means you have no awareness before they appear in front of your car." And many constituents report similar concerns, exasperated that nothing can be done to deal with the issue. Well, enough is enough, and I'm delighted to announce, after discussions I've had with local officers in Mansfield, that the police are launching a crackdown over the coming weeks to tackle this antisocial behaviour related to off-road bikes and e-scooters in my constituency. And as part of this, officers are appealing to the public to come forward via a new dedicated police email set up with my office and by the 101 phone line to report any illegal bike-related antisocial behaviour. And using this information, officers will take significant enforcement action to target those who are terrorising our communities in Mansfield. And I'll be working closely with the police during the campaign, and I'll be holding a public meeting on March the 21st with the police so we can explain how it will work. And I'll be delighted to update the Home Secretary on the progress of this. More information will be released by my office in the coming days, but this crackdown will rely on my constituents acting as the eyes and ears on the ground. Without their reports, the project will not be a success, and so I urge local people in Mansfield to get involved in this. And Madam Deputy Speaker, to conclude, my message to those causing misery in Mansfield is this: we see you, the police are coming for you, and our communities will not let you get away with this any longer.
Maggie Shanker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I encourage any honourable members to come and visit us in Derby and Derby City Centre. They will find a city that is firmly on the up with a bright future ahead. Our city centre regeneration projects are full steam ahead. We are creating fantastic cultural and community hubs in Derby, whether it's our multi-million-pound revamp of our market hall or the completion of the Beckettwell Live Arena or Derby University's new business school, all set to open their doors in the coming month. I want everyone in our community to be able to take a walk around our city and feel proud and safe. But whilst we are rightly excited about the future that Derby holds, we also have to acknowledge the problems the city centre faces. The pride is tested when we see fly tipping on the side of the road. It's tested again when we're worried about walking on the pavement because our e-scooters are being used antisocially. And it's tested further when you're a shop worker worried about going to work because yesterday you were threatened during a shoplifting incident. There's lots of absolutely fantastic work underway on these issues at a local level, like the work of our Police and Crime Commissioner, Nicole Noedney-Roberts, and Derbyshire Constabulary, who are clamping down on illegal e-scooters, seizing and disposing of more than 200 since just November last year. But I and my constituents know that more needs to be done so that they can feel proud and safe in a city which we call home. That's why I absolutely welcome the measures being introduced today in this bill, which will go further to protect city centres like Derby and their residents from antisocial behaviour and crime. Whether it's the employees at our central co-op in Osmaston or the Asda superstore in Sinfin, it is right that this bill will introduce specific measures to protect them from retail crime. Shockingly, in 2023, 18% of shop workers were assaulted. Nobody, and I say again, nobody should fear going into work, which is why I am pleased that this bill will make assaulting a shop worker a standalone offence.
Thank you. I'm most grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and may I associate myself with his remarks and ask him if he finds it as absurd as I do that under the Conservatives there was effective immunity from shoplifting for goods of under £200, which means that shoplifting rose by 60%. And does he welcome therefore the fact that this effective immunity is ending, and also the fact that there is the introduction of a new criminal offence which will protect shop workers, such as my constituency of Chelsea and Fulham, where they've complained about this, being attacked from assault in the future?
I thank my honourable friend for that timely intervention. It's absolutely important that £200 limit is being scrapped. I've spoken to many shop workers across Derby who have said, literally on a daily basis, people are walking into the shops, loading their bags and walking straight out and almost apologising. This bill also introduces tougher action on knife crime, more power to support councils to tackle fly tipping, measures to let police seize vehicles like e-scooters much faster if they are being used for antisocial purposes, and it will tackle violence against women and girls by introducing a specific new offence for spiking. I want every single person in Derby, and I'm sure everybody in this house wants every single person across the country to feel safe to enjoy our city and their places where they live. I know this bill represents a huge step forwards in achieving that, and that's why I fully support this bill.
Peter Swallow.
Madam Deputy Speaker, after 14 years of Conservative government, antisocial behaviour has become far too common. Last year, 36% of people reported experiencing antisocial behaviour. Police powers to tackle criminal behaviour have been consistently weakened. Our communities have been left exposed, and we've heard many powerful examples of that from members across the House today. And that's why the measures in this bill are so badly needed. Shoplifting, casual drug taking, reckless driving and neighbourhood intimidation. These may not seem overly significant on their own, but when committed persistently, these low-level acts of social behaviour make our communities that one bit less safe, one crime at a time. Speaking to residents on the doors in Jennet's Park in Great Hollands recently, I heard how a spate of car thefts were making people lose sleep at night. Bracknell Forest is an incredible place to live, with a comparatively low crime rate. But whether it's drug taking in our underpasses, motorised bikes being driven around our footpaths, or shoplifting targeting our shops, our community is feeling the effects of the Tories' weak response to crime and antisocial behaviour. Last year, shoplifting in Bracknell and Wokingham went up 46%. That's not just in the town centre, but across Bracknell Forest, including in Sandhurst, where one local convenience store has been repeatedly targeted and their staff threatened. And I've seen it myself, sitting in a cafe of a local supermarket with the manager and watching as a shoplifter walks out of the shop, known to the staff, but with very little they can do to stop the frequent thefts. I want to thank Thames Valley Police for the work that they're doing to tackle this endemic shoplifting, and I'm pleased to say the precipitous rise is now slowing down. But the police need the right powers in place if they're to get to grips with the problem. That's why it's so welcome that the Crime and Policing Bill will introduce tough new respect orders to ban repeat offenders from anti-social hotspots. We're introducing a new criminal offence to protect retail workers from abuse, thanks to the fantastic campaigning by the Co-op Party and Usdaw Union. And this bill will scrap the Tory shoplifters' charter, which meant that under the previous government, anyone caught shoplifting goods below £200 could escape prosecution. Many of my constituents are also concerned about the increasing numbers of casual drug users on our streets. In September, a mother wrote to me with concerns about brazen drug dealing going on near the town centre and the impacts it has on vulnerable groups in the area. I've also heard concerns from local parents that drug dealers are targeting young people as they leave school. That's why it's so important that the Crime and Policing Bill will introduce new police powers to make drug testing suspects on arrest easier and respect orders to allow police to crack down on those repeat offenders frequenting the same spots. These new powers are an important step in delivering Labour's Safer Streets mission. I will.
The Honourable Gentleman for giving way, and he's doing a great job explaining some of the new powers that this bill will give to our police. When I speak to police in my area, they find it frankly absurd that it's taken until now to be given such powers. Would he agree with me that the measures that are in this bill today are such common sense that no reasonable party in this House should vote against them?
Absolutely. And you know, it would be great to see more members from across the House here to support them. Indeed, the powers that this bill brings in are really welcome, but we've also seen under the previous government a fall in the powers that already existed being used. So in 2010, Thames Valley Police issued over 6,000 antisocial behaviour notices, PNDs, but in 2023 they only issued 412, a 93% decrease in the use of those powers. So as I say, these new powers in this bill are an important step in delivering Labour's Safer Streets mission. But as well as giving police the right powers to crack down on antisocial behaviour, as my honourable friend mentions, we also need to give them the right resources. That's why it's so important that this government has increased police funding by over £1 billion. And Thames Valley Police's budget has been increased by 6.6%. Our Safer Streets mission will see 13,000 additional police officers on Britain's streets, along with a named contactable officer in each community. That will help people feel safe in their communities again. The Tories introduced chaos into our streets and our communities, and Labour will do the hard work needed to bring back order and security.
Amanda Martin.
Deputy Speaker, firstly, as the daughter and niece of retired police officers and with a cousin Alex currently serving for the same constabulary, I'd like to start by saying a huge thank you to Hampshire Police. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a privilege to speak on the second reading of the Police and Crime Bill today. Legislation that seeks to strengthen law enforcement and restore public confidence in policing. This bill is about the real experience of our constituents who have suffered from crime and antisocial behaviour and feel the system is failing them. Take, for example, the store manager of the Tesco Express in my constituency. In the first 9 days of the financial year, they logged 22 incidents of shoplifting, trespassing, verbal abuse and threats of violence. I welcome this bill, ensuring the police have the mandate to act swiftly, particularly for repeat and organised retail crime, no matter the value of the stolen goods. Another constituent had their car vandalised twice, and one incident was so severe the vehicle was written off. Vandalism is not a mere inconvenience. It's costly, distressing, and leaves people feeling unsafe in their own communities. Car theft also continues to plague my constituents, with one resident having her car stolen 4 times and another constituent's daughter having her moped stolen twice, even having to recover it herself on one occasion. And Madam Deputy Speaker, that is not to mention the number of tradies subject to tool theft. Through this bill, we will empower police forces to take property crimes more seriously, make it easier to track and recover stolen vehicles, and more importantly, ensure that victims of theft receive timely police responses. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Scottish Estate in Cosham, the London Road in North End, Alloway Avenue in Paulsgrove and Tangiers Road in Baffins, just 4 of the main roads where e-scooters, bikes and cars race deafeningly and dangerously in my constituency. I'm pleased to see this bill removing the need for the police to issue a warning before seizure for vehicles being used antisocially. This is the start of a real crackdown on vehicles being used to intimidate pedestrians and increase crime. Antisocial behaviour, we've heard today, is destroying quality of life for so many. And one of my constituents, an 80-year-old woman, has suffered relentless harassment from a neighbour. Her garden has been vandalised, furniture thrown over, and she's been physically intimidated. I welcome this bill giving the police stronger powers to tackle antisocial behaviour and strengthen the use of existing antisocial powers. Madam Deputy Speaker, the shadow of knife crime hangs over my constituency. In the past months alone, and even today, we have had 2 stabbings and an attempted murder involving 2 teenagers. Parents are writing to me terrified for their children's safety and demanding action. Some have even raised concerns about the advertising of chef knives on television. I welcome this bill providing the police with the powers they need to take knives off of our streets, enforce tougher penalties for possession, and intervene early to prevent young people from being drawn into violent crime, because knife crime kills. Finally, a father who has reached out to me deeply concerned about the safety of women and girls in Portsmouth. His 15-year-old daughter, who loves running, has been catcalled and harassed multiple times, and she has not reported it because she believes it's wasting police time. As we know, low-level crime of women can be a gateway to more serious crimes, and I welcome this bill bringing new protections for women. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is not a Portsmouth-specific issue. It is not a Labour issue, which is why it's shocking to see the lack of opposition in this place today. It is all of our constituents deserve to live in safe communities and deserve their MPs to make the changes and put those changes into action.
Phil Brookell.
Deputy Speaker, it is a pleasure to speak in support of this vital bill today, which will see the Labour government delivering on the promises made at the last election to return our town centres to our constituents and make our streets safe. This bill addresses pressing issues that have long plagued our society, and its provisions are both timely and necessary, particularly on sexual abuse of children, knife crime and economic crime. First, on child sexual abuse, the NSPCC has found that over 100 child sexual abuse image crimes are recorded by police every day. That is a horrifying statistic and one which should focus the minds of all of us in this place, which is why supporting victims and survivors is quite rightly the cornerstone of this bill. And I very much welcome the steps to ensure that our criminal justice system, which has been neglected for far too long under previous Conservative governments, is better equipped to handle these cases effectively. Second, the bill's measures on knife crime, which will also safeguard our children. Knife crime which has devastated families and communities across the country. Indeed, yes, I will give way.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. As an MP in Croydon, a place that continues to pay the price for the previous government inaction on knife crime and youth violence, does my honourable friend agree with me that when it comes to youth violence we have to also focus on prevention, and does he also welcome the introduction of a Young Futures programme so we can prevent young people getting drawn into crime in the first place?
Yeah. I absolutely agree with my honourable friend that prevention is fundamental, especially when it comes to youth crime. The senseless killing of 7-year-old Emily Jones in Queen's Park in Bolton in 2020 was horrifying. Knife crime incidents have been on the rise in towns like Bolton for a number of years now. So we owe it to Emily, to her family, to all those who have been affected by knife crime, to take bold action and to take it now. And to this end, I'm pleased to see the bill introduces tougher sentencing for repeat offenders and strengthens police powers to seize dangerous weapons before they are used to cause harm. Third, a number of the crimes I have detailed above are enabled by economic crimes like money laundering and fraud. Indeed, we heard earlier from the Shadow Home Secretary about crime statistics, and what I would say to the benches opposite is we have seen a fraud epidemic over the last few years when cases have been allowed to spiral out of control under previous Conservative administrations, and which frankly were ignored by the Shadow Home Secretary when he was a minister. Indeed, April 22 to March 23 saw 3.5 million cases of fraud in this country. That's 40% of all crime, according to the ONS. So by removing the ability of criminals to launder their ill-gotten gains into the clean economy, we can remove the primary incentive for the behaviour that drives so much of the criminal activity that we have been debating tonight. Indeed, having spent almost 15 years tackling economic crime myself, I would like to particularly welcome new provisions in the bill to cap court costs for enforcement agencies, which the party opposite never address. Too often, our law enforcement bodies face intolerable financial risks when pursuing the recovery of ill-gotten gains from deep-pocketed crooks with expensive lawyers. One minor mistake by the National Crime Agency or the Serious Fraud Office can wipe out a whole year's budget. This has had a chilling effect on the risk appetite of the agencies to tackle those suspected of serious and organised crime, which drives so much of the criminality we are debating tonight. So by introducing cost protection in section 103 of the draft bill, the government is quite rightly levelling the playing field between the enforcement agencies and those who are charged. And this will send a powerful message about the rule of law in this country, that no matter how rich or well-connected you are, if you are engaged in criminal behaviour, justice will be done. Now, we are in a very challenging place when it comes to the public finances, and the tax burden bequeathed by the party opposite onto my constituents is already far too high. Which brings me to a specific proposal I would urge the Minister to consider as the bill progresses through this place. Economic crime costs us around £300 billion every year, yet less than 1% of police resources are dedicated to tackling it. So why not make the criminals pay? A cross-governmental economic crime fighting fund would use the reinvested proceeds of regulatory and criminal fines, asset recovery and deferred prosecution agreements to provide sustainable funding and increased firepower for our enforcement agencies' capabilities. I hope the Minister will respond to this ask for a sustainable and innovative solution in their wind-up. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill provides a much-needed shake-up for crime and policing in this country. It will return our streets and town centres to our constituents and deliver justice where too often it was denied.
Damien Egan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very happy to be able to speak and add my support to this bill and appreciate the depth and ambition of the measures that are being brought forward. When I meet my local police officers in Bristol and South Gloucestershire, I see a committed group of men and women completely dedicated to public service. But I also see that morale is low. Police numbers in Avon and Somerset have fallen, with the number of PCSOs dropping from 424 in 2010 to 255 today. After 14 years of cuts, officers question if they're appreciated. So to our police, I hope that this bill is seen as a demonstration of the confidence that we have in them and the respect that we have for the difficult job that they do. I welcome the steps being taken to let police get on with their jobs, including searching premises where phones are geolocated, confiscating illegal road bikes, respect orders, as well as lifting the £200 cap on when officers will investigate shoplifting. And of course, the new protections for shop workers, like the woman I've met working in Boots in Kingswood and the PDSA charity shop in Kingswood, just two of the shops which are blighted day in, day out by shoplifters. Madam Deputy Speaker, on a different aspect of the bill, we've seen the struggles and confusion in relation to policing public order at protests. Protest is a cornerstone of our democracy, but we've seen examples where they've become hateful and incite and become violent. Fines for climbing on war memorials and banning face coverings will help maintain public order, and I hope the police know that they have our support to act when they see wrongdoing. As the bill progresses, I'd ask ministers to consider how robust the exemptions are around face coverings in terms of whether they're open to misuse. For example, the health exemptions could have very broad interpretations. Turning to knife crime, officers in my patch certainly welcome the changes, but are concerned about how unscrupulous knife manufacturers could adapt to selling knives that, while technically legal, still glamorise violence. In the past year, I've got to know a woman called Hayley Ryle. And Hayley is the mother of Mikey Roylan from Kingswood. And Mikey was tragically killed at a birthday party when he was stabbed by 3 young men in June the year before last. Mikey was a beautiful young man. He was just 16 when he was killed. With ongoing trials of serious violence reduction orders in Thames Valley, West Midlands, Merseyside and Sussex coming to their conclusion this year, Hayley has asked me when a decision will be made on the wider rollout of serious violence reduction orders and when will that take place. Madam Deputy Speaker, all these measures will only have the full effect if we have the officers on our streets to police them. Avon and Somerset recently received a £27 million uplift in funding. I look forward to seeing this money being used for more recruitment and to support our existing officers. There's much to fix, we all know that, and these measures go a good way in putting the balance of power back towards law and order. Thank you.
Shaun Woodcock.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today to express my support for this bill and particularly to commend the government for bringing forward such a robust response to the scourge that is retail crime that affects communities across our country, including my own constituents in Banbury, Chipping Norton, Charbury and the villages of North and West Oxfordshire. In my constituency, shoplifting offences have risen by 25% between March 2022 and March 2024. Now, this is a deeply concerning trend, not only for shopkeepers, but for the local communities that they serve. Shoplifting costs the average convenience store in the UK £6,259 a year. Now, these costs are often passed on to the prices that customers pay in those shops, or in the fact that those shops face serious questions about their viability. The importance of financial viability for our local shops is particularly pronounced in rural areas. such as Hook Norton, Enstone, Bloxham in my constituency, where these are not just businesses, they are part of the fabric of the community and essential services as well. This bill sends a clear and powerful message, Madam Deputy Speaker, that rising rates of shoplifting will not be tolerated under this government. The removal of the effective immunity for shop thefts under £200 will help deter petty thieves and repeat offenders who have been able to exploit that loophole. By closing the gap, this bill ensures that every crime, no matter how small and seemingly petty, will be taken seriously. Madam Deputy Speaker, the measures outlined in the bill are precisely what shopkeepers in my constituency have been calling for. Not only does the bill clamp down on shoplifting, but it also introduces a new offence of assaulting retail workers. This provision stands firmly by those who serve our communities day in and day out. Shop workers deserve to feel safe in their workplace, and this new offence rightly acknowledges the seriousness of the threats and the violence that they face on a daily basis. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a comprehensive and well-considered bill that delivers on this government's promise to make our streets safer and to protect the people who keep our communities running. I commend the Home Secretary and the ministerial team and the government for their decisive action that will benefit rural communities and communities up and down the length and breadth of the country. And I urge all honourable members to support it.
Calvin Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak in support of this bill, which responds to concerns at the forefront of many in Leighton and Wanstead. In October, my adjournment debate highlighted the terrible impacts of antisocial behaviour in Leytonstone, including Avenue Road Estate, Selby Road and the surrounding areas. Despite good engagement from police and council leaders, residents still face hotspots of drug injecting, vandalism and abuse in public spaces. This creates fear and makes families feel their streets no longer belong to them. The Minister's response was encouraging, committing to respect orders, now in this bill, and I thank her for a visit to Leighton and Wanstead last November. This bill addresses key issues. The new legislation on cuckooing in Part 2 of Chapter 24 will tackle homes used for drug taking, particularly seen by us in areas like Leytonstone. Respect orders will enhance local initiatives like mandatory drug programmes and Project Adder addressing public drinking in areas like Jubilee Road. Part 3 delivers on our pledge to introduce a special offence for assaults on shop workers and strengthens penalties for shoplifting. Persistent violent shoplifting has taken hold. A staff member at Church Lane Sainsbury in Leytonstone said, "Each and every day it's going mad. Shoplifters roaming around the street from 6 in the morning every day. We're losing more than £500. Our safety is on the line." In South Woodford, the co-op has repeatedly been attacked. When a constituent stepped in to help, they were threatened with a gas bottle. Nearby Boots has faced repeated thefts, with some shoplifters returning 4 or 5 times a day. Constituents describe the fear by retail staff and sadness that children might grow up seeing this as normal. It is not normal. We must ensure our children do not grow up thinking that the high street is a criminal's playground and that no shop worker faces daily threats. We must acknowledge the role that Usdaw has played in addressing these issues, but I ask also for the Minister to provide a view on how this law may be extended to protect transport workers, as highlighted by the TSSA in their recent report highlighting the extent of violence facing its members. I also welcome the measures enabling police to target locations storing stolen goods, which often double as hubs for drug dealing. This bill will enable more effective, coordinated police responses, but we must go further. The return of 13,500 police officers is vital, as are our named neighbourhood police officers, but we must also reduce the high abstraction rates that remove these officers from our streets. This is what the people of Leighton and Wanstead deserve, and I hope the government will go further in this regard.
I'm proud to support this bill today. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
John Pearce.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In my constituency, High Peak, our 5 major towns, Buxton, Glossop, New Mills, Chapel-on-the-Frith and Whaley Bridge, have all been affected in different ways by the crimes that this bill seeks to address. Our town centres are the hearts of our community. At their best, they bring people together and create a sense of pride and belonging. When antisocial behaviour, theft and shoplifting are allowed to take root, it does not just affect the victims, it affects the whole community. Sadly, all too often the last government wrote these crimes off as low level and left our communities feeling powerless. This bill is for all the people I have met on the doorstep and that have come to my surgeries in High Peak who wanted a government on their side that would take these crimes seriously. This bill is for retail workers and business owners who have to deal with shoplifting day in, day out. The last government effectively decriminalised shoplifting of goods below £200. This bill will end the Tory shoplifters' charter and go further by introducing a new criminal offence to better protect retail workers from assault. This bill is for all those that want our streets to be safer and pride restored to our communities. At the end of February, Derbyshire Police had to have a dispersal order put in place for 2 whole days in Glossop so that they could tackle antisocial behaviour. This bill extends those powers to 72 hours, and through the new respect orders, this bill sends a clear message to persistent troublemakers. We see you, we are going to disrupt you, and we are going to make your life as difficult as you have made the lives of others.
Thank you. I'm most grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and does he agree with me that it's good news that at last we have a government which is doing something about the scourge of off-road bikes and dangerous e-scooters on the pavements and in our parks by giving the police new powers to seize these vehicles immediately instead of letting the problem continue? And that this should have happened much sooner, but in this way they'll make the lives of my residents in Chelsea and Fulham and across the country happier and safer.
Could I just, by way of being helpful, when honourable and right honourable members make interventions, they should address them to the chair, not to other members, so that there can be no confusion in the debate. John Pearce.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you for the intervention. I thoroughly agree that the new powers will be hugely helpful, both in his constituency and also in my own. This bill is also for our children and the most vulnerable in our communities, Madam Deputy Speaker. The hottest circle of hell is reserved for anyone that exploits and abuses a child. The National Inquiry into Child Sex Abuse was set up by the Conservatives in 2015. It took 7 years to complete and cost £200 million. It made 20 recommendations, and shamefully, the last government did not implement a single one of them. This bill rights that wrong. We will introduce statutory reporting for instances of child sex abuse. Grooming behaviour will be an aggravating factor, and there will be new powers to search for instances of child sex abuse on digital devices of individuals arriving in the UK. And we will go further by going after the gangs that seek to exploit children for criminal purposes. It is estimated that 14,000 children are at risk or involved in criminal exploitation, and sadly, some of those victims are in High Peak. I have heard from police and schools heartbreaking stories of children being forced into drug dealing, of homes being taken over by drug dealers, of young lives ruined. These weak laws left to us by the last government meant authorities were powerless to act in many cases. Our new laws will make it a criminal offence for adults to use children to commit criminal offences such as drug running and organised robbery, and the new offence of cuckooing. The vile gangs that exploit children in High Peak for criminal gain are the lowest of the low, and I will be supporting Derbyshire Police to use the full extent of these new laws to drive them out of our communities. This bill is for women and girls. For International Women's Day, I held a joint event with Crossroads Derbyshire, an incredible charity that works to support domestic abuse survivors. Crossroads have a new stalking advocacy service funded by the Labour Police and Crime Commissioner's Office. This bill will strengthen the police's response to stalking and give victims the right to know the identity of online stalkers. Let the message go out to stalkers from here today that there will be no hiding place for you on our streets or online.
Yeah.
Madam Deputy Speaker, to conclude, this bill is for everyone who believes in the rule of law, that there should be zero tolerance for those that threaten our security and our safety, and for those that want to take back control of our streets and communities again.
Alex Ballinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is a pleasure to join this debate on the Crime and Policing Bill as the son of a local bobby. My mum worked for 20 years in the local police, serving her community, and I could not be more proud of her. Her father, too, was a local bobby, and his father before him. So we have something as a reputation in my family. So, of course, I'm delighted to see the government's recommitment to neighbourhood policing after 14 years of neglect. My mum often spoke about the importance of neighbourhood police officer understanding her community, who the troublemakers are, how to calm tensions, and how to make people feel safe. And as I speak to people across my constituency of Halesowen, feeling safe is what they care about most. They don't feel safe when they see rising knife crime amongst our young people or antisocial behaviour on our high streets, and they worry that they never see police on the streets anymore. How we got into this situation is no mystery. Cuts to neighbourhood policing by the last government have left a huge gap in our communities. Before the recent uplift, the West Midlands had 700 fewer police officers than we did under the last Labour government in 2010. People in Halesowen want to feel safe in their homes, they want to feel safe on their streets and in their public spaces. They want to trust that the police have the resources, funding and support necessary to do their jobs. Two of my constituents, Mr and Mrs Lebodzik, have been in touch to raise the impact antisocial behaviour has had on their lives. Residents of Cradley Heath, they have been subject to harassment, intimidation and unchecked antisocial behaviour and felt unsafe in their own homes. The lack of accountability for those responsible left them feeling hopeless and abandoned. This bill takes the essential steps needed to address antisocial behaviour like that received by my constituents. The new respect order can be imposed on individuals who have engaged in or threatened to engage in antisocial behaviour, and importantly, breaching a respect order now constitutes a criminal offence. For my constituents in Halesowen, this will provide much needed reassurance that their concerns are being taken seriously and that those who disrupt the peace will face real consequences. Deputy Chief Constable Andy Profit, who leads on antisocial behaviour for the National Police Chiefs Council, said, "Respect orders will give police and councils the ability to crack down on those who persistently make our streets and public spaces feel unsafe." While these measures are promising, it is important they go hand in hand with other critical demands from my constituents: the visible presence of police officers. People want to see their local officers regularly patrolling their streets, just as my mum used to do. That is why I'm pleased to see, alongside this bill, the introduction of the Neighbourhood Policing Guarantee. The guarantee will ensure the deployment of an additional 13,000 police officers, PCSOs and special constables into neighbourhoods and policing roles. By reinforcing community policing, we will not only deter and prevent crime, but also strengthen the response to emergencies and enhance trust between the police and the public. In Halesowen, we are fortunate to have dedicated and exemplary police officers, officers like Sergeant Nicola Chester and PCSOs like Nathan Fung, members of our excellent but stretched neighbourhood team. It is vital to bolster their efforts with the resources and manpower they need to maintain safety and security. This crime and policing bill is a critical step towards achieving this goal. The people of Halesowen deserve to live without fear, to walk our streets with confidence and to know their government is steadfast in its commitment to their safety. This bill, with its focus on tackling antisocial behaviour and reinvigorating neighbourhood policing, represents a decisive step in the right direction, and I am pleased to support it.
Chaz Atwell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the Crime and Policing Bill tabled by the Government. The last time I addressed this House on matters of policing, I shared that the borough I led in Redbridge once had 5 police stations. And after a decade of Conservative cuts, only 1 remains standing. This isn't just a statistic or fact,
It's a direct reflection of how the party on the opposite benches deprioritised policing and failed to protect our residents, friends and neighbours. When we deprioritise policing like this, we do more than weaken law enforcement. We allow crime to spiral out of control. We expose our communities to harm, and we erode the very fabric of our society. The Crime and Policing Bill laid before us is a crucial step in reversing the 14 years of neglect and ensure tougher consequences for criminal behaviour. Whilst this bill tackles a wide range of issues from knife crime to terrorism, today I want to focus on a matter that affects our daily lives: antisocial behaviour. For too long, antisocial behaviour has been treated as low-level or even trivial crime. Whether in Ilford South or in the UK across the country, it is anything but trivial. It erodes community trust and often paves the way for more serious criminal activity. We see antisocial behaviour on the ground in the nitrous oxide canisters littering our streets. We see it in our local shops where retail workers face shoplifters daily, and we see it in our streets where young girls, often in school uniform, endure harassment from men much older than them. Antisocial behaviour is not just an inconvenience, it's a warning sign. Last year, 2 teenagers stabbed staff members at Goodmayes tube station. They were also charged with a robbery incident that had occurred prior at a nearby Tesco's. This is what happens when we turn a blind eye to so-called low-level crime. It escalates, posing even bigger threats to our communities. That's why I welcome this bill. It makes a clear statement that antisocial behaviour will no longer be tolerated. I'm particularly pleased to see the scrapping of the effective immunity for shoplifting under £200 and the stronger protections for retail workers from assault. When those workers in our shops, supermarkets and local businesses cannot feel safe, when we cannot feel safe doing our weekly shopping, then the system has failed. By ending this decriminalisation of so-called low-level theft, we're ensuring that our local town centres are protected to thrive. But safety is not just about theft of property, it's about the right to go about our daily lives and walk our streets without fear or intimidation. As leader of Redbridge Council, we took decisive action to make our streets safe for women and girls. We were the first council to use public protection orders to punish those catcalling and harassing women and girls. I'm pleased to see the strengthening of these protection orders in this bill and the respect orders that will ensure communities across the country have the power to tackle nuisance, harassment and intimidation on our streets. Madam Deputy Speaker, everyone deserves to feel safe in our homes, on our streets, in our shops and in our schools. This bill begins to deliver this promise into reality. Thank you.
Lillian Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In common with members from across this House, this debate is of paramount importance to the people in my constituency of Kilmarnock and Loudon. Labour government has inherited a shameful legacy from the party opposite, who had 14 years to address criminality and antisocial behaviour, but instead left our communities feeling unsafe. The situation in Scotland has frightening similarities with the SNP government failing communities across Scotland. Since the SNP introduced their under-22 bus pass initiative, many of my constituents have told me that they're now afraid to visit Kilmarnock bus station or even use the local bus services. Now, this is not about demonising young people, far from it. Young people are more likely to be victims of crime and antisocial behaviour than the perpetrators. But it's wrong to ignore the significant minority who make life a misery for others. Scotland badly needs Labour's respect orders to effectively tackle the minority's behaviour that has been intimidating our communities for far too long. Labour respect orders would deliver stronger powers for our police in Scotland, helping them keep our communities safe, but yet again, Scotland is being let down by the SNP with their inaction. Similarly, with our bus pass scheme, which should be something to be celebrated, it has created a situation where people of all ages are now thinking twice about using the local bus services. As my friend, Scottish Labour leader Anas Sarwar said, and I quote, "Under 22s that are found to have repeatedly acted violently on buses should have their free bus pass taken from them." Now, this should be obvious. Rights should come with responsibilities. And it's shameful that there's currently no mechanism to withdraw a free bus pass from someone who has been abusing it. That needs to change. It's totally unacceptable to see chronic antisocial behaviour continue with no effective action from the SNP. Now, the Crime and Policing Bill demonstrates that Labour is on the side of law-abiding people, and I'll be proud to vote for the bill at the conclusion of this debate. Thank you.
Which brings us to the front bench contributions. Matt Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank our brave, hard-working police officers, PCSOs, police staff and volunteers for the huge sacrifices they make to keep our streets safe. I'd like to thank all the members, the honourable members across the House, for their considered and concise contributions. This bill covers a wide array of offences which we would all welcome. Tackling criminality means equipping the police and enforcement agencies with the powers they need to lock up dangerous perpetrators to make our streets safer. The bill contains meaningful and impactful provisions, particularly in relation to knife crime, car theft, retail crime, the sharing of intimate images, child sexual abuse, drug testing and cuckooing, amongst many others. It's very generous of the government to hold the previous Conservative government's work in such high esteem. In fact, around 2/3 of the measures in this bill are copied straight from the previous government. As has been said, I think on several occasions, it is, Madam Deputy Speaker, a copy and paste job that even the Chancellor would blush over. I want to thank right honourable members for Braintree and Chingford and Woodford Green, alongside many other past and current members of the House, for their significant work in ensuring that these offences are included within the scope of the bill. Work that will ultimately have a positive impact on the lives of all our constituents. Time does not allow me to talk through all the measures in this bill, but I'll focus on a few important... I know you're disappointed, but I'll focus on a few important provisions. Firstly, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me turn to retail crime. As members across this House may know, having served as the chair of the Retail APPG and as a former Woolies worker, no one ever questions whether I was old enough, though. I've been involved, well, very involved actually, in the campaign to protect our retail workers. I've joined the likes of the member for Nottingham North, Paul Gerrard from the Co-op, Helen Dickinson and the team at the British Retail Consortium, the ACS, Usdaw, numerous retailers and others who've worked to deliver more protection for our retail workers. Back in 2021, during my slightly rebellious phase, an amendment I laid helped us make an assault on a person providing a service to the public into a statutory aggravating offence. More recently, in April 2024, we saw the last government agree to the creation of a standalone offence of assaulting a retail worker, alongside a suite of measures designed to tackle retail crime. I'm glad that this will be taken up by the incumbent government, and I'm hopeful it can have a real impact in improving the lives of those important key workers in high streets and stores across the country. I have two concerns, however, about the bill regarding retail crime. Firstly, the previous government's plans had proposed to make mandatory for the courts to impose at least a curfew requirement, an exclusion requirement or an electronic monitoring requirement on repeat offenders convicted of shoplifting or the new assault a retail worker offence and sentenced to a community order or a suspended sentence. This had been welcomed by retailers, but the bill does not include any provisions to this effect. I'd urge the government to look again at this to ensure we are doing all we can to protect retail workers and avoid what appears to be watering down of potential protections. Secondly, with regards to the plans to remove the £200 threshold for shoplifting, while the rhetoric of this sounds positive, it's untrue to say that theft under £200 was ever decriminalised. In fact, the government's own impact assessment will tell you that 90% of charges for shoplifting actually relate to property that was worth less than £200. And there's a fear that measures will lead to further delays in justice being done, whilst not leading to tougher or longer sentences. Victims of retail crime deserve swift justice, not year-long delays when perpetrators will continue to offend. Now turning to further legislative steps, which I hope honourable members across the House will find difficult to oppose. One hugely important measure is the introduction of a statutory aggravating factor requiring sentencing courts to treat grooming behaviour as an aggravating factor when considering the seriousness of child sexual offences. This side of the House believes the government should go further and establish a national statutory inquiry, but it's right they've brought forward this measure from the Criminal Justice Bill. It recognises the severity of the offence and ensures third parties involved in the heinous practice of these rape gangs face justice and punishment. We must take every step possible to protect the most vulnerable and ensure stronger laws are in place so that the terrible crimes of the past cannot be repeated. Another key measure in the bill is contained in clauses 96 to 100, which expands the ability to conduct drug tests upon arrest. The expansion of the drug testing on arrival programme, introduced by the previous Conservative government, has already demonstrated the sheer number of individuals found to be under the influence of substances when arrested. Between March 22 and September 24, police forces reported a total of 154,295 tests to the Home Office. Of these, 86,207, 56%, were positive for cocaine, opiates or both. It's therefore right that we expand the drug testing programme to cover as wide a range of Class B and C drugs as possible, allowing the police to access information they need to manage offenders appropriately within the criminal justice system. I welcome the efforts to tackle off-road bikes, and having seen the impact on my constituents, I hope that during the passage of the bill we might consider going even further, maybe even considering suggestions made by government backbenchers. We must use this opportunity to make sure police have the powers they need and examine where further powers are required to ensure law truly serves the victims of crime and provides a level of openness and transparency for our police forces so people can have confidence in our justice system. Additionally, we should all want to see the police doing what they do best, on the beat, preventing and investigating crime. Their time should not be wasted on matters that the public does not consider a priority. Time and time again, we see reports of police officers sent to respond to incidents that are not criminal in nature. While serious offences on our streets go unchallenged, the measures in this bill to tackle antisocial behaviour signal an understanding that removing crime from our streets must be a priority. However, we must consider whether more can be done legislatively to ensure the police time is used effectively. With this bill, I must stress that for all the well-meaning measures contained within, they're meaningless without a well-funded police force. Forces that are currently raising legitimate concerns. Forces, some led by Labour PCCs, are raising legitimate concerns about the level of funding they will receive from the government. Madam Deputy Speaker, any reduction in police numbers undermines every element of this bill, weakening the ability of the police to tackle crime across the country. The head of the Metropolitan Police has raised his concerns about potential job losses in our capital city, a city where 30% of England and Wales knife crime occurs. I should note at this point that it's very welcome to see the government reintroducing many of the measures on tackling knife crime put forward under the Criminal Justice Bill by the previous Conservative government, including a power to retain and destroy bladed articles on private property and increasing the maximum penalty for sale of dangerous weapons to under-18s. Given the financial pressures faced by police forces amounting to an estimated £118 million shortfall, there's real concern that the government actions will contribute to a decline in police numbers. The government's police funding increase masks the Chancellor's national insurance hike on our police forces and their failure to build police pay awards into the baseline. Moving forward, we'll have ample opportunities as a House to scrutinise this legislation and consider potential improvements. Reading the impact assessments and economic notes accompanying the bill reveals uncertainty about the effects of its various measures. Notably, there is a lack of clarity regarding the number of individuals expected to be imprisoned for certain offences, with significant variations in the estimates provided. The government must back our police over the criminals and demonstrate the political will to do so. The government must provide police with the resources and robust powers they need to keep officers on the beat, deliver swift justice for victims and in turn make our streets safer. This bill is a step forward. Across the House, we all need to support our police officers to tackle the heinous crimes. Go for it.
Thank you.
I just wonder on swift justice whether the opposition front bench will bring forward amendments on the Shadow Home Secretary's position on citizens' arrest. How many amendments can we expect to see about how the police should respond to citizens' arrest?
I think what the Shadow Home Secretary was doing in office was actually putting more police on the streets of the country than ever before. 149,679 police on the streets, more than ever before. And we hope that the benches opposite will maintain that as we move forward. But there's lots of question marks around that. Across the House, we all need to support our police officers to tackle the heinous crimes we've heard about in today's debate. I hope the government remains open to considering measures proposed by members on this side and that, who are committed to robustly tackling the very behaviours this legislation seeks to prevent. Thank you.
Dame Diana Johnson.
So, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is an honour and a privilege to wind up the debate on what is, as the Home Secretary set out in her opening speech, a critically important bill. It is critically important for all sorts of reasons, many of which have been highlighted during the debate. And it has been a very wide-ranging discussion, which is unsurprising given the scope and the breadth of the bill. There have been many excellent and powerful contributions, particularly, I'd say, from the government benches, with over 57 speakers, backbench speakers, in the debate. But there is a thread that binds all the different measures together in this bill, and that is this government's unwavering commitment to the security of our country and the safety of our communities and the people that we all represent. We are on the side of the law-abiding majority who have had enough after 14 years of Conservative governments. This bill will support and progress our Safer Streets mission, which is integral to the government's plan for change. We are determined to rebuild neighbourhood policing, restore confidence in the criminal justice system and reduce the harm caused by crime. We have already taken action to strengthen the response to threats including knife crime, antisocial behaviour and violence against women and girls. But to deliver the change that the British people want and deserve, we must go further, and this bill will allow us to do that. Now, it is evident from the debate that there is broad cross-party support for many of the measures in the bill. And I have to say, it's been helpful to have the insights and experience of honourable members who've previously served as police officers, my honourable friend, the member for Pendle and Clitheroe, my honourable friend, the member for Forest of Dean, and also the very wise words from a former Crown prosecutor who now sits on the government benches, my honourable friend, the member for Amber Valley. Many of my honourable friends welcomed the commitment to neighbourhood policing and the focus on antisocial behaviour in the bill, the introduction of respect orders and the new powers for vehicles that are being used for antisocial behaviour. In fact, there's a very long list of those members. My honourable friends for Telford, Hemel Hempstead, Hyndburn, Stockton North, Chatham and Aylesford, Morecambe and Lonsdale, Ealing South, Hull Bracknell, Portsmouth North, Halesowen, Gravesham, Ilford South, Kilmarnock and Loudon, Erewash, Bournemouth West, Doncaster East and the Isle of Axholme, Calder Valley, Makerfield, Uxbridge and South Ruislip, City of Durham, Edinburgh North and Leith, Crewe and Nantwich, Hartlepool, Mansfield. They all spoke with great passion about their own constituencies and the effect that antisocial behaviour has had on their communities. We also heard similarly from many of my honourable friends who spoke about retail crime and the ending of the shoplifters' charter and welcomed the introduction of the new offence of to better protect retail workers. We heard from my honourable friends for Banbury, Derby South, Buckinghamshire and Bletchley, St Helens North, Northumberland, can't even read my writing at this point, my honourable friend for Wolverhampton North East and High Peak in particular. Also, honourable members all spoke so eloquently in support of the new offences to tackle child criminal exploitation, stalking, cuckooing, spiking and knife crime. Those were my honourable friends for Warrington South, Stafford, Colchester, Milton Keynes Central, Scarborough and Whitby, Bolton West, Leighton and Wanstead, and many others. Now, at this point, I would also like to pay tribute to the members who have campaigned for some time on issues, including the Right Honourable Member for Chingford and Woodford Green, my honourable friend, the member for Rotherham, and my honourable friend for Newport West and Islwyn. The measures that they've been campaigning on are in the bill. And I also just wanted to say to the Right Honourable gentleman for Chingford and Woodford Green that the issue of dangerous cycling we are looking at, and we recognise what a doughty campaigner he is, so we are certainly looking at that in detail. Now, in the limited time that I've got available this evening, I will focus on a few of the points that were raised through the debate, but clearly the line-by-line scrutiny of this bill in committee, there will be an opportunity then for all the matters that have been raised this evening to be properly and fully debated. I want to start with the questions that the Shadow Home Secretary asked, and he asked a number of questions, some of which were not a surprise to me in terms of his focus on technology in particular. But in his comments, in his opening speech, he seemed to be suffering really from amnesia about what has happened to policing in particular and crime over the past 14 years. And it's also just worth gently reminding the Shadow Home Secretary that in the period from April to June of last year, when his government was still in post, and in fact he was the policing minister, the police numbers actually were going down during that period. They were going down. I just thought I'd gently remind him. I just thought I'd gently remind him of that, because he's obviously needing a bit of help to recall what was going on his watch. And of course, neighbourhood policing was decimated under the previous government. Now, if I just get on to some of the specific questions that he wanted me to answer. On the question of rough sleeping and nuisance begging, we all agree that this is a complex issue. And we are working closely with the Deputy Prime Minister and her department to ensure that often vulnerable individuals are appropriately supported, set against our commitments to stand by the police and effectively tackle crime and antisocial behaviour. As it stands, the Vagrancy Act remains in force, and we know many areas in police forces also use the ASB powers to tackle antisocial behaviour associated with begging and rough sleeping. He also asked me about the measure that was in the Criminal Justice Bill around compelling offenders to attend sentencing hearings. And as announced in the King's Speech in 2024, these measures will, if I could just finish, as announced in the King's Speech in 2024, these measures will be introduced through the forthcoming Victims' Courts and Public Protection Bill. I really would like to get on, actually, because I think the Shadow Home Secretary had quite a lot of time at the beginning of the debate, and I do want to respond to the backbenchers who've spent many hours in here to make their points. So if I could also just respond to him, though, on a question he asked about the knife scanning technology. The Home Office is still working with industry partners to develop systems that are specifically designed to detect knives concealed on a person at a distance. The work is part of that innovations competition that was launched last year, and Phase 1 is expected to be delivered by the end of May, resulting in the first prototype systems. On facial recognition, this was mentioned not only by the Shadow Home Secretary but by a number of honourable members. Facial recognition technology is an important tool that helps the police to identify offenders more quickly and accurately. It is showing significant potential to increase police productivity and effectiveness, and could substantially contribute to our Safer Streets mission. Now, we do need to support the police by making sure they have the clarity, especially where there is a balance to strike between ensuring public safety and safeguarding individuals' rights. And I will be considering the options for this alongside the broader police reforms that will be in the White Paper later in the spring. Now, in terms of public order, this issue was raised by a number of honourable members, particularly the issue around protests. My honourable friend, the member for Liverpool Riverside in particular, and my honourable friend for Bristol North East, and the Liberal Democrat spokesperson all spoke about protest. Now, the right to peaceful protest is a fundamental part of our democracy, and we are fully committed to protecting and preserving that right. However, it is vital that we strike the right balance between the rights to protest and the rights of the wider community. And I am sure that we will debate this more fully in committee. It's also worth just informing the House that we will be carrying out expedited post-legislative scrutiny of the Public Order Act 2023 beginning in May. And this process will look at how the legislation has operated since coming into force, and we'll consider the outputs of this review very carefully. Now, my honourable friend, the member for Gower, asked that I confirm that any amendments to this bill on the subject of abortion would be subject to a free vote. All women have access to safe legal abortions on the NHS up to 24 weeks, including taking early medical abortion pills at home where eligible. We recognise that this is an extremely sensitive issue, and there are strongly held views on all sides of the discussion. My honourable friend will understand that whipping on these benches is a matter for the Government Chief Whip. Now, my honourable friend, the member for North West Cambridgeshire, spoke very knowledgeably about the issue of mandatory reporting and made reference to particularly religious groups and talked about the Jehovah's Witnesses and asked for a meeting to discuss this further. I just want to make clear that the purpose of mandatory reporting is obviously to improve the protection of children. Our aim is to create a culture of support, knowledge and openness when dealing with child sexual abuse. That is why we consider it more appropriate for those who fail to discharge their duty to face referral to the Disclosure and Barring Service and professional regulators where applicable. These bodies can prevent individuals from working with children, potentially losing their livelihood, and this is a serious consequence. The strongest possible sanctions will apply to individuals where deliberate actions have been taken to obstruct a report being made under the duty. Anyone who seeks to prevent a reporter from carrying out their duty to report will face the prospect of up to 7 years imprisonment. Now, my honourable friends, the members for Gower, Edinburgh North and Leith, and the honourable member for Reigate also asked whether the bill could be used to reform our prostitution laws. Now, I can assure my honourable friends and honourable members that the government is committed to tackling the harms and exploitation that can be associated with prostitution and ensuring that women who want to leave prostitution should be given every opportunity to find routes out. And the government is closely monitoring new approaches that are being developed in Northern Ireland and parts of mainland Europe, and is working closely with the voluntary and community sector and the police to ensure that the safeguarding of women remains at the heart of our approach. Now, the issue of the repeal of Part 4 of the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Act 2022 was also raised. This was around unauthorised encampments. And this was raised by my honourable friends, the member for the City of Durham and Liverpool Riverside. And I want to thank my honourable friends for raising this issue and say that the government is considering the decision of the High Court and will respond in due course. course. The Honourable Member for North Antrim also raised questions about the application of certain provisions in the bill to Northern Ireland, and I can assure the Honourable Member for North Antrim that we are continuing to discuss with the Minister for Justice in Northern Ireland whether further provisions in the bill should apply to Northern Ireland, and that also applies to the comments from the Honourable Member for Strangford, who also raised similar questions. There were questions raised about domestic abuse, I think, by the Liberal Democrats Home Affairs spokesperson and the members for Hazel Grove and Eastbourne. The Liberal Democrat Home Affairs spokesperson, the Honourable Member for Hazel Grove, and the Honourable Member for Eastbourne. Now, domestic abuse, of course, as was discussed in the debate, covers a wide range of behaviours, and it's already considered by the court as a factor increasing the seriousness of offending, which may lead to an increase in sentencing length. But I'm sure that the Safeguarding Minister would be very happy to talk to the Honourable Member about the specific concerns that he raised about the current legislation that's in force. So, in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a very wide-ranging and ambitious bill. It has a straightforward purpose to make our country safer. It will achieve that by restoring neighbourhood policing, by giving law enforcement stronger powers to combat threats that ruin lives and livelihoods, and by rebuilding public confidence in the criminal justice system. It is clear, around the country, people want change. They want to feel protected by a visible, responsive police service. They want to know that when our laws are broken, justice will be sought and served. And they want to have a sense of security and confidence so they can go about their lives freely and without fear. That is why we have put the Safer Streets mission at the heart of our plan for change, and it is why we have brought forward this bill, which I wholeheartedly commend to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as are that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Programme motion to be moved formally.
Move formally.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.